mira, neto, neto.
All right, we're looking at a live view of our second qualifier that's happening now in Sierra Leone. And welcome. Thank you for joining us. And let me bring Mr. Ryan Blackwood, who, of course, is our. There you go. How you doing, Ryan?
Hey,
They provide excellent commentary.
So, I mean, we are live and the games are off fast. I can tell you, I mean, quite a bit of action on the boards already.
Yes.
We have 6 boards being thrown at the moment. And, as usual, we're going to jump straight into our top board so we can basically update our viewers on what has been happening. A few of these games have already made it to the end game. So like I said, I mean, whether it's an eagerness from the players or just the excitement, quite a few of the games have really transcended. But if we jump straight to the board one, or board one basically is our top seed player who would normally be sitting on board one. And that's a match between the only master in the tournament, well, the highest rated player in the tournament, and the candidate master playing black on board one versus his opponent Abdul. So if I jump straight to the game, we're seeing a d4, g6, and we're seeing a modern defense from black. And we saw early exchange of the dark square bishop. Normally, white would look to hold on to this dark square bishop to eventually exchange it for the black dark square bishop. But we saw where white just say, hey, you know what? I'm taking that knight. And so black is going to be left with the bishop here and the very critical dark square bishop. So we're going to see how that will affect the game as the game progresses.
Okay.
White does have full control of the center, however. But without that dark square bishop, it's going to be very uphill task for white. This was something I learned very early, that you need that dark square bishop to kind of neutralize this dragon bishop here.
Okay.
And black is just playing very standard, developing their pieces, getting everything out, getting the king to safety, very important.
Yes.
Now we see an opposite side castle. Now, with that opposite side castle, again, we mentioned this dark square bishop. It's just going to be breathing fire straight down into this position against the white piece. So now we see where, like, this dark square bishop is just going to be a menace to the white side. So as you notice, he just pulls back down into his lair. Typical structure of the dark square bishop, because this piece is just going to be like one of those trapdoor hiders kind of piece. It just sits in its lair and
just sitting waiting.
It just breathes fire straight into the game. And because the white king is on this side of the board as well, when it does breathe its fire down into the board, it's breathing it straight at that white king.
Right.
So we're going to see how this bishop is probably going to be the most critical piece in the entire game.
Okay. Okay, right. So this is still the game with the only master in the competition?
Yes, this is board one, and that is the master on the board. This is the only candidate master we have here, which is candidate master is a FIDE level title. That's the first FIDE level title you can earn. And after, for those who don't know the different levels, you have candidate master, then you have FIDE master, then you have international master, and when you get to that ultimate level of grandmaster.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
So here we have white being going at it immediately. So white goes h4, and the idea is that white wants to break apart this castle. So here, black is very sheltered behind these wall of pawns.
Mm-hmm.
His king is in a castle. The white king is in a castle. And white says, hey, guess what? I'm going to bust your castle open. And if I do that, my rook is going to be the one coming in, invading to get to your king, with the support of my queen and support that I'm going to try and checkmate you. Well, one of the exciting things about castling an opposite side of the board is the fact that both players it's a race to attack. Both
Mm-hmm.
players are going to be going at it like who's going to break through that castle position first.
Right.
And then you have this foot on race, but it's the pawns who normally go down first, like charge, to get a pawn down to see who breaks through first.
Right.
White went with bishop to g4, and again, just kind of trying to slow down his opponent's attack, putting a pin on this knight, putting a stop to this, and saying, hey, if you push again, I can just take it.
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes
Mm-hmm.
you want to be in that foot race, but there are some moves you can make that simply just slow your opponent's attack down. And when you
Okay.
can make these moves, you gain more momentum in your attack as well. And
Okay.
like I said, black is still trying to get all these pieces off the background because before you can start attacking, you need to make sure those pieces are in their battle formation.
Right. Well,
Um,
listen, I know we're in for some great games, and as always, Ryan, you bring excellent commentary, and I love sharing that and learning. And we've gotten some great feedback on how precise you are in calculating the moves and the structure. So I have someone that can actually have a conversation with you. I love learning, but I'm going to bring on Rashawn. Are you ready? Hello, Rashawn. He also happens to be my son, but he is a chess player, and I'm going to give you space for you guys to go at it, and let's hear more about some of the boards that are circulating now. I'll turn it back to you.
yeah. All right. Yeah, and that's good. I mean, I do know as well, Ines, that you bring that chess element, the off the board chess element, because when we do play chess, we know we play chess on and off the board. But I mean, jumping back on the board, Roshan and I were discussing this morning some different position setup, and this is one of them based off the pawn structure and the simple placements of some of the pieces here. So we have this modern setup from black, and if to just add a little bit of chess history to it, the modern setup is like typical the setup that white has. White has this massive center. And when you think about how chess was played in the early days, this is how everyone played. Whoever controls the center just wins the game. That's it. Once you control the center, that's it. You win the game. And then we had the hyper-modern system, where one player realizes that, wait a second, I don't have to control the center by occupying the center. I can control the center from a distance. And that's precisely what Black is doing. Black is saying, I'm going to influence the center by just simply targeting it from a distance. So you're going to have the massive center that White has created, but then it's going to be a target. And if you think about battle warfare, the bigger you are on the battlefield, the bigger target you also are on the battlefield. All right. So you may look very powerful and menacing, but I'm just going to pick at you bit by bit by bit. All right. And that is going to be Black's plan in this position. So we can see how Black will go about trying to do this. And if you notice again, Black jumps the knight out, he's picking away at the center. So you see this menacing bishop once more. You see the knight now going, hey, we're picking away at your center. Game continued. White develops his bishop. protecting the knight. And here goes. Remember, we did talk about that race that you're going to see. You're going to see that race of pawns just launching down on both sides of the board, trying to create that attack. Let me ask, Rashan, have you played positions like this before?
A few times. You also mentioned when it came to, I guess, attacking from a distance. I guess sometimes it gives the person an opportunity to kind of overextend, and
Yeah,
and you just kind of can kind of pick them apart that way as well. Um, you mentioned something about the dark square bits, dark square bishop having an advantage of being able to breathe down on it. Now, he gave the white side gave away his dark square bishop
very
early.
early in the game. Very
Yeah,
early. Like at this point, White just gave away the dark square bishop, which allowed for Black to just have this very menacing bishop throughout the game. And at this point, I mean, the early bishop to g5 is not recommended. Normally, the move that would have been played first would have been e4. The bishop might actually come to the e3 square or f4 square, and then the queen would support it. So typically, you'd have a position that looks like this. Instead of that early G bishop to G5, you have a move like a bishop to G4, you know, and you would get the E5 pawn. Also, black would continue the game in such you get typically get this position. So after, well, they want to castle immediately. Okay, don't want the knight to be kicked, so they will get the D6 in. The queen would come to the D2 square, and only after your opponent castle, then you will see the true intention of the bishop, which is to go in to get rid of this dark square bishop in the game. That's the true time when you see white's real intention of putting the queen. I like to teach this as this is the dragon, but this is the dragon slayer. And the only way for this dragon slayer to slay the dragon is with the support of the commander, the queen,
right.
right? So you literally get to slay this dragon bishop. But as a matter of fact, in some high level games between masters, what a lot of masters, and these are games you've seen from the legendary like Kasparov and so forth, they actually value this bishop so much that they sometimes drop the bishop back to the h8 square, giving up the rook.
Hmm.
All right? Because this bishop is going to be so valuable in the attack, they would sometimes drop the bishop back, give up the rook, just to get your dark square bishop. So when white in the very early game just gave up the dark square bishop for the knight, it was a bit of an inaccuracy on the white side. But let's see, white may have a plan. So we are currently here in the game. If we progress to the game, so we can progress to where the game started, transpose it. And like I said, after the move bishop to g4 was played, and we got bishop to e2, we saw a transition of the game where white now hits in the center of the board. And part of that is the best way to counter any wing attack is normally an attack in the center of the board. Um, because we're casting on opposite side of the board, you are expecting to see a full-on attack from white going through to open the black side, the king side, while black is trying to try and open the queen side. However, with the bishop here, the pieces for white are just not coordinated enough to get those open lines going. And with that, white decided to now counter in the center of the board, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Um, Black jumped the knight back, which again looks very bad because your pieces spent the time developing and now they start going back on the background. I mean, sometime in chess we do have to make that step back to move forward. I think Black had an in-between move here of probably giving up this light square bishop as well, playing bishop takes knight first, and after bishop takes, then jumping the knight to a more advanced square into the position. So I think white could have aimed for that, and then to continue with his plan of moving these pawns forward down the board trying to create even more space. And eventually opening the white side. But the knight back to b8 really gave up some space and allowing white to continue with the initiative move forward. This is a long-term advantage though for black. This advantage is something that's not going to go away anytime soon. And that long-term advantage is going to eventually show.
I said that he ended up the white side. If he made a decision to castle on the other side, would the bishop still be as menacing?
Yeah, and it would. It just wouldn't have been as if. So in chess, we tend to have two different types of attacks. The beginner chess player normally go for the attack against the king, which is, it seems like if you're going to attack, why not just attack the king? The master chess player tend to attack space. So you attack where you have an advantage in space. So even with the king being on this side of the board, our attack doesn't necessarily have to be against the king. So it's just that when your attack is against the king, it's more dangerous, because when we attack against the king and we get through, then we're getting checkmate. When we attack against where we have an advantage in space, then what we're doing is that we're trying to create pass bond. We're trying to create structural weaknesses where it's more of a long-term advantage that eventually gets us what we're looking for. So with the king being on this side, you would still have an attack on the queen side. The difference is that white now just wouldn't necessarily have an attack against the king side. So it would be a more secure win for black, or secure gameplay for black, because you wouldn't have to be worried about your opponent attacking you. With the opposite side castling, black has to be concerned that white is able to create that attack against him. So white has to definitely get that attack going, whether to move the knight, get these pawns. So you need to get these pawns on the king side rolling to break open this position. We see the game progressing with, and exactly the same moves we're considering. The knight needs to get here. These pawns need to get going. And that's how you're going to really see the attack going. So bishop takes, knight takes. And the more we trade off these, the less the attack. So black wants to kind of avoid certain trades. You need to get these pawns moved, get this knight back off the background, get these pawns moving. This bishop is the key piece. And we're going to keep an eye on it, because once this bishop is allowed to sit here, once these pawns start moving and the rooks get in line, you're going to see the real power of this dark square bishop here. So we see the knight jumping back, and we're going to get those pawns moving. We're going to see those pawns moving. And again, white also wants to get these pawns moving. So we're in for some excitement on this board. This is the true definition of having an opposite side castling on the board, and both players racing down the board, attacking each other, and it's whoever attack breaks through first. H5. Yep. And immediately we're trying to break the black position. Here, black doesn't want to break it, so black is more likely going to push past. But again, we're trying to break it. F4. Right? And that is all white plan. White needs to break this position apart. Black needs to get his attack going. White is going after black. And again, this happened just because black lost some time in moving the knight back rather than moving forward. So you had to slow down white attack. This is a race. All right. And the thing about this race is the person who keeps moving, like if the movements stay on the king side, then the attack is only on the king side. Black has to get some movement on the queen side. If you don't get any movements on the queen side, then there's no attack on the queen side.
Right.
All right, so we have to get some momentum going on this side for black. White is doing exactly what white needs to do. White has the motion, has the momentum on the king side. And if you notice, every move being made by black is again on the king side. And this is a very nasty move to make, because When you make this move, f6, oh my gosh, it simply just, remember this powerful bishop we talked about? Yeah, you just cocoon that bishop. Now, that bishop is like, ooh, you call that bishop a solo tall pawn. You know, it's just there. It's like being tomb. This bishop is entombed where it is. So when we talked about the fire that bishop would breathe into the game, with this pawn on f6, you're just like, you just locked yourself in the room with a grenade and you pull the pin. You know? So it's not going to be doing very much for black at this moment. So right now, black might want to say, hey, I want to continue. I want to continue, whether it's g4, knight here, and I'm going in full steam ahead. As a matter of fact, I like this square. This is the square for white. I'm giving white a big advantage at this moment. I like this square. So I'm thinking knight here and knight here. That's the square I want for my knight. And that's one of the good things about chess. You get to look at the board and you visualize where you want your pieces to be. And you just make moves to get them there. So I just immediately see this e6 square. I'm like, wow, that's a dream square. If I can get my knight to this square, it don't even matter what happens else in the game. I just know I'm winning just by getting my knight to this square on the board.
Before pushing the knight there, would you suggest the pawn going to f5 first to maybe kind of lock that bishop in?
Yeah. So I mean, pushing the pawn at f4, it's two counts, and I mean it's definitely a good idea to completely trap this bishop in. One of the things that I also think of a drawback is that when I push this pawn, is like I give this knight a square. So yeah, I'm going to completely dominate this bishop, but then I'm going to allow this knight to completely dominate back into a square. So I want to keep that tension. Since my opponent can't take, he can't take, and he can't push past, because if he push past, I'm breaking through. I don't want to lock it up entirely. So it's a very committal move. If I push the f4 pawn, f5 immediately, it's very committal. And one other thing is that I have to look at that entry square. How do I get in? And remember we talked about earlier that we have to bust that position open. We have to open it. If we close it down permanently for black, then black may be secure. Black may get that sense of security that he's looking for if we close it up entirely. So I want to keep the tension. So I want black to always have that threat that, hey, at any point I can bust this open. So you're not safe. You know, you don't have that security. If I push it immediately, then he's like, oh, well, I can now breathe easy. You know, I don't want to give black that luxury to breathe easy just yet. So I want to get this knight definitely to that square. So, oh, black went this way. So white went this way. So I guess white is looking at this square. You see, the difference between this square and this square is that here I attack everything.
Right.
I attack the queen, the rook, the bishop. I attack c7. I attack everything. So I like this square a little bit more than this square. But the idea is here. It's getting a knight in. And here we go. The first opportunity that white got, white says, let's go. Black says, let's go. Let's start making some movement. Let's start gaining some momentum, some traction on the queen side. The problem with this is this bishop. It's no longer that piece it once was, you know?
Right.
So the knight jumped in there, and we know that was a plan. And black is like, yo, you know what? This bishop is no longer as good as it once was, so you can take it. You can definitely take that bishop. And I have to bear in mind that you can't really break through, because this pawn right now is like an umbrella pawn. That pawn is going to give you some protection, because you can't break through your own pawn. So when we're pushing down, the intention wasn't just to get those pawns advanced. It was to create open lines.
Right.
And we haven't managed to open any lines just yet. So we still have to be focused on how do we get some line open. And if you notice, this knight is coming in. Right? This knight is coming in. It's getting to better squares. I still like the idea of going c5, of going down. We need to open some lines leading to the king. And that's when we're going to really see the attack going. The knight captured, I definitely wouldn't capture that bishop because at the moment that bishop was dangerous, but it's no longer dangerous. So I wouldn't capture it. My knight was in a much better place. I want my opponent to worry about this knight. And this is the part of chess where we said the threat is greater than the executional. Now say that again. The threat is greater than the executional. So threatening to capture that bishop was a lot more menacing than capturing the bishop. Once we capture that bishop, the threat is no longer there.
Right.
We literally just gave up our ace in up our sleeve, you know? So what we should have done is just keep the knight there. Just keep it there. Let's
release some of the pressure.
Say again, Rashad.
Let's say just release some of the pressure.
I didn't hear that.
I was saying it seems like you just kind of released some of the pressure by taking him.
Yeah, exactly. So we definitely did a bit of that. By capturing, you just kind of ease up the pressure. And like I said, when you're attacking, if you're the side that is attacking, you want to keep more pieces on the board because the more of these pieces you take off the board, the more you're liquidating the attack. The attack is just literally going downhill from there, you know? We're converting more to the end game. But the more you keep these pieces on the board, the stronger the attack can go. You can start developing some mass, some momentum, get it going, you know? So again, and this is where we have to learn that 1-2 step. So in the position here, my 1-2 step is 1, 2, and I'm getting the other knight in. I told you, I mean, this square in e6 is like prime real estate. If you're playing Monopoly on the board right now, you need to get to boardwalk. This is boardwalk for white. White wants to get to that square with his knight. And imagine having 2 knights here, one here and there for f5 square, one here on the e6 square. Oh my gosh. That's what, if you have had a nightmare in chess, this is having a nightmare within a nightmare. All right. So getting these 2 knights here, you can just see the damage that you're able to do to your opponent. Well, no, you're just simply threatening to capture the bishop for free. And if the bishop drop back, then you're actually threatening to just knight takes and you're checkmating your opponent. It's as simple as that, you know? So it's sometimes just getting the pieces to those dream squares, those squares that you literally can just say, hey, you're going to have a problem, bro. You're going to have some serious problem. So the game progressed with knight takes, the king takes, pawn takes, and here we see where white just liquidated the attack. And once you did that, you just open the position. Notice how this rook now is just such a wonderful piece and an open line. And black is doing perfectly fine now in this position. It looks like the king is a little bit exposed, but it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Like black has nothing to worry about in this position. And we're going to see it. Black is just going to play with so much easier. B3, the idea of B3 here is to prevent this knight from jumping into the C4 square, which is a square I wanted black to take up a long time. Because if you do come here and then your opponent kick you, you can jump back to even a better square and the E5 square. And like I said, at this stage, you just want to look, where are going to be the ideal squares for my pieces? So the knight not being able to come to this square anymore and to the C4 square anymore will probably look to go back to the D7 square and eventually jump into the E5 square. So that may be the plan now for the black side. And the queen took the square instead. The queen now went in for check, and it's fine. Well, king step. There are little pieces in the attack. So Again, very good. White is taking the file. And again, in chess, we say to take is a mistake. So black doesn't want to take, because if you take the rook, then you're giving up the file. So you really don't want to take that rook. So both rooks are just having a staring contest at the moment, just staring down at each other saying, hey, I want the file. No, I want the file. But the person who budges first is the person who's going to be at disadvantage. The problem is that this knight is looking very silly over here. It's just not doing anything. B3 just completely say, hey, you're a no, you know? Nothing is going to happen for you over here. And the queen took the square for the knight. So I'd love to have my knight on this square. And it's back. All right? And sometimes we have to be able to make those little moves in chess. So probably moving the queen here, probably going after this pawn. And I don't even want to take the pawn, because if I take the pawn, then I allow my opponent a line to attack. So I want white to keep this pawn right here. That pawn is going to be my protector. That pawn is going to help black more than black knows.
Right.
So probably moving my queen out, getting my knight to this really lovely square, and everything is fine. He made an early pawn push. Again, I don't want to open the center. Not yet. I control the file. I just want to double, get my pieces to better square. My knight would be lovely on that square. If right here we see where white can en passant. Now en passant, and we should see it happening. Yeah, exactly. Very good. White just en passant. Now en passant is actually the last known chess. This is a bit of chess history now. Is the last known movement change made to the game of chess, where a pawn is able to capture a pawn by not moving to the square the pawn is on. Right? This is the only time in chess that you actually have a piece capturing a piece, but not going to the square that piece is on. All right? And that's en passant, which is French for in passing. So technically, white just captured the pawn because it tried to pass two squares. Back then, pawns were only allowed to move one square for the entire game. And when the pawns were allowed to move two squares on the starting move, we had the idea of getting this pawn to capture came about, and we had en passant. This change took place over 500 years ago and was the last change made to the game of chess. So we have the en passant. And what we have now is white being left with what is called an isolated pawn. So this pawn on e4 is an isolated pawn. So black is going to try and put some pressure on that pawn, trying to win it. The knight jumping, I guess white is saying, hey, I'm going to get rid of this isolated pawn. You think that white is probably playing here for a more drawn-ish position. He's also threatening to trade. So you figure like this move definitely forces an exchange of knights. We get rid of the isolated pawn, and this is now looking to be a very drawn game. So pawn takes, yeah. And we're seeing a very drawn-ish endgame right now. One of the things is that white is actually threatening now to just capture. Like, this is a very interesting position. This is a drawn-ish endgame, looking very drawn, equal pawn structure, equal endgame. We're threatening to win a rook right here. So with this move, we're now adding two attackers onto the f1 rook. So what does white do in this position? White played rook e1, but that move gives up the pawn. All right? It gives up the pawn on g1. And like I said, these two pawns are hanging. But again, the pawns have different value at this moment. Like, which pawn is better? Which pawn do you want? Do you want this pawn? Do you want this pawn? I'm taking this pawn. And the reason for this is simple. If I take this pawn, I now have a pass pawn. This pawn is now a pass pawn that can be promoted. If I take this pawn on the other hand, I'm now opening up a line to my king, and I don't want that. So let's see which pawn black takes. Oh dear. That's good. Go ahead, Rashad.
I think if he had taken the other pawn, I don't know if I'm seeing it right, it might have been something a little bit more dangerous for him, because the rook would then go to Interesting.
G1.
To 7. So yeah, she would end up going to it was E7.
Oh, yes, you're seeing
Yeah.
the tactic. Very good. So, and I may have missed that because you're saying if we take this pawn, rook down check, and you're getting mated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I may have. Yeah, you're right, Rashad. So if taking this pawn, rook basically going to E7. So that was the main idea for white, sacrificing the pawn. He wanted to go with the idea of check, and it doesn't matter where the king goes. Well, the king only has one square, which is here, and then you get queen to G7 checkmate. So the difference is by taking on the H5 with the rook now going down check, then you at least have rook to F7 blocking the check, which doesn't allow for that mate. Very good. So yeah, so with the rook down check, you know of rook block. But wait a second. Do we have the rook? So the second rook comes into play. And this is going to get really interesting because now when the rook here, white has this, I think white has a really good move here. White, there's this move I'm looking at. I'm not sure if you're looking at it as well. It's a very pretty move to play. I'm looking at this move here, and it's queen to F6.
Mm.
I'm just looking at that move and like, it's just one of those moves that you just want to play. Queen to F6. And you just put that queen in front of your opponent and say, guess what? Can't touch this. Can touch this. You know? And it's just adding that addition element of pressure onto your opponent. The problem is I think that you can evade it with a move just queen back to G6, but you definitely can't take the rook. Because if the rook takes check, you're getting mated once more, or at least losing the queen. All right. So it's one of those moves that you just surprise your opponent with. You played queen back, and yeah, again you can see the idea of the move. Queen back is a very lovely move. Just putting some additional pressure on the C7 pawn. And here, white went. So white and both players are playing a very high level game here at the moment. With queen to H5 saying, hey, if you take this pawn, I'm going to take your rook check, which is a nice queen sacrifice. So I think the game is now, this is where the game is. And white just played the move queen takes C7. And I think black now has the move queen takes E1, sacrificing the queen. That's the move. White just blundered. White just blundered by taking back the pawn. This is now the live game. This is now the live game. And black has the amazing queen sacrifice and the E1 square. And I think black will find it. What do you think, Rashad? You think black will find it?
I think so. It looks like he set up for it.
This is like a lovely move. Like when you find moves like this, you just literally it's that move where you rub it in, you know, because that's just a free rook. You can't take because your opponent just take back your queen, and if you move your king, your opponent takes the other rook, so you're losing both rooks. You're losing both rooks in the position immediately. So, wow. And as we can see, black is taking their time. This is the live position. This is the live position. I think we had a move on the board. We would have to get a live feed. I think we may have had a move on the board because we're seeing where black time is out. And we're not seeing a move from black. We're not seeing a result there yet. But this is the position that we're seeing here. But this is one of those positions where you see it and the tactic is just there, you know, just have that lovely tactic of just sacrificing the queen. which is kind of the holy grail of chess when you get to sacrifice a queen. I think every single chess player look for that moment where you sacrifice your queen against your opponent. It's one of the most delightful things you can get to playing chess. That queen sacrifice.
Actually, if we could go back a few moves, I was looking at something. Instead of the queen going to white queens, going to c3, I was wondering if it would have been better if it had gone to maybe d3 or even
This is when the queen went to
e4.
c3 here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was wondering if maybe if he went to
You're saying the queen should have probably gone to d2 or
d3.
d3 check.
I'm wondering
Yeah,
if maybe he would
I
have had
think
something better there.
White didn't want to get black out of the pin willingly. So I think White was still trying to control the narrative of the position by keeping this rook pinned. So I think with the check, you allow your opponent to just step back, and if they step back to the g8 square, I think what it does is it gets rid of the pin, and it brings another defender to this rook. So I think that's what White was trying to avoid. So White was just simply saying, hey, I want to take the pressure off. But I think c3 was actually a pretty good move. I think Black found a very interesting idea with queen to h4. But we had to see, I think Black now had to see in this position the other in-between move of pawn push to g3. I think the g3 move is what would have really made this move, queen to c3, a winning move. So you had to find the g3 as well and force the black queen to do something.
Right.
Force the black queen. So it's sure that black win. I think black did the sacrifice in the game because it's saying black won. So probably after queen takes, black did sacrifice the queen and he won. The game, probably white resigned in the position. So it's showing that black won from here. So I'm thinking white may have resigned in the position.
Okay.
We're not seeing the movement on the board, but I think white may have resigned. But like I said, a very tactical finish in the end game. But I think white finding g3 keeps the game fully in progress because you're getting back the pawn for sure, and you're keeping that initiative going on. But very, very interesting. If I would love to see it on the board though, see that queen sacrifice, and yeah, that's it. That's the nail in the coffin right there. If we go back to the live window, we have a game. We have a live game here in view. Can we see the board number there? Is that board? Can we see?
3? Is that 3?
It's board 3. All right, great. So that's board 3. All right, so let's see if we can pull up the board 3 game to see what is the live feature on the board 3 game. Not seeing the live feed on that game, but yes, that is the game that is being played because we're seeing results for the other games at the moment. We're seeing results for board 1, board 2, board 4, board 5. We're seeing the other results. So we know that board 3 game is being played live at the moment. So if we can probably get a closer look on that board, yes, we see it's the board 3, but we're not seeing the live feed from it. So if we can get a closer look at the board itself. So one of the first things we tend to do, we have a little glare on the white pieces, so it's going to be a little bit harder on. All right, so looking at pieces off the board, we think we see where black is immediately up material. So black has a material advantage right there. So we're seeing 3 minor pieces. Oops. Don't want to disturb the players. Yeah, it does happen. That's fine. So we're seeing where white has a slight advantage We see a queen trade taking place now at the moment. Just to the queen. More likely we're going to get a recapture of the queen. But black is definitely up material. Black seems to be up a minor piece at the moment on the board. And we, similar to the first game that we looked at, we see where black still has that dark square bishop breathing fire down into the game. Not much of an attack going on, but I'm seeing probably with the idea of getting the rooks coordinated and getting b5 in should give. But I mean, your opponent, you're just up a whole piece here. Should be very straightforward. Yeah, trade into victory. Was that bishop takes rook? So now we're up a piece and an exchange. Yeah. So I think black is just putting the final nails in the coffin now, because I'm seeing a bishop, a knight, and 2 rooks for black. And white only has a rook, and is that a bishop and the a3 square over there? If I can make this board a little bigger, if we can give the viewers a bigger view of this board. We see those rooks doubling up, and that's it. That's going to be trouble. Going to see moves like the knight just jumping off the square, opening that line, going up, and the rooks coming down on the back, and that's going to be mate. So I think that's the idea where black is setting up for now, right now. Oops, that's it. That loses the game. That's checkmate. That's it. Knight in check. Knight into e2. Oh no, he didn't go for the mate. He went for just the rook. So you should have gone knight to e2, king over to f1, rook takes rook check, king takes knight, rook down, and that would have been the cleaner option. I think he just went for the double in the pawns. Oh no, he didn't take the knight. So now he's just going to be losing the rook for free. So rook takes rook check. He's tying with him now. Yeah, so now the king goes back over, attacking the knight. Rook takes rook check. The king now gets a knight. But he gave up the knight in this situation. Yeah. Yeah, we see where black is just toying with white now. Setting up the mating attack. Finishing off his opponent. See how we'll do it. But earlier we saw where he could have definitely gone for the mate. White is trying to get that pawn going down the board, but sadly it's not a pass pawn. Black may play rook takes f7 here. If he goes for the bishop check first, or he dropped the bishop back. Black is being very tricky. He take the pawn, he's attacking the bishop. Wait, that bishop is trapped. So there goes another piece for the white side. The bishop on a3 is now trapped, can't go anywhere. Maybe he can play this idea of b5, rook takes b4, but I mean it's really over at this point for white. It's really over at this point for white.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to capture all his pieces at this point.
Yeah, if you notice the composure from black, it's like, yeah, this is a walk in the park at this moment, He's just going, and that's at some point is the level of confidence for on one side. So yeah, he's going for the idea. So he's trying to create that little pass pawn where if black now takes the pawn, a last trick in the position. Okay, he doesn't. So now he's going to push the other pawn, but I mean, they're really not going anywhere. Yeah. So that was the last trick that white was trying to find the position, and black said, no, your pawn's really not going anywhere. I'm going to capture them. I'm going to checkmate you. And yeah, we should see this game wrapping up in a few more moves. I like the idea of just containing that king. Don't let the king move up any further. For those wondering, white could possibly be trying to giving away those pawns at this moment, realizing, hey, my opponent wants to take all the pawns. All right, keep taking, and we can probably end up getting a stalemate on the board. So I'm assuming Someone might say, "Oh wait, the position is over; it's done with." You know, um, white is black is completely winning, but white is not resigning. And one of the reasons white not resigning is because white is saying, "Well, if my opponent wants to capture all my pawns, I'll let it. Maybe I can get a stalemate." Typically, not what you'll see happening at this level, but who knows? One can dream, right?
Right.
Yeah, I believe one can dream. One can hope that I can get half a point rather than zero from the game. So let's see. And this is when you have to be mindful of your objective and not just try to. Ooh, we saw a touch there. He touched the rook. What is he going to do? Can we get that view? I'm going to stop sharing this screen so we can get a bigger view of the board. Yes. And believe it or not, we have seen it. That's checkmate. Yeah. So that's checkmate. So he set it up with the rook and a2, cutting off the king from coming back to the g2 square, and rook h1 is checkmate. And the h5, the f5 push was really to keep the king concealed. But if you notice, the king was in a position where it really couldn't move, so the stalemate was looming. All right, an interesting start. Sorry. Yeah, I had a busy week teaching chess for, so my voice, my throat is still in recovery. I've been taking quite a few of these. Won't quite say unless they can sponsor Inez 3. I won't quite say the name that has been giving me my voice back. All right, so as we're getting ready for round 2, I know Inez is behind the scene. But what do you think, Rashawn? A pretty interesting first round, don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't get to see all the games, but this is one of the cool things about ID chess is that you can literally go back through, like even after the games, we can always go back through, look at the games and see what went wrong, what went right, and what are some of the interesting openings that were played, some tactical maneuvers that took place throughout the games, you know?
Yeah.
I think ID chess is just such a wonderful platform to record and save games. I'm sure there are many brilliant games that have been played in the history of chess, and we just don't have any record of it.
Right.
Imagine if we had ID chess from back in the 17s, 18s when these legendary players were playing, that we just don't have those score sheets and records of the games from, you know?
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see how the games were played out before the Passato. Whether that they got jammed up or how they managed to kind of still break through, the chain structure.
Yeah, I just think we have so many wonderful games that were probably lost because we didn't have the technology or something like ID chess back then. But well, can't complain about what happened in the past. We can now say, hey, no more games will be lost with ID chess. All right, so this was board 2. We're not seeing the board 3 game, but from the board 2 game, we can look back and see how it happened. So we have another d4, e6, and we see this little setup here where again white normally just take this massive control of the center, and black just holds back until bam tries to hit that center, and white advance. A little premature hit on the center, and white advance saying, hey, I'm going for the space. So now this position looks like an advanced French with some misplaced pieces. Knight jumping into g4, and that knight is going to be kicked around a few times. And the more that knight moves around, it's going to probably end up on a very bad square where it gets captured. So knight just jumps up. If you think about it, that knight just went 1. So it moved from g8 to f6, f6 to g4. And now white should really kick it again. And the only square it will be able to move to is going to be to the h6 square. So that knight literally took a tour while you still have other pieces that need to be developed. Right? And yeah, h3, it has to move again. And when it moved, you just made one move with this bishop from c1 to capture that knight. So I invested one move in a piece that you invested 3 moves in. And when you recapture, you now have these double pawns on the side of the board. And this is some of that little minor advantage that the advanced player use against the lesser advanced player. You know? So this is now a positional advantage for white by just capturing that knight, and you just leave your opponent with double pawns, and they just wasted 3 moves in a piece that is no longer on the board. You know? And we're locking it down. The idea of c5, white said, well, I'm locking it down. I don't need to break. I mean, I would have, yeah, I mean, I like to keep tension in position. So I would have probably kept it there, keep developing my other pieces. But white said, well, I'm locking it down. I'm not letting this bishop come out here. Thing is that bishop can always come out elsewhere, whether I can play h5, bishop to h6, bishop to g7. So knight jumped in here again. I don't necessarily want to move this knight. Again, you move this knight, it can get kicked again, you know, and you have to move it again. And this is something that, whether it's nerves, but players tend to move pieces to square that they have no intention or future with piece, because here I'm asking myself, where is this knight going? Is it going here? No, it's not, because the queen will capture it. Is it going here? No, it's not. The bishop would capture it. So is it going to go back here? Probably not, because then the bishop still captures. I know you have 2 double pawns. So where is this knight going? And the answer is nowhere. And if the knight is not going anywhere, then just leave it, you know? The knight gets kicked, and it goes back to the same square that it's coming from. All right? So at this point, you really want to just finish your development, complete your development, get your pieces out, castle your king, get to safety, and then come up with a plan thereon, moving forward, you know? And here comes white, seizing on that space advantage, you know? Yep. You see that knight that you moved 2 times? I'm going to force it to move it again. And white is just playing with a very simple, straightforward plan. All right, give me 1 second. Prashant, 1 second.
Okay.
As we wait and the next round start, give me 1 sec.
So how are you doing, Rashawn? Learn anything?
Made a few notes. I saw a few tactics.
So do you think you're ready to play?
Well,
I mean,
you know
I know you play, but I'm saying, do you think you're ready for the big leagues, the USMCL?
If he's here, I'd go ahead and play.
Excuse me?
I said, I mean, I wouldn't run from the board, but you know, I wouldn't mind playing just to kind of see how I would do.
Right. Well, as you can see, it could be very intense. I really enjoy listening to Ryan's commentary. So he's one of the few people that can take chess and really make it interesting. So I love his approach. Thought maybe you'd get a little bit out of it, because I know you play 24/7, just like most chess players. So
I get my games in.
Excuse me?
I said I get my games in.
Yeah. So I'm anxious to see what you take away from this experience. So what's happening now is I believe they're preparing for round two, and the boards are being loaded. And so in just a moment, they will let us know that that the pairing is done, and we'll be able to pick up again. So in the meantime, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I know Ryan has been nursing a little bit of a throat issue. We already talked about it. It's not COVID, so he's all good. But you know, when you've been talking a lot and you know how that irritation just hits your throat, and all it has to do is catch you in that one moment where you almost can't breathe and it's scratchy. So we're going to let him take care of his throat. We're going to take a little bit of a break, allow Samuel, who is working so diligently behind the scenes to connect the boards and making sure that we have all of our information. We're going to give them a minute to do what they need to do. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be right back.
All right.
Chess is a game accessible to anyone, even for those who still can't read and write. But for effective learning, it is important to record and analyze every game played. We are introducing ID Chess, a platform for recognizing games on a real chessboard using artificial intelligence algorithms. ID Chess records the player's moves and saves them in chess notation. You can watch and analyze the games immediately after they have ended. To record games with ID Chess, you only need a mobile phone and a special holder, which is included in the kit. Set up your holder on the table where the chessboard is. Run the application. Attach the phone to the holder according to the user guide. Click the Start Game button. After completing the game, click the Save button. The recording will immediately be available for analysis in ID Chess. With ID Chess, you can share your games with your coach, friends, or family. You can also share your live games wherever you are. Just take ID Chess with you. Now, tournaments can be broadcast for the large audience, and fans can watch the game directly on any device. The application helps both children and adults, beginners as well as professional players, achieve your goals in playing chess. ID Chess digitizes and saves your game. And what you have to do is to concentrate on the most important thing, the right moves. Win with ID Chess.
Okay, so it looks like we are watching a live shot from Hotel Barmoy, and I believe that's the correct pronunciation. If not, somebody in the chat just let me know. But it's a live shot, and this is Freetown, Sierra Leone, and this is our second USMCL chess qualifier. Last week we had Liberia, and that was very interesting. A lot of interesting games, and I don't know if the games are interesting or that Ryan just makes it interesting. So as you could tell if you were a part of our broadcast last week, I am very much a novice when it comes to the game of chess. As I said, I'm familiar with it. I know how the pieces move, and I could last about a minute. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say a minute, because now these games, the blitz and bullet and things like that, are actually faster, and they're about a minute. But I do enjoy how it relates to life, and just a lot of benefits that come from just learning the game of chess. Even if you're not going to be on the circuit and worry about whether or not you reach levels of master, grandmaster, but I think the camaraderie and are of value. So. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm good. Did I miss anything?
We took a break. I'm gonna bring you back in here. Um, we took a break, and my background is acting crazy. I
Mhm.
don't know. Today is, I think the tech mites are in the system, so it's problematic. So I'm going to work on that and then come back on screen. So Rashawn, in the middle of your taking care of your throat. By the way, is everything okay? You sound clearer. You sound
I,
better.
Rashawn is not in the studio. You pull him in.
No, he's not. So
Okay.
he actually, I had asked that he come on. He had just come in. He works through the night, so he kind of bowed out, but he wants to come back. He said he picked up. He made a lot of notes,
Uh-huh.
a lot of notes from your commentary. And actually, we've been getting really good feedback with your commentary. So,
Okay.
yeah, very thorough in not just understanding the game of chess and the mind of the players, but also to be able to anticipate the moves and the options, you know. And so, yeah, so that's great. But yeah, he will definitely be back. I wanted him to come on, and because chess players are always the best in their mind. I
Mhm.
shouldn't say that, I would get in trouble, you know, until they come up against a better chess player, and then it's like, okay, all right, there's some stuff that I need to learn. And so I think it's always good. But listen, let me just, I just want to make sure that I complete my thought on, this is Sierra Leone, and we are walking through the qualifier, and the qualifier is set up for 4 countries in Africa. That's going to be Liberia, which we saw last week, Sierra Leone, which we're watching now. Next week, it will be Kenya, and the following week will be Nigeria. And from that, uh, the teams will be formed, the 3-man team will be formed that will play against one another for an opportunity to then ultimately play against our league here in the States. So we're excited about this relationship. We're excited about the opportunity that this brings. And a big part of what we do is not just the game of chess. As I said, I love chess for the fact that even though I don't play per se, I love chess because of the alignment that it has to the same strategy that you need to be successful in life and applying it. Okay. And so that's what's happening. That's what we're doing. We're looking forward to the growth and the development and the relationships that we're building through. And so, yeah. And so, Ryan, you've kind of been here from almost from the inception, from it transitioning from just a small event into the Battle of the Masters, and now we're here with USMCL. And I thought about it the other day. I said, well, as long as I've known Ryan, I don't think I've ever met him in person. I don't think we've ever met
Not
in person.
yet. Not yet.
Right, exactly. So I guess we've forged many relationships, most of whom I've not met in person. Whoa, okay, I'm still here. It's okay. But anyway, so yes, I just wanted to give the viewers a background as to who we are, what we're doing, and why we're doing it, and hopefully we will grow our base. People will subscribe. Please subscribe to our channel. We'll have a lot of great content. And yeah, so Ryan, what do you think thus far?
Very exciting game so far. I mean, one other thing is that we are seeing, Rashawn and I were seeing some positions that were very tactical. Normally, first round match, you don't really have many upsets because how the tournament is paired, it's based off the highest rated player.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on the top half would play the bottom half. So what you end up having is all the rated players are playing against the unrated players. So first round, is normally going to be kind of like a little walk in the park for the rated players. Round
Okay.
two kind of get more heated up, where you know have these players who all won the game playing against these players who won their games. So round two it gets heated up, and that's when you really start seeing getting cracking. You start seeing upset. There weren't
Mhm.
any. If I think just going through the standings at the moment, just refreshing the standings, I didn't see any upsets in round one, which means all the rated players won their games. All right. There was a close game, however, on board one with the highest rated player and an unrated player. And I think that game could have gone either way with the right ideas. But again, it's a learning process. And with chess, it's more than just trying to win that game. It's what you get from the game. And I always say that in a game of chess, there are three results. Okay, the win, draw, you can learn from it.
Okay.
So that
Are the ones that you learn from necessarily the ones that you lose, or do you just learn more from the ones that you lose?
I think you learn more from the ones you lose.
Yeah. So I was watching that last game, and I'm thinking when you were saying, okay, Black is going to go in for the checkmate, and he didn't. I'm wondering, did he intentionally drag it out? I think you mentioned something about, okay, he's playing with them. So is he confident enough to know that there's no way his opponent can win, and so thereby he's just taking a walk through the park?
Yeah, he eased up off the gas pedal. He was confident enough. He knew the game was in the bag. He knew his opponent had no chance of coming back. So he was at that point. He was just making the move. He wasn't necessarily making his best moves. Like in chess, when you look at the board, you tend to look. The longer you look at the board, the better your moves will get. So your first move is, this is my candidate move. Okay, I can do this. And then you look at it longer, you realize, oh wait, if I can do this, this is might be a better move. And then you assess. Now, when you get to a point where you realize like anything you do is winning, you tend not to burn so much time or energy in converting. So if he was in a more difficult position where the position was equal, then you would have been looking for the most accurate moves to continue or to convert. His opponent realizing that, wait, I'm winning no matter what, just decided to move, just to move, I'm going to convert no matter what. So I'm just moving. I don't have to burn anything. I have a lot of time on the clock. I have all the pieces on the board. Yeah. And the only time he actually slowed down to make sure he was being accurate was when he realized that his opponent was trying to get a stalemate. Upon realizing that, he realized, wait a second, the only way I can mess up our blunder in this position is if I actually stalemate the game. I still can't lose, but I might put myself in a position where I don't win. Right? And that was the only time he slowed down and he said, let me just make sure I convert this properly.
Yeah.
And, spent a little bit more time, bam, bam, and he delivered the checkmate.
Yeah, and you definitely saw it because he was absolutely looking very nonchalant.
Yeah.
As if he had not a care in the world. But you saw the moment that you were talking about where you might have said, "Oh, okay, hey, wait a minute, I need to pay attention here." But I would say that that's kind of similar to in a football game when the game is kind of won. Then they pull their best athletes out and they send in the reserves. So you can't really send in the reserves when you're playing chess. So you then become the reserve player.
Yeah. I mean, you just stop running as hard, especially if you know you have a next game that is going to be played right afterwards. You're going to be, you want to reserve that energy. You see it in a lot of sports, even in track and field. In track, especially, the player might look and realize, oh, wait, I'm running a 100-meter. There's nobody close to me. Ease up off the gas. He doesn't have to press as hard anymore. It could be a 400-meter, ease up off the gas. So players do it in a lot of sports. All right, so look like as if we're getting ready to start. So I'm going to pull up these boards. And yes, we do have round two. And yeah, we know of the names and everything on the board. So
Great.
um, yeah, so we have these, and now for round two, this is where we now see where all the rated players are now paired against each other.
Okay.
So we're able to see such closer match, and this is one of the things that make a Swiss system very exciting. It's
Hmm.
where the winners play the winners, and you keep leveling up. So you
Okay.
have the groups. So now all the players who have won their first round games are now playing against players who also won their first round games.
Okay.
So this is where it really gets exciting. And we once more have that. So we always take a close look at our top seed because there's a lot more pressure on that player to do well, and that's the candidate master. It's Ansumana Kamara.
Ansamana Kamar. Yes.
Yeah. So he's our highest rated player in the tournament and also the only title player in the tournament. So there's a lot of pressure on him to do very well. He's now playing against the number 6 seed in the tournament.
Number 16.
Number 6.
Oh, number 6. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And let's see who we have here because we do have, I believe, some bios on some of the players. So let's see.
So just to run through the parents, I mean, I'm not familiar with these players, but I'll share an interesting fact with you. In the last Olympia 2024, we played, if I'm not mistaken, we played Sierra Leone in round three of
Oh,
the
okay.
in round three of the Olympiad. We played them, and it was a very interesting match. Um, to be honest, they did very well against the rest of the Caribbean countries.
Mm-hmm.
Very well against the Caribbean countries. But we managed to get the better, I would say, in that match. But it was
Okay. So
a
does that mean that you won, is what you're saying?
huh?
I said, are you saying that the Cayman Islands
Yes. The
won?
result, we got 3.5 out of half in that match against the female team.
Okay.
But it was a very tough match. I remember the last round game with our board four player and Vito, who is now our national female champion actually,
No,
um,
okay.
came right down to a very close finish draw. Very close draw.
But you still won.
Yeah, so at the Olympiad, it's 4 players per round, and to win, you just need to score 2.5
Yeah, okay.
out of the four. In our match, we scored 3.5.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to pull up so we can. You mentioned you're not very familiar with some of the players, so we do have a little information, and I just want to make sure that I'm pulling up the correct player. And I believe Ansamana is playing against Joseph. Is this Joseph? Can you help me out with the pronunciation of the
Yeah,
name?
that's Joseph Teneniki.
Okay. It's a learning experience for me. Well, not a learning experience, but the experience of the pronunciation of the names.
I
Beautiful
hope
names.
I didn't slaughter the name either.
You know what? I'm going to go with you because I probably would have done not quite as well. And so Joseph is, I guess he's 27, 28 years old.
Hmm.
Okay. His rating is 1655 international rating.
Yeah.
Okay. So just a little bit about who and Samana. So now when you have a player, the difference in a league such as this and you have a player like Unsumana is
Yeah.
1920. The difference, the variant in the
Well,
rating. How
he's
does that score?
1 second. So Joseph is a 6 rated seed player in the event, and he's now playing against the number 1 rated player. And I'm not sure if the player we're looking at here, who is Camaro, if he's the number 1 player in Sierra Leone as well. But this, and I assume that Joseph is also a junior. What age you say Joseph is?
Joseph is 28 years old.
Oh, so Joseph is not a junior player. So Joseph would also be a veteran player. But hey, going up against a much higher rated player, almost a 300 rating difference, normally creates a little expectation. It does put pressure on the higher rated player as well. And that's one of the reasons why I said this game is going to be a very interesting game. This is where the tournament really start getting heated up. This is where you really start seeing players showing what they are made of. They start showing their metal at this point.
Okay. And again, I want to apologize for not being on the screen. I'd love to be on the screen. I did kind of test my background. It's still not working. I don't know why. It was working just fine. And so pardon me, pardon my absence, but I am here. And hopefully we'll get things worked out so that I'll come back on screen. But yeah, so does it count more against the higher ranking player when, say, for instance, I think you mentioned that he probably has more to lose. Should he lose to the lower rated player?
Well, when you say if he should lose, I mean, first of all, nobody wants to lose.
Well,
um,
I'm trying to be careful in, selecting my words, but
yeah. So what happened is that there on the scorecard, the higher rated players have an expectation of winning. So if you think about sports betting, if Brazil was going up against the Cayman Islands, then we say, well, I'm going to bet on Brazil 10-1 to beat the Cayman Islands. They it's football. Brazil is one of the top teams in the world. They have won the most World Cups, stuff like that. So when you look, we normally use that measuring system in chess, which is your rating. So your ratings create an expectation for you to deliver, for you to basically say, hey, this is what I am capable of. This is what I'm going to deliver on the board. When you have a player who is rated 300 rating points above another player, then there's a high expectation that this player will beat the lower rated player. And this is one of the things that make chess also so exciting, because you do have lower rated players beating much higher rated players. And that's the excitement factor. We can't call the game because of the ratings.
Right.
That excitement factor with the David slaying Goliath then comes into play. Right? And this also put the higher rated player under a little bit more pressure, because the expectation is there of this higher rated player to win the game.
Right.
And when you put that expectation to win the game, and you realize that, wait a second, it's not going as planned. This person, he has a lot more to lose as well. Because you have a lot more to lose in terms of ratings. Ratings. Players like to protect their ratings.
Right. You said ratings, and then ratings. That's about it, right? They want to protect the ratings. So, okay. Well, the thing about this tournament, I think we have 4 female players, and then there are 3 youth that are under 18 that are participating. Now, the thing is, for the USMCL, our league is currently male, but we are looking forward to hopefully next year to incorporate women So we like to see them play. I know in Liberia there's some really strong contestants. So what do you say about the ladies and how they're coming along?
Well, I mean, like I said, Sierra Leone, they had a female team at the last Olympiad. And like I said, we played against them and they put up a really good match. I mean, it was a really good fight. I mean, our players were, it was a very close match to say. The final results probably didn't see it that way. When you have a close match, the final result might be 2-2, you know? We won two, we won two. And when that game is played to say both players are evenly matched, then the game would end in a draw. But there are times when it just takes one mistake and that's it. So the much higher rated player just need to make one mistake, and that player and the lower rated player just need to see it and be able to capitalize on it.
Right.
And the
Okay.
scorecard, all the score, the tally and the scorecard don't matter anymore. Kind of like going to that boxing match and you're calling out the scorecard. I want this guy has a age advantage, have a reach advantage, have a weight advantage, and have all these advantage, and you just get that one little nip.
Mhm. So that's all you need is one opening to get you in. Okay, so it looks like round 2 is starting. So let's see what's going on. Let's see what's happening here.
Well, I must say the players look very comfortable. It's a lovely venue that they're playing in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we have movements on the board. So we can zoom in and we can pick up on board 2. I haven't seen any movement yet on board 1, which will be focusing a lot on the top board. But we see board 2, we see an Italian for white, it's in an Italian setup. And we're seeing we're black here. And when I'm calling the score, I would like to know that black is the higher rated player. Winston is the higher rated player. So Winston is the board favorite and board 2.
Mm-hmm.
And we see where Winston is playing a very subtle setup. I mean, ideas of h6. These are what you call prophylaxis moves. And these are moves that are really geared towards preventing your opponent from doing certain things. Like black want to jump his knight out, but he didn't want to do it immediately because then this knight would jump into the g5 square and put in some immediate pressure.
Right.
And this f7 square. So what Winston did was to start off by playing h6, kind of what we call a prophylaxis move in chess, which is to prevent your opponent from doing something, you know? And
right.
Growing up, I would say prevention is better than
the cure.
The cure. There you go.
All right.
So don't get sick trying to cure it. Prevent it. Get your flu
right. Shots. Just take care of it up front. Then you don't have to worry about it.
So
exactly.
So we have quite a very subtle opening. Both players, like I say, just simply getting their pieces into their battle formation, getting ready. We see a very interesting move here from Vincent, and that move is. I'm wondering if the move is castle, because this looks very interesting. Rook G1, Rook G8. This looks very interesting. I'm wondering if the move was castle was played, but no, it's the knight's coming back. This is a very interesting idea. And this is one of the cool things about chess. You get to see things that you have never seen before.
Right.
Rook G1, Rook G8 idea. You know, we haven't seen that rooks belong on open file, but here we're seeing where either player is just preparing to launch their pawns and they're just strapping rockets to it by putting the rooks behind. Which the idea in itself is very unique, I must say that. All right. But normally you would see both players casting their king, getting their king to safety. And here, white is already winning because the f7 pawn is going. Why can't I play bishop takes f7? Oh, because of knight here. Very interesting idea. Very interesting idea. So I can simply play. I would have probably gone with h3 first. A3, so my queen can drop back. And then bishop takes.
Right.
You know? So
Mhm.
a very keen idea. Black was being very tricky, but I think white should have just gone with the A3 idea. Still threatening bishop takes. And if the knight jumps into C5, drop the queen back to A2, still threatening bishop takes on F7.
Okay.
So this was a target. And white just went. White will still have to take this because the bishop is pretty much trapped. So you have to take. You have to take on the F7 square. I think he's debating whether or not he should take on B5 and get the 2 pawns for it.
Mm-hmm.
But now you see the reason behind pushing the A3 pawn, so the queen could have slide back to the A2 square after the knight jumps in and the C5 square.
Oh yeah, I see that.
All right. So white is now calculating whether or not taking the pawn, getting knight to C5, and losing the bishop is worth it, or should I just play bishop takes on the B5, pawn takes, queen takes, and I'm getting 2 pawns for the piece. Probably I should. The good thing is that I can actually play this position. So in this position, white played this move knight here. And here, the target was really the F7 square. And you couldn't take it immediately, because if you take it immediately, black gets to play this move. And now the queen can't keep the protection on this bishop. Once the queen runs away, then the king is just going to take off back.
Mm-hmm.
So the move that white should have played in the position right here, instead of taking the pawn immediately, white should have played, and this is right here. Instead of taking the pawn immediately, let me just go back, should have played A3. So to go back, I'm on analyzing board. So knight E3. If I go back here, what I should have played is A3. Now, if I play A3, in this position, I think I'm back to the game. I'm just trying to go to notation. If I play A3 immediately, then if my opponent does go knight to C5, then my queen can always just drop back to the A2 square. I think I have to, if I go to, the thing is that once the game move to the next move, then the analyzing will switch off. That's what I'm analyzing the game. So, but very interesting idea. But let's see what he went for. Oh, so he went for the idea of getting the 2 pawns. So he went for the bishop takes. And he decided to take the 2 pawns for the piece. So the bishop was trapped. And he just took the 2 pawns for the bishop.
Okay.
And the game continued. The rook there, now putting pressure on the queen. He's going after a 3rd pawn. And if he does get 3 pawns for the piece, then he's okay, you know? If pawn is value a point and the piece was value 3 points. So at this point, it's showing that material count, black is up +1. So if he gets another pawn, then the material count is going to be equal.
So I was pulling up the picture of Winston's opponent, because I believe that Winston is actually the 2nd highest rated player.
The 2nd highest player, yes, is Winston, which is 1895.
Right. And so looking at his opponent, Moses.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess he's 1641.
Yeah,
so
which is
again another
long player in the tournament. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And ironically, okay, so his birth date is 2006. It's just scary that people born in 2006, like they're walking around on their own. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh my God, feels like it was yesterday, but it's about 20 years. So he's 20 years old.
19 years old, yeah.
Time flies, yes. But it looks like he's holding his own in this tournament against a player that's rated almost 300 points higher.
and older, higher and older. But
Higher and older. I didn't say that. You said that higher and older. Okay.
so he's above it. He's above him in every aspect.
Okay.
But that's one of the lovely things about chess, you know, Inez. It bridges that gap of age, where you don't have to be at the same age to play. You don't have to be at the same gender to play. You don't have to be at the same ethnicity to play. It bridges all gaps and it transcends
Mm-hmm.
to bridge every single gap and diversity there is in sports.
Yeah.
You won't go into a boxing match and see somebody who is 20 years younger than someone else, except for
I don't
that.
know. Didn't we just see Mike Tyson and what's his name?
And Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Right? Well, that was more. I think that was more of a comedy than an actual.
Oh my goodness, you said comedy. Okay, I was going to say exhibition.
Exhibition.
But we'll go with
It's an
comedy.
exhibition. I mean, they have to change the rules in several ways to accommodate for Mike Tyson's age.
Right.
With chess, believe it or not, a 6-year-old will play with the same level of players under the same condition somebody who is 60. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it, when the youngest rated player that we had last year, I mean, he's probably still the youngest rated player, FIDE rated player, he's 3 years old. 3. When you think about what you were doing,
that's wild.
3 years old.
Yeah, that's wild. 3
It
years
wasn't
old.
sitting across the board from adult players playing chess
Mm-hmm.
at 3 years old. So chess is one of the only sports I can think of that literally transcend and break those boundaries where it comes on to age in sport, sex in sport, gender, everything. Anyone can play against anyone.
Right.
You know, and that's just amazing when you think of a sport. That's just really amazing.
So who are we watching here?
All right, so this was board 2. Let me see if we can see what's up. All right, so we know how we're seeing the top board. And like I say, we're always trying to come back to that top board because it's the board where you get that excitement from. You get an excitement on all the board, but this is where like the marbles are. This is where, so we had an E4, we had a Sicilian, and we have a classical Sicilian exchange, open Sicilian. And this is pretty standard at the moment, very standard play. Take, and very early queen d2. So here we can say that white is preparing to castle on the queen side. So he lifts the queen, and the intention is that, hey, I want to castle on the queen side. I want to get my king to safety. And one of the interesting facts here for white also is that you have this open e file, and the black king is still in the center of the board. So bishop to b4. Black is also looking to know, hey, I want to castle as well. And like in game 1, we saw that opposite side castling and where both players just went for each other. Very interesting position here, position setting up, going for both black and white. A3 is played, saying, hey, I don't want you standing there. Yeah, you know, you're not doing anything there. Like, go away. I want the bishop move, you know, you're pinning my knight. I need you to move, you know, in that pin where if my knight can't move because then I'm going to lose my queen. So I'm telling you right now, go away. Earlier, remember when we saw A3 was played? But A3 is that prophylaxis move that we're talking where you prevented your opponent from pinning. Now we're seeing the opponent manage to pin and now we're curing it. You get where I'm going with that?
Right.
So, and it all has to do with a player style. Some players would prefer to prevent the threat, while others are, okay, threaten what you want. I will fix your business after you do. You know? So white is saying, I'm that player. I'm the one who said, do what you want. Do your best. I will laugh in the fear of your best.
Yeah, like I'm ready for you.
you have those players who are like that, and that's what makes chess also so fun. You get these different clash of personalities.
Mm-hmm.
The bishop went back saying, "Oh, okay," and that's a jab. Bam, bam. He went, bam, he attacked you attacked, and he went back. Now, my personality on the board is I'm being a thorn in your side. I came out and I'm going to stay here while still pinning your queen. So I'm going to pull back my bishop right here, still keeping a high on your queen and your king. So I like to keep threats on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's a matter of style.
Right.
So the bishop went back, the king castled, all right? So both players now have their king in safety, and you're now going to see that launch in attack. White's plan is to go bam, bam, bam. That's what White wants to do. He wants to put his other bishop here, and he wants everything to just be pointing towards the king. And he wants to flex everything over there and checkmate the king. And this is what everybody's just dreaming of. This is what if they could envision it happening, that's what you're going to have happen. And Black's plan, likewise, is that I want to finish developing my bishop, and then I want to go bam, bam, and I want to break this position open and get to your king. Now, one of the interesting things is that because we push this pawn on a3, it creates an attacking point for Black to make that additional breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be good to see how that plays out in the game. G4.
Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, likewise, we see that immediate push towards the king side coming into play. And we're going to see that idea from White. G4, H4, G5, H5. And we just see those pawns coming down until they eventually, like a wave crashing against the defense of Black.
Right. So it just hits you.
It just hits you. And again, this setup, if memory serves me correctly in the system, is known as, for White, is called the Rosalimo, where the White bishop simply stays here on the F1 square, and it waits until this knight moves to a5 and jumps into the c5 square, and you just make one solid motion, bam, and take it off. So this knight would have made 3 moves, 1, 2, 3, and then you just use this bishop to take it off. So when you're attacking, it's a matter of time. And you want to make sure that every move you're making on the board is not losing any time.
Okay.
You want to make sure that every move is precise at the moment, accurate, not wasting any time. Because as soon as you waste one tempo, it's more than you need to lose the game. Just one tempo.
And so, speaking of time, when we're talking about this tournament is, well, we know it's 9 rounds, but when you say 15, 10, that's you've got 10 seconds to make a move. Is that correct?
That's your time control. So that's the time control per game. So for every game you're playing, the time you start out with is the 50 minutes, and then you get an additional 10 seconds for every move you make from move 1. So every game can last an average of 20 seconds times 60 moves. That's an additional 120. So you have, every round will last a maximum around there 45 minutes, depending on how many moves in the game. Because you only have that 10 seconds that you're getting back. Right?
So besides the strategy is, well, thank God for the time clock that continues to calculate. But I would assume that many of the players learn how to do that in their head. So in addition to the moves that you're making them within that same time constraint to ensure, because you have players that actually lose because of the time. Not because they're losing the game.
That's correct. That's correct. And sometimes you get into a position where you have all the time in the world, but your position is losing. and you get into positions where you have very little time, but your position is completely winning. All right. So it's twofold where you have to really manage that time. So time management in chess is something that you really have to work on. Wait a second. I'm just seeing something here. And I may have noticed that when this move was played here, I'm thinking if it was a blunder, because no, probably not. You get this square. Okay.
Okay.
So H4, and we see again, same. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
That's your signature. Oh, but when I hear that, it's like, okay, really, let's kind of hone in on what's going on.
Yeah. Those are the type of moves that knock you off your chair, like literally knocks you off your chair. Now we see the move played. Remember, we spoke about this knight making the maneuver to come to c4 to port the bishop and the queen. But when it does, white is just going to make this one clean movement and take the knight off the board.
Oh, yes.
Now, we saw the move coming in, knight to c4. It is attacking the queen. It is attacking the bishop. That's what we call a fork in chess, where we're attacking two pieces at the same time. Now, we're supposed to get this one clean movement, bam, just take the knight off the board. Well, the move that just knocked me off my chair is when I saw the king move.
Okay.
Right? Which I know that could not be the move made by white, because that means you're losing your queen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't need to be a genius chess player to see that one.
Yeah.
All right. So what happened is that I'm thinking we may have had a glitch right there when I saw the king to b1 step. So I'm certain that white played the move bishop takes knight. That's the only thing that makes very much sense to me. So let's continue. So the queen came there, the knight went there, queen takes, rook takes, and notice we're still not seeing this knight taken. So I'm assuming that this bishop did take off that knight off the board.
Okay.
All right, because that one just knocked me off my chair a bit. So we're going to switch back to another game that is going on. We have a close-up on a game here. So if we get a close-up on a game, what I can do is probably hone in onto that game.
Okay. So can we get a close-up on a game? This is who?
This is board one.
Okay, so this is board one.
This is board one. So if we get a close-up on the board, then I can pull up the game on my DGT.
Okay, so I'm sure our camera will work as...
Our cameraman is going around showing us all the board, but I mean, we like to make it exciting for the viewers as well. So once we get a close-up on our board, then we can start analyzing that board.
Okay.
And we tend to go for our boards. Let me just go back here so we can see a motion of all the boards. We're seeing a result in on board 5 and board 7. So we see 2 results are in. And we see a countdown. So if we go back to the board one is what we were just on. But like we're saying, the position might not necessarily be the position that is being reflected at this moment on the board. If we go to board 2, we're seeing board 2 down quite a bit of time. And this is the live position that I'm not sure if this is also the live position, because I'm seeing a time difference of 13 minutes to 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's a huge difference.
That's a huge time difference. So in some stages, you could be winning on the board, but if you just don't have the time to convert, it's going to be a hard fight.
Yeah. I'm trying to make out who we have here.
This is board.
Is this board 1?
Which one?
That we're looking at. The
board we're looking at now is board 4, and this seems to be very accurate in terms of moves on the board and the position on the board. Okay. Yeah, so this is an accurate position that we're currently seeing on the board. And here it's showing that black is up +1, which is typical. You get into end games, you might have a slight advantage, in a pawn. I think black wants to move the knight here to prevent his opponent knight from jumping in or the bishop from jumping in, which is really what his opponent is threatening with the last move knight here. He's getting the knight, rerouting the knight to a better square. What you want to do is to jump your knight to b6, hold in the square, then push your pawn further down on the board. So this is what black should be aiming for. And like I said, a game of chess is really that, it's like a detective story where you have to ask yourself the question, like, what is my opponent threatening? And your opponent is definitely threatening to whether to get this square. They're threatening to hold this square. So you need to fight for that square as well. That's the conversation that you're having with your opponent. They made a move and you're making a move. So what black did was he pushed the pawn. Shouldn't have pushed the pawn first. You should have definitely controlled the square. So now again, exactly as I said, your opponent jumps in and he's now holding that square. So he's saying, no, Bobo, you can't get that square anymore, you know? So coming there first would have prevented all of that. And then your pawn push to get the square. And that is how you seize your control in the game. You hold the control, you maintain the control, and that's how you press forward for a long-term advantage.
Okay. So is the game, I guess, pull it up, the game board one? I'm interested to see how that one works out. Only because of the huge gap.
Yeah, so the board one game, we have, like I said, we're probably not seeing a true reflection of the game because
right, okay, this is okay.
It's showing that black has run out of time, and it's showing that white has won the game. But again, we're seeing a position where the queen had just hung, and I say, from what I'm thinking is that this bishop captured this knight from as soon as the knight had jumped to c4, the pawn captured, and then we had the exchange of the queens. So that's the position that I'm visualizing that took place on the board.
Right. Okay.
But the board that we're seeing the live action on is board 4. And yeah, we're seeing now where the white, black then decided to go about trying to get rid of the pawn. No. This way. The problem is that if I do this, can I hold this square? Can I play bishop back? You move your rook, and then I play a move like rook here to fork your knight and your pawn. So I'm seeing these ideas from white now. So for white, it's white's turn to move, and your last move was knight here. You're attacking my bishop. If my bishop comes back, attacking your rook has to move, and then my next move is rook down here, and again that's a fork where I'm attacking. The problem with this move is that the rook gets to save himself with an attack on the bishop, and again this is what we call time in chess. That's a tempo. So I get to now save my rook, but I'm going to save my rook while still taking a tempo off your bishop. So the correct move I would have made is here, and again with the aspect of time. Now white is going to get to move this rook here. Like that's the move I was looking for. Move the rook here. You're attacking the knight. You're attacking the pawn. The king is going to get to come in now. So you're not going to get to, yeah, there you go. With the king coming in, now you don't get to bring in that rook anymore. And we have to look to see how our pieces get to their best possible square, you know? It's an important part of chess. How do you get these pieces to the squares that they're going to be most useful to us?
Okay. And how would you say this matchup?
This match is still very equal. I mean, black is better. Black is better in the position, but with just an advantage of one pawn. Put it this way. If this goes down where the rooks exchange off the board, the pawns exchange off the board, and you just have a pawn and a knight, I can sacrifice my bishop for that pawn, and the game is a draw.
Okay.
So when you have an advantage in pawn, you don't want to exchange the pawns off the board. You want to utilize your activity, your space, the pieces to get those pawns moving to create a pass pawn. You want to create something out of it. white is actually giving black a pass pawn, which that's not the idea I would go with here.
Mhm.
You just gave your opponent a pass pawn, and there goes. You push the pawns past. Now, if you go back and move, that pawn was never able to move forward. But when you did that, you created a pass pawn. Now, what he's saying is that he's cementing his bishop here, but this pawn is still a pass pawn.
Mhm.
That rook over here is not doing anything. You need that rook to get rid of this pawn. This knight, rook is going to come down and protect the pawn. That's a very good move, yeah. So the rook coming down, putting the king in check, and depending on where the king goes to, my pawn push, and then now I'm promoting. Yep, pawn push and promote. Black wins. This game is over. Well, no. He step your king back up. He gets to step the king up. That was a very deceptive idea. If the king steps back up, then you get this. The king needs to step back up. Just step up with the king. Yeah. And no, you don't get rook down because now I play rook takes pawn. Oh, wait, that doesn't work because now the bishop takes. And now when rook takes, you lose the valuable pawn. So you're giving up the pawn. I think, yeah, you're giving up the pawn. And again, the rook had taken this pawn. So we're seeing the rook over here, but I'm sure the rook took this pawn.
So when you're looking at a game and analyzing a match in this way without really knowing who the players are you able to tell what their rating is just based on some of the moves that they make?
Based on some of the moves, you're able to give an idea of the level, the level of player. So rook back here, check. So I'm certain that the position we're looking at now is this knight is off the board, this pawn is off the board, and this rook is here. I'm not sure where the rook has moved. It probably just checked where the king moved up, but this is the position we're looking at. So I'm certain that this is not the correct position on the board at the moment.
Okay.
All right, based off what we saw. So it's showing that black is now up a whole rook. So it's saying that black is up plus 5 points. But I can't see where white would have lost the rook in the game based off the exchanges that took place.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take a step out once more to look at the full boards and see if we get a better view. I keep seeing where the rook goes back to the starting square.
Mm-hmm.
To the starting square, which means it could just be able to show that the board is being reset. But the rook was really, because the rook wouldn't be doing anything over here.
Okay.
All right, so I'm sure the rook is over here fighting as well. And I'm sure black is still up the pawn. I think black might be up 2 pawns now in the position.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back to board 2 and see if any changes were made. This was the game we were looking at where, let me see. Trying to remember this game. Oh yes, so this was a game where we had to sacrifice our bishop for the 2 pawns, and we're trying to get a 3rd pawn to justify the loss of a piece. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting. He took this way and opened the rook file. Okay. Now we have them. Okay. And the knight is getting to better square. Okay. Interesting. All right. So I think, again, we see where the king in the middle of the 2 rooks. This position almost looked like we're playing a game of chess 960, where you still can castle on either side with the king. Well, the king would need to step up so the rooks can get connected. You want to lift your rooks, you want to double your rooks, and you want to just completely control this c file. And he who controls the file tends to control the game. So
Okay.
should be looking at that idea. Black, very bad piece is this rook over here, and the bishop is also not doing a good job because they are being contained or boxed in by the other pieces. Your pieces at all time want to have that sense of mobility, freedom, activity, where they can get into the game by doing something active.
Okay.
Once your pieces lose that level of activity, then they're not doing much in the position and they're not really helping your position much.
Hmm. And so you're saying the rook, the case of the rook
The rook and the bishop,
and the bishop, they're basically they've been made inactive.
they have been made inactive. So black have to solve the problem of how do I activate these pieces? You know, how do I get them involved? And in also doing that, they also have to be very mindful of the king's position. King's safety is a paramount, like that's super important. It's
Hmm.
important to know that you have king's safety. Even while you're attacking, it's important to have and it's important to have a clear positioning where your king is going to be safe. Because the best way for your opponent to counterattack you is against an unsafe king.
Okay. So, Brian, you've been teaching because you definitely, even your approach with your analysis is really from a teaching mode, but you've been teaching chess for a while, haven't you?
I have. I mean, I just found something that you really love doing, and you get to do it every day.
Right, right.
You get to do it every day. Yeah, but I've been teaching chess now for might not look it, but I've been
Mhm.
teaching chess now for almost 20 years.
Wow.
Almost 20 years. As a matter of fact, I would say I've been teaching it longer than that because when I was in high school, and I started high school pretty young, I started teaching chess from I was like in first form in high school. That's grade year seven, which would be in the US system would have been that's what.
The seventh grade?
Yeah.
Well, the seventh grade, you also have kindergarten in there. So when you're in seventh grade, you've probably been in school for 8 years. So do you go for are your grades based on the annual year or
It's
are they
well,
grade
growing up
specific?
in Jamaica, it was based off your age. So normally
Okay.
you start high school at like 11. I started high school at 9, so I had an early start. And I just had an interest in chess. I stumbled onto a chessboard, and it was love at first sight, you know. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and once I got that, it was from there, and the rest is history. And I
Right.
remember I started teaching others around me chess because I wanted persons to play against.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And in order to have other players to play against, then I realized I had to teach them to play and then play them.
Right.
So we have a board here. I'm not sure if that's board two. If our cameraman could give us a closer up, we could probably analyze that board in real time. So if we could give us an angle where we could see the board clearly, like the positioning of the board, that would be great.
Come in a little closer.
Just to get in a little closer on that board. I think this is the point where you want to have that camera on a tripod. You just put it down and you just give us that full feed because I know the movements could the over the give
Yeah,
us
that's a
a
good.
side view of it because a direct overview won't be able to see the board properly from directly overview. Just kind of give us a side view of the pieces.
A side angle so we can see
Yeah,
the angle
angle
and we
of
can
views. Yeah, so we
see the
can
pieces.
so we
Hmm.
can
So it
see.
doesn't look like you're beaming down on Earth and you can't
Yeah,
really make anything.
that's more of a satellite view.
Yeah, an aerial view. There we go. I think he's coming to an angle there. Okay.
Slightly lower to the angle. You know,
Lower.
it's kind of like from the perspective of how you would sit to the side to see the game.
Mm-hmm.
The aerial view, it's hard to tell, differentiate even the pieces from time to time. It's a bit too high.
There we go.
All right. Yeah.
That-
That if we can get it steady there, we can
Yeah,
definitely
if we can hold there, that sounds like it'll work. I think some of that glare is from the
from outside.
window also. Hmm.
And you can tell this is also the last game going on because everybody's now watching. So and
Hmm.
that also, believe it or not, depending on your style, that also brings a different dynamics into the game as well. To have persons spectating your game,
Hmm.
watching, you're now under the microscope,
Right.
right? And being under the microscope playing, like it's how well do I manage these nerves, you know? And you
Hmm.
might see a player play. So here you might see a player, oh, nice move. Um, he pinned the pawn to the queen, but now he's winning the pawn. Oh wait, no, the rook is still on it. Is it? Is that a rook? No, no rook. So he's winning the pawn now. So you pin it and you win it. All right. So pin it and you win it. So that pawn, that was one pawn less. Now can he hold on to it? Because here
Hmm.
comes the king, g2, g3, and the king is going to capture that pawn on the g4 square. So can he hold on to it? We see that's a knight movement. So that's a knight. I'm not able to see all the pieces on the board, but from what we're looking at, we're able to see our bits and pieces. So we see the rook on 7. We're attacking the f7 pawn. The king is going to step back to the g8 square, holding the f7 pawn. And again, this is the story that we tell in chess. With every move your opponent make, you're then seeing and saying, hey, how do I defend it? What is he threatening? What are you doing? How do I
Hmm.
stop it? Now,
Hmm.
the knight that jumping, what was the knight doing? I think it's attacking that pawn on the e4 square. Is there anything protecting that e4 pawn? Yes, there was. There wasn't. So the knight was attacking. He push f3. He's going to take on f3. The king is going to take back, and he's still holding the e4 pawn. So I think he also has a bishop. Is that a bishop? Yes, that looks like a bishop that is on the e3 square. And black seems to be up a piece. If I'm not mistaken, black seems to be up an extra bishop and the g7 square. But what we see happening is the pawns are the pawns equal? No, black is up a pawn and a piece. So black would be up +4. It brings the rook down. That was a rook movement. The rook is now in line with the king. Like I say, I always say, put your pieces in line with king. White goes after the backward pawn. And yeah, there you go. He attacked the pin piece once and twice. That was a tactical move to win the bishop on e3. Black is now completely winning. He's losing that bishop. He's giving up the pawn, but he's winning the bishop on the e3 square.
Okay.
So black is winning another bishop. And it doesn't matter what time white has now. White he took the pawn. He's going to take the bishop. He does rook takes with a check, and he's going to also take the other pawn and the e4 square. So he's going to take that pawn as well on e4. Yeah, there you go. And that's 2 pawns. He goes for the check. King goes back up. Oh, he blocked with the bishop. Interesting. I didn't like that one. Rook behind the pawn. Yeah. That pass pawn has to go. You push it again. Step your king up. You have to break that pin. Break the pin. Just step the king up and break the pin. He moved the knight back. Check. He's coming back with the knight. I like the idea. Just get rid of your opponent's threat. Just break the pin. This is resignable for white. White can actually resign this one. Step the king up and just break the pin. Go for the pawn, and that's game. Once he steps that king up to break the pin, move the bishop out, and he goes for the pawn, it's game. There you go. King to g7. And the next move is just literally just moving the bishop out, and you're getting the pawn and e7. And white won't have much to play on to at this point. White is going to literally be down 2 clean pieces and 3 pawns. So bishop now to e7. Yep, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn. And Bishop takes on g5, rook takes on, everything is falling on board. He's going to resign. There you go. That's it.
Okay. You called it.
All right.
Now
Nothing else to be careful.
you were saying about the intensity once the crowd starts forming around. I think that's another skill level to be able to perform even though all eyes are on you. And
that's where the showman skills come into play. You have to be a showman, you know?
Right.
When you're playing for the board, when you're playing for the people, you're playing for the spectators, you have to be able to be under that pressure when the spectators are watching.
Right.
You have to be able to maintain that composure and know that others are spectating, you know?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I think we have all results in now.
Okay.
And if
where's your board? I think we don't see your board.
I let me share back that.
Okay.
I'd stop sharing just to get that close up.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was good.
Actually, just put the board in the background.
That was good. I'll put it out there for camera and getting close up on the board. If we can get your back to the window to eliminate some of that glare, I think that was part of the glare on that board.
Well, all results in no, and that was the board 2 match, and it was black who won on board 2.
Oh, okay.
So again, I don't think there were any upsets in that match either. So let me just give a refresh here to see if all the results are in. So it would seem as if there are no upsets in that round either. And I know part of what makes it exciting for the viewers and spectators along is when you have those upset match. Believe it or not, they always cheer for the underdog. Always cheer for the underdog. You know?
Like hoping they will pull it out.
Yeah, you always cheer for the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're at the top, you're kind of like the villain because it's like you're expected to beat everyone. So everybody's cheering for that one person. Nobody goes in and cheer for Goliath to smash this little kid David.
Right, you know, right? Because you want to believe that in that position and you're going up against whatever may seem to be insurmountable, that you've got a shot at this. I've got a shot at this.
Yeah.
So, you know, plus it's kind of weak to cheer for the guy that always wins against the little guy, you know.
There you go. Like, there you go.
Yeah. But I think that, like I said, chess is so much life. Chess, pretty much anything where there's a challenge and the thought process is key in execution. You know, it's just always interesting. It makes for an interesting subject to see the outcome. And it always makes it better when the one you thought wasn't going to win actually wins.
There you go. There you go.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like we're going to be setting up.
We seem to. On board 3, it says black won on board 3. So let me just double check. Because if black won on board 3, that could possibly be an upset.
Okay.
If black won on board 3, because the underdog on board 3 was black. And I'm seeing on the scorecard here, it's showing that black won.
Oh, okay.
And black would have been playing Antique, which is the 3rd rated seed player in the tournament. And black was the 8th rated seed player.
Okay, so we do have an upset then.
So we do have something here. So let's see what really happened here. So we're waiting on the chess results scorecard. I'm refreshing as we speak.
Okay.
Because to see the results aren't up online yet. So the arbiters at this point will go through to make sure that everything that they're going to publish is correct. So even though the DGT board is showing that black won, they will go back through double check, make sure that the results are as accurate before publishing those results.
Okay. So yeah, you may be right because this is Antic and he's I think 1800.
Yeah, and the third seed player in the tournament.
Yeah. Okay. So see, how about that? So the underdog does win from time to
Yeah.
time.
So we'll have no antics there.
I'm sure he's heard that one. Oh,
All right. So the results are still showing that his opponent, Hussein, won that game. That's what the
okay.
scorecard is showing. But until we see the final result published, can't really know for sure because sometimes with the boards, if you put the kings in the incorrect position, it may show that this was the result. Or so we tend to just wait until it's been published officially.
Yeah, he's putting that together now.
All right, I'm going to replenish my coffee cup until we get the final standings for round three.
Okay. All right. We'll meet you right back here.
Back. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Right, so I'm still refreshing. I'm not seeing the final results up yet for
Not
round
yet.
two. I'm still not seeing it
Okay.
on chess computers yet. So
I believe he's working on that and getting set up for
round
3.
three.
Yes. So is
And
your throat feeling better?
it's gets going, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, fun fact in the once the tournament. So this is one I think now with the Swiss system. So you cut the tournament in half. So you have the top half players playing against the bottom half players, and every round you keep cutting it in half. So you don't really get a clash of the top players until round three, round four, which is as the tournament gets deeper.
Okay.
So a lot of the results that you're getting in round one and two are normally expected results.
Right.
So you get an expectation that these higher rated players are going to beat the lower rated players.
Mm-hmm.
And until you get to the closer ratings match where you have like a 1900 rated player playing now an 1800 rated player, and you say, oh, the difference. So if you look at if I was supposed to tell you on scorecard, the difference between the top player, number one seed, and the number two seed is a difference of 25 points.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you look at a scorecard like that, you can't really call that game based off the ratings. You know, a game like
Okay.
that either way because the difference in ratings is just 25 points.
No, okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the initial matchup is a warm up for the higher rated player and a learning lesson
For
for
the
the lower.
Lord. That's a good way of putting it. That's a very good way of putting it.
So I think learning chess, and I really, more than sitting down and playing, because I really haven't gotten to that space where I will sit down and play chess, because you know my story. I don't know why it has left such a experience. And that's not to say that my dad is a bad guy. It was, I think that having to play chess was more like I looked at it as a punishment because, of course, I wanted to do something else. But he was just determined that we were all going to learn how to play chess. And before you did anything in this life, you were going to learn how to play chess. And it was like that in the household. So that, for me, when I sit down to play chess, I get that feeling. But looking at the board and relearning chess and really learning, appreciating the mindset, okay, and the development and how it also applies in a lot of areas in life, I can appreciate that. So I'm working my way back to the board.
Yeah. And it's interesting how you say that. Like, as a kid, when a parent say to you that you have to learn chess, it
Mhm.
seems more like work and it seems more like school than something that is fun because nobody comes to you and say, hey, you have to go play with your toys, you know?
That's
So
true.
it's important how we bring it across, especially to the child's mind when you're
Hmm.
introducing them to chess. As adults, we kind of know that, hey, learning chess is really good for my brain. It's good for my social development. There's a
Yeah.
lot of skills that come with just learning to play chess. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be this really good chess player. What it simply means that you're going to gain from the benefits
Right.
of learning how to play this awesome game, you know?
Right.
So, but as a child,
Hmm.
you want to bring that across and say, hey, you want to play this really fun game?
Hmm.
And that approach would have done something completely different to your
Probably.
to
Probably.
say, oh wait, this is actually cool. You know?
Right. And my brother, my two of my brothers took it that way. They they played all the time. And then you have to think that back then, for me, like late 60s, 70s, there was not a lot of chess playing in certain spaces. So it just seemed very isolated. Not to say that that was a problem all by itself, because I think I'm a pretty nerdy kind of person anyway. So it's not like, okay, I wanted to go and do this or that. I think it was just a mindset of someone saying you had to do. Like, one of the other things we had to do was we had to watch the news. And and this is back when the news actually went off at what, 10
Yeah.
o'clock or something like that. And I don't know if you remember how TV went off, and it was
I know.
like, I know. And in New York, what they would do is that you'd have of course, the high rise at 9 o'clock. Some lights went out. At 10 o'clock, the other lights went out. And then at 11 o'clock, it was like the last light went out and the TV went off. That's kind of unheard of now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had to watch it. And it took me a long time to get back to watching the news. And now I watch the news all the time. Well, not so much now because I'm trying to do my mental health, but I'm definitely up on the news and politics and things like that. So I figure I'm going to come back to the chessboard.
Yeah, and I mean, that just comes from our generation. So our generation, like you said, you didn't want to come across as being too smart, or what they say, being nerdy, because
right. It's cool now, but it was not cool at all.
Yeah. So there's a significant difference between now and then. Now,
Right.
when you play chess, when I walked somewhere and person said, "Oh, you teach us? That's so cool. You're a chess master? That's so cool."
Mhm.
And back then, being a chess master was like,
Like,
you're a
what?
nerd. Yeah.
Right.
I bet you live in the books all day, You're like a
Right.
bookworm.
Right.
So-
Right.
So it's
Exactly.
now cool to be smart,
Yeah.
But then the smart kids used to probably dress up to disguise their smartness.
Right.
They're being smart
Exactly.
with it.
Now it's like, oh, anybody can play chess. Okay. So it's not that. But the reality is, like you said, that, chess knows no gender, no age, no ability, disability. Well, some disabilities I presume would impact, but I'm talking about like physical or anything like that anybody can play and anybody can do well.
I'll share something with you, Ines. So there was a female player, and I think she played for one of the Middle East country. I'm not sure if it was Israel or Palestine that she played for, and she had a disability where she couldn't even move the pieces,
Wow.
and
Okay.
she was even her being verbal. She was very limited
Mm-hmm.
with how verbal she was. And this was a much older person with a disability as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if my memory serves me right, she played on the board one for her country. And they just provided someone to move the pieces for her.
Wow.
She would say her move. So they just had to position her because she wasn't mobile. She couldn't move. She was in a wheelchair and she couldn't move. So they had to just position her where she could see the board. She
Mm-hmm.
couldn't press the clock. She couldn't move the pieces. She could just utter her move. And when she said her move, they had someone there to write down the move for her and move it on the board.
And move the piece.
Press the clock.
That's
All right. So it shows, and to imagine having someone. This is not the Paralympics. This is the Chess Olympia. All right. And you have somebody like that who is then competing with somebody who is probably half their age,
Mm-hmm.
somebody who is fully functional
Right.
physically,
Right.
right? And they're yet still an equal playing ground.
Right. It's a great equalizer. Yeah, that's determination.
Like I said,
Mhm.
this is the equalizer for all sports.
Yeah.
The only thing you need is a functioning brain.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at he's deceased now, but Stephen Hawkins. I mean, really, the human mind is so capable. Um, it just is fascinating. Certain human stories, you know. So yeah. So I think the boards. Can you check your boards? I'm getting word that they are set for
So
round
I
three.
am on board 3. I am seeing the pairings up now, which is good. So that means chess results should also be updated with the results. So I'm just
Okay.
going to now. I'm still not seeing the updated results and chess results, but I'm seeing pairings and I'm seeing pairings and I'm seeing pairings at least on one board. So let me just refresh this as well.
Okay.
All right, go back to round 3,
You see them?
and I'm
Okay.
seeing pairings on all the boards. Yeah, but we haven't started. I'm not seeing any movement just yet. But I'm
Okay, he's
seeing
ready to go now. Okay.
the
So
clicks
they're
are
getting
up,
ready to go.
and let me refresh and chess results. So one of the things is that when you're using the Swiss manager, once you completed the pairings and you just simply update,
Mm-hmm.
it sends everything. So the viewers, everybody is able to see the current rankings, pairings, and everything um, instantly, just like that. It's just published automatically. So that's what I keep updating for. So I'm seeing the pairings from
Okay.
seeing here on the board. Um,
Okay, but you're not seeing the updates?
I'm not seeing it on chess results.
Okay, let me see.
We're seeing Kamara, who is, yes, he's still on board 1, and he's now using black, should switch color, and he's playing Anthony, that's Kaba. Trying to say Kaba was on board 4 just now, so obviously Kaba would have won his game as well. And this is now a closer match. This is like 180 rating points, now 170 rating points difference.
Okay, so the opposition is getting closer in
Getting
rating.
closer. There you go. So it's getting
Mhm.
closer. So we would see a much closer matchup now between, and when the matches get closer, now the games start lasting even longer
Mhm.
because we're going to see less mistakes, less blunders. So it's going to be a much closer positional game from start to finish. And this is where the time really comes into under the microscope, where because the game is a lot closer going from start to finish, managing that time is going to be even more important now.
Mhm.
Because this is where a person now you have an equal position, you go down and you make one mistake under the time pressure, and boom,
Mhm.
costing you.
Mhm.
You know?
Right. So, in other words, they have to pay attention.
You have to manage your time. You have to manage your
Mhm.
time. All right, so we have the games have started. Um, Board 2 is up and about, and board 2 is Winston, who is our second rated player, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Winston is our
Yes.
second rated player, and Winston is playing against Beckley. And I'll try to see where Beckley is our fifth rated player. So that's also a close matchup.
Yes.
17 versus 18. Yep. That's like 100 and less than 160 rating difference there. So two close matchups on board 1 and board 2. So if we zoom into board 1, realize that we have only seen the first move on for white, which is at NF3. Not seen anything yet for and black decided to go with NF6. I played so we're seeing a King's Indian both sides, where Both players are just copying each other, so they're feeling out each other, so they're dancing around in the ring right now. So they're just getting into that position. Let me see who's going to blink first, you know? So
Right.
we're seeing that motion more like the black white will castle as well. So they're getting into that battle formation. And you will notice these moves come out really fast because this is your opening, you know? This is your opening, yeah? And you see this symmetry here. So if you notice, both black and white have created a symmetry position, and the only difference is we now have a more advanced pawn in the center for black versus the d3 for white. And we're seeing this advancement on the queen side for black. d5, c5, where we are now going for that advanced space control, where black would now be looking to play knight to c6, bishop to d7, and try to take advantage of the space on the queen side with this dark square bishop as well.
Okay.
Or in the center, he's now taking full control of center. Black now, white says, hey, I'm going to hit back in the center. And black says, not so fast. I'm going to lock the center, and I'm going to play on the queen side. So now the intentions are very clear. And I think coming out of the opening, black got the upper hand coming out of the opening. But it's not yet over. Like you have won they say you have won the battle for the opening, but the war is still left uncontended. So you haven't won the war yet. So you have won the battle, but not the war. So black would have definitely won the battle for the opening. And we're still be looking on who will eventually win the war. All right.
Okay.
So bishop here, they probably get a h3, yes. Tell this bishop to make a decision. The bishop went back, so that was a jab. Bam! I put my bishop up. What do you do? What do you do? And he said, no, can't stay there. And then he went back. This is the jab in where you're not taking a knockout punch. You're just going in. You're teasing.
Right, just to test the waters.
Opponent, you know. And then you go back. So you jab and you wheel and you remaneuver your pieces. And we're seeing a lot of that now happening. And we're looking for little points to target. So we found this little point here and the e4 square. Notice the knights both are going after this target here. And the queen comes up here and it says, hey, nope, not getting it. And the queen comes to c7, says, hey, I'm watching. And again, at this level, when the ratings are a lot closer, you're not going to see any player just dropping a pawn like this. It's going to be a lot closer in terms of the accuracy. Right?
Okay.
Not going to have somebody just dropping a pawn or giving up an exchange. No, not going to be that easy. So it's going to be more of a position. You create a problem, I solve the problem. You create a problem, I solve the problem. It's going to go like that until someone makes either a positional error, but you're not going to see that big blunder coming out.
Right.
White might be looking now to play a move like a4 to keep that knight anchored on the c4 square, which is just to prevent this b5 push. So these are things. I see the game slow down now along the middle game. So the game is going to slow down now significantly as both players try to work out each other's plan and how to prevent them from accomplishing these little goals that they want. That's a very interesting move. Queen to d2. I don't like that move. You see? You allow your opponent to push, hitting this knight, and now this knight doesn't really have much square to run to. It has to run back to the a3 square. That's his only square. So again, we have to sometimes see what our opponent's moves are, what their threats are, and how to make sure that we make moves to prevent those things from happening. Now our knight ended up on the a3 square looking silly. So that's when we say your knight is on the rim of the board. So your knight is ugly and grim, you know? Have an ugly and grim knight. You know, we want to have a happy knight. And this knight is not looking so happy over here. So it's remaneuvering, it's coming back to the c2 square. But look at how lovely the knight was here. And you could have kept it there by just simply pushing the pawn to a4, you know? And preventing. You know that thing we talk about? Prevention is better than?
The cure.
The cure. There you go. So you want to keep your pieces on those happy squares. So now we see where black's advantage of space is just now pressing down on the white side. You know?
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm.
that is, and again, black won the battle of the center. And now black is definitely going in, but chess is not that easy. You can win several battles. And this move, queen back here,
Mm-hmm.
it has an intention. There you go. It's targeting the h2 square. So white had to play the king up to h2 to prevent that pawn from getting captured. And again, this is the conversation that you have with every piece you make, every move you make on the board. What is my opponent threatening? Because as soon as you lose sight of that conversation,
Mm-hmm.
once your opponent make that move and you can't answer to yourself like, what is this move doing?
Right.
You're losing the game. You know,
Right. Mm-hmm.
you're missing out on the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, to that move, bishop to a3. What's the conversation? What is it doing? It's targeting the c pawn. So we're having that conversation with the pawn. And not just that, we're saying if the pawn pushes, you're getting that rook. So this bishop came here and it's talking very clearly, this is my intent. This is what I'm threatening to do. How do you solve that problem? And this is where you have your opponent will take time to make sure that they make a move. They
Mm-hmm.
respond by taking the pawn, hitting the queen. So more likely the queen can't take back because now you get pawn push and you're losing a piece. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's the tactical blunder. Eh?
Yeah.
So white just lost a piece to a tactical inaccuracy. Like pawn takes, and bam, you're losing a piece.
Mm-hmm.
You're losing a piece, and that's it. That, oh my, well, I'm sure he played queen takes, yeah, and no pawn takes, and now it's probably going to play a move like knight takes. I'm sure probably knight takes in comparison to queen takes, so you can probably put the rook on the fat. So now white is actually down a piece, and again, what compensation do we have for it? What compensation? We have 2 pawns for the piece, so white is going to take, or he took with the knight, the queen. He took it with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So the knight is technically hanging at the moment. Um,
You said the knight is hanging where?
the knight is unprotected.
Oh, okay.
If we move our knight, then the queen would be eyeing the knight immediately. I have
Okay.
white wants to play the rook on the file immediately, protecting the knight, putting it in line with the queen. But right here, we saw the tactical blunder here, and it started with the move bishop to a3. Bishop to a3 was an inaccuracy, and black spotted it immediately. Pawn takes, attacking the queen. As soon as the queen takes, when the queen takes, then pawn push, forking the queen and the bishop.
Yeah.
All right, and
Mm-hmm.
that was the inaccuracy from white. So the inaccuracy started with putting the bishop on the rim. And these are the squares we talk about, putting the pieces on the rim of the board, like putting them where they have less space. And when your pieces have less space, they're not as powerful as you think them or want them to be because
Right.
less mobile, less mobility. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
So who are we watching here?
so this is
This.
board one, and here we're seeing where black, which is the round favorite. I think Camaro, yeah, he's the CM and the tournament favorite. He's up an advantage, and you normally breed that sigh of relief
Mm-hmm.
when you get such a good advantage coming out of the opening. You can
Right.
now breathe easier, like, all right, I'm winning. But I like to say in chess, it doesn't matter if you're winning. Like one of the hardest game to win is a winning game. So when you're winning, you still have to buckle down and make sure that you're able to convert that advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Mm-hmm.
more than just getting into a winning position. You have to be able to convert that winning position.
Okay.
But
And actually execute the win is what you're saying. Not just winning, but execute the win.
executing. You have to be able to follow through, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very confident that with this position, being up an extra piece, yeah, at this level, a master player will be able to convert. Yeah, and I saw this idea knight here, knight here. Right now, he's just getting that extra piece into their best possible square, and tactics will breathe on the board once those pieces get to even better squares.
Okay. So
And
it
the
looks
bishop
like
probably come back to f1. I see this bishop probably coming back here to hold to this pawn. So the rook just jumped in and it's doubling on the pawn. And we're seeing, yeah, the bishop would more likely, oh, you played the rook up. Interesting. You see, I don't like the rook here, and particular for that, now you weaken your background. So you fall for tactics like knight takes pawn. You may end up falling for tactics like knight takes pawn. If pawn takes, then rook takes, and yeah, you know. So I don't like this idea of rook to c3 by white. And I think black may find this tactical vision. Black seems to be very tactical. Kamara seems to be very tactical. So I assume I can see him finding this tactic. Knight takes, yeah, there you go. Knight takes on e5. Now if pawn takes, rook, knight takes rook, rook takes rook, and he's winning an exchange. And yeah, that's just, can white play this counter tactic of not taking the knight, but play knight takes? And knight takes, yeah. And black is just winning this now. Yeah, this is just completely winning by black. Yeah, he saw the tactic. So again, you have to have that tactical vision when playing chess as well. You have to be able to see those tactics and be able to execute them. Probably just jumping in the knight now, exchanging off, knight in, knight takes, rook takes, and yeah, like I say, black is completely winning this position.
Oh, okay. Even though they were closer in rating.
So it just takes a tactical advantage, one tactics, and yeah, you gain an advantage and you're able to press that advantage through. But if you notice, even though black is completely winning, black is not going to play too quickly here. And one of the reasons for this is it just takes one bad move for you to throw away that advantage completely. So black is winning, but black is going to take his time to win this game. Because even though you're winning, there are still a lot of pieces on the board, and you can still blunder. You can still make that one bad move, just one bad move, and bam! Oh my gosh! I mean, I'm you know,
just feeling like you got it in the bag, and so you're not really.
Notice how cautious black is being. Black played the move rook back instead of knight in, probably thinking that his opponent might play this pawn push move and his rook is under attack. You know, so black is being very cautious in the position as well. So, and you can't blame him. You know, you're winning. You don't want to be overly confident, and all of a sudden, bam. White probably should play bishop back here, and start putting some pressure on your opponent. Start applying some pressure. Start attacking them where they are weakest. So I like this move, bishop back, trying to create some counter play, putting some pressure on this a6 pawn. But like I said, we can come back to this game, but black is in the driver's seat, 100% here in the driver's seat.
So in other words, the champion is championing.
He's champion at the moment. He's champion in the cause.
All right. Now we have another board on the screen here. Let's see if we can get a close up.
All right. So we have some results in, but if
results in? Okay.
We have some results in. So if we just click to those boards to see if we can see what's happened here.
Okay.
It seems as if all right, let me just run through from start to finish quickly. So this is board 5, and we had a Queen's Gambit, decline, and knight takes. Wait, what we're seeing here is that black just simply gave away the knight. Not sure what just happened here. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I don't think we have the accurate movements here. Because we're seeing where black won, but we're seeing where white is just up a whole lot of pieces. So we're going to look at another board where we also have our results here. Yeah, this is more of a board with the result because here we're seeing a checkmate on the board. So this looks very interesting. White won this game. This was board 7. And
Board
again,
7.
we see
Okay.
Queen's pawn opening, or we're seeing a London system. We're seeing a London system for white. And yeah, we're seeing this common mistake that persons tend to fall for in the London system where they develop and then leave this square unprotected. And we see, but I mean, here, I think black has a simple solution of just playing rook to c8 because the bishop is already out to defend this square. See what he played? He played pawn push.
Mhm.
Attacking the knight rather than defending the square. So now we're going to get knight takes c7 check, which forced the king to d7, and then we get into a whole lot of trouble. So yeah, knight takes c7, king takes, and then the knight takes off the rook. So we just fought the pieces. So you just lost a rook and a pawn, and you're getting a knight in return. So we're going to be up 3 points. Uh, not only are you down the material, one of the more important aspect here is that the king is now unsafe. You can't castle our king anymore. And when you have a king stuck in the center of the board, it's not a good place to be. It's like thinking about a battlefield and having the king stuck in the middle of the battlefield is not a really good place. You don't want your king to be stuck in the middle of the battlefield.
Right.
So the knights come out. Yeah, this knight is now looking. He can jump in. He can create more attack. The king is now running for cover. Wants to get safe, and the knight is coming in further. What you want to do is to bring more pieces in. Probably cement the center, bring the queen in. You want to bring more pieces into the battle. Oops. What you want to do for black, however, is black wants to actually trade off those attackers. But I can see why black doesn't want to trade because he's down a piece. You don't want to typically trade when you're down a piece. But when your opponent is attacking, you do want to trade those pieces. All right. So it's kind of having this position where it's not no one size fit all. It's being able to make a conscious decision of what is really taking place on the board and which is going to be the best decision to make in this particular instance. And that's one of the benefits of chess. Chess helps you to make these decisions. So whether it's on the board or off the board, it's helped you to make these life decisions. What is going to be beneficial to you in this very moment.
Right.
So the queen goes up, the knight, and you're losing this knight. So your opponent just hang the knight, and the queen just take knight. And again, black just missed the conversation. You have to ask yourself the question: when the queen went to the d2 square, what is it doing? It is threatening your knight, and you have to respond in kind to that. That's the kind of conversation I would say you missed out on because I'm threatening to take your knight. What are you doing about it?
Right.
What is your response to that? And black response was he pushed the pawn. And you ask yourself a question, well, did that really stop me from taking your knight? And the answer is no, I can still take your knight for free.
Mm-hmm.
And now you see where black is saying, and I ask you, Ines, what is black doing? What is black's last move doing?
You mean the queen?
Yeah. So black last will say, hey, I'm attacking your queen. What are you doing? The problem with this is when I captured your knight, I was also doing something. I was threatening to capture this pawn as well.
Okay.
Take this pawn, I'm attacking your king.
King.
Yeah. So I'm putting you in check. So what happened is that we're seeing where one person is asking questions or creating problems, and the other person is not quite solving them in the most accurate way. So he pushed the pawn attacking the queen, and the queen just takes the pawn, check. And these are moves that you would tend to do. Like I would not just see the player made the move. You can predict these moves happening on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where's your king going to move? Your king is now in check, and you have two options. You can either go here, or you can go here.
Mm-hmm.
Now the problem is, well, it's really a problem. If you go here, bishop here is going to lead to checkmate. And if you go here, bishop here is still going to lead to checkmate. So it doesn't matter where you go. You run towards the king. King to e8 was a better move because you had two pieces you could have protected with. When you run over towards the middle of the board, and this is the practical of it, if you're getting attacked, you want to run away from your enemy pieces. You don't want to run towards the enemy, you know?
Right.
So running towards the queen was not in black's best interest. And again, when you're attacking, you just want to introduce more attackers. So if you look, this is in the attack, this is in the attack, this is in the attack. All these pieces are lined up attacking this poor guy.
Yeah.
And guess what? White is not done yet. White says, hey, this guy down here is not doing anything. So what am I going to do? I'm bringing him into the attack as well. Bam. You know, more attackers.
Yeah.
And if you notice, the king now, he can't move anywhere. So the king is stuck here. He can't move there because of the queen. He can't move there because of the knight. He can't move there because of the queen. He can't move there because of the queen. And he can't move there. So the king is in a position now where it literally can't
boxed
move.
in.
You know? So when you're in check, I like to say, I use this to say, you might learn this one now, Inez. When the king is in danger, we say it's in check, right?
Right.
Now, when you're in check, you can perform a life-saving technique to save your king. You know what a life-saving technique is called?
A lifesaver.
I like that. Oh, by the way, what looks like a lifesaver? At the beach. What looks like a lifesaver?
Oh, the life. What do you call it? That life circle.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I can't even think of it.
So when you're in check, you can perform CPR.
Wait a minute. Is that what you're saying? Looks like a life? Oh, like a lifesaver, the actual person lifesaver? Oh, okay. I'm thinking.
The lifeguard. The lifeguard normally travels. Kind of like a buoy. You save the lifesaver. It's called a lifesaver.
Okay.
Right? So, but when the king is in check, you can perform CPR, which is to capture, protect, or run away.
Capture, protect, or run away.
That's CPR.
Okay, so you got me on that. I was thinking like the tube lifesaver. What is that?
Yeah, it does. But I mean, the lifesaver lifeguard normally try to perform CPR and the person who is drowning. So the king can try to now perform CPR. So let's see, can we capture the piece that's protecting us? Yeah, we can. The queen can capture the bishop. So the bishop is the one that's attacking, and the only piece that can capture is the queen. All right, we can't protect and we can't run away, so we have to capture. And now, when we capture, we put the king in check once more. So the king is again in check. And now the king run again, it run towards the queen. And that was the last straw. Here we did knight check. And this is called a double check or a discovery check. So if you notice, the knight is checking the king, but it's not just the knight that's checking the king. This, because you would say, oh, wait, I can just capture your knight.
Oh, right.
But the problem is this bishop is also checking the king. So the king is now in what we call a double check, and a double check is the deadliest check in chess. You know? So we have two pieces checking the king. And the king can't run there because of the queen, can't run here because of the bishop, can't run here because of the queen, can't run here or here because of the queen. So you can't capture any other pieces, you can't protect, and you can't run away. And that is checkmate.
That's checkmate.
That's checkmate. All right. I think this is the last game we have,
Yeah, the one that we're looking at.
and that's board 2, right?
Let me pull this up. Let's go into.
It looks like board 2, and I think we have a live feed as well. I'm looking to see if the board is accurate, and if the board is accurate, the material count is equal. The material count is equal if the board is accurate. So I think we have a live accurate board right here. Very good. So
This is a good angle camera.
yes, this is a great angle camera. All right, so we have a pretty. So the imbalance seems like we have a bishop here versus a bishop and a knight with equal pawns on both sides of the board. So one of the things that we're looking for here is that the pawns for black are isolated. So we start looking for different imbalances. So the two black pawns are isolated. They're not connected like the two white pawns for white. All right?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is that we have a bishop here. So we have two bishops versus a bishop and a knight. So what typically looks like an equal endgame, this is pretty much a very equal endgame with slight imbalances that favors the white side. Ooh. All right, so black is looking, if black gets the trade off that knight for the light square bishop, then black would actually have a drawn endgame. Can he play the move? Can he play f5? If he pushes f5, then the pawn will push to g5, and he needs to activate the king. He needs to activate the king. Leave the knight. He's jumping around with the knight. And I guess what he's doing is just trying to provoke weaknesses. He's trying to provoke white into blundering. The bishop stands on a very strong diagonal, which is preventing that king from entering the game. And what he wants to do is to probably get in f6 so he can get the king marching up. And I think that is what black is trying to provoke here. And games like this will definitely come down to time. So we're going to have a case where this is going to come down to somebody making a mistake or a blunder under time pressure. And white is playing really hard where he's trying to create an advantage. Black is trying to create an advantage to get this king active. He needs to get his black king active. He needs to activate the king. Oh, I don't like that move. What happens after the bishop attacks the knight now? Bishop attacking the knight might spell little trouble for white, for black. Yeah, because now he's threatening to play bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, winning a pawn while creating a pass pawn on the queen side. What does he do here? He pushes pass. So he's cementing his weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
And if he closes the position like that, that's a very good move. If he closes the position, what he can do, but now white can actually play bishop takes knight, pawn takes, and he creates a pass pawn for himself. But now you end up opposite color endgame bishop, which again could be drawn, but you have that connected pass pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking that might be a drawn endgame. But I think white is probably going to go for it. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes, and get the king activated. But he's calculating it. And this is where endgame, you have to be thinking that one move. It's not very tactical. It's more long-term plans.
Okay. So when you said he's cementing his loss,
he's going to cement the pawn structure.
okay.
He understands that if the game opens up, the bishops are going to have an advantage because the knight is a short range piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he took it. So he took the pawn takes, and now it's white who it's white who has, black has several pawn islands. He has 3 pawn islands. So white should be aiming to just activate that king right straight to the middle of the board. The problem is, because of the opposite color bishop, it's going to be very difficult to get a winning advantage if the kings are activated. So you just have to activate that king, get that king to a very ideal square. And I'm thinking probably a move like h6 and king to h7, king to g6. Yeah, so push the pawn on h6 and then bring the king in that way. There you go, king to h6, and then move the king to h7 and g6. That's the route. That's the route we have to take for black. And these are opposite endgame bishops. And you see where white is also activating his king and the king is coming in. And this is where both players saw ideally where their pieces need to be. And then they went about just getting the pieces to those squares. Now, probably a move such as f5 would be a good move. And then this outside pass pawn is going to give white some trouble. f5, there you go. With the f5 push, now he's looking to create an advantage. So it's black who is now trying to push far away. Yeah, I think this game is going to result in, this game is probably drawn unless one player makes a significant mistake in the position.
Okay.
So white is under a little pressure now. Do I take the pawn and give my opponent the outside pass pawn on the h5? He's going in for it. He's giving up the pawn. He's giving up the pawn to give his opponent the outside pass pawn. Very interesting idea. Very interesting idea. Does he take the pawn? Does he protect his pawn? Does he take or does he protect? What is he going to do here?
He's pondering.
He's pondering. It looks like he's going for the protection. He's going to protect his pawn. He can't trap the bishop. He can't. No, he went the wrong way. He cement the bishop over there. I think going that way is going to give him less activity. So black is going to be more, white is going to be more active now with making a move such as king in. The king further stepping in is going to give white, is going to give black an advantage. So the black king is now going to probably step to the e5 square. Because the black king can't activate anymore. So white is gaining slight advantage now with king activity. There you go, king to e5. And now if he takes, pawn takes, and you don't have a pass pawn, and your king still can't activate. Pawn takes, and now your king can't activate. You can't really do anything. And the white king is very active. The white king is still very active. So you can't push. If you push the pawn, I'm going to king takes it. It's a free pawn. You can't push the pawn. You have to just sit. You have to sit and wait. You have to run your king back. You just have to sit and wait. Right now, it's a waiting game. Can't push the pawn. You can't push the pawn yet. And that was one of the problems with playing the bishop back to that side of the board. The bishop lost activity by going that route. Oh. It's very tight for black here. Black has to bring he push the pawn. It's a free pawn. He's going to take the pawn out. He's going after that pawn. Bishop takes the pawn. Yeah, he has to play bishop takes the pawn. The problem is you can't run your pawn either. The king has to go over there. This is a very double-edged endgame. The king has to run back. You have to run back with the king. You can't push the pawn. No point in pushing it if you can't cross it. Run your king back. You have to understand, your king has to go back. The king has to go back. The king has to go back.
You're almost like telepathy trying to get him to.
The king has to go back.
Go back. Go back.
You have to go back. You have to see that your opponent's intention is, yeah, there it goes. The king has to go back. And the king is going in. And the king has to go back. So it's now a race. You have to go back. The king has to keep going back.
Go back.
You have to go back. The problem is, there it goes. So it's the entry now, is the bishop. Now you just have to wait. You have to wait to move with the bishop. You have to wait to move with the bishop. And the king has to get back to blockade, and the king can't go back and forth. So you just have to waste a move with the bishop now. You have to play bishop, just waste a move. And this is where chess players find it really difficult, because you feel like at every moment you have to be doing something. Sometimes you just have to turn it over to your opponent, say, make your move.
Right.
Make your move. You have to turn it back over to your opponent and say, make your move. But
maybe it's the authenticity. Like if you're playing and you realize you don't really have a move, and so you're waiting on the opponent. So now you're just making arbitrary moves. Maybe it doesn't feel authentic.
Yeah, it does. It does. But I mean, that's what that.
But it's a part of the game, I would presume.
We notice how much stress the black player is under right now, because he's thinking, I have to do something, and that's when you do something wrong, because you realize your king can't go anywhere. So you have to just move your bishop. You have to waste some move with the bishop, and his king is now going in the wrong direction. Your king is now going in the wrong direction.
And what's square? Well, I guess he is still on white. Maybe it's just the angle. It's like it looks like he's in between.
Yeah, he's on the F7 square.
Okay.
But I mean, what you wanted to do right now is just waste a move with the bishop. Keep your king in the action. Keep your king as close as possible. Now, what the intention is that, black is going after the pawns, and your king would have been in a much closer position to now go after that pawn. The thing is that when you push that pawn to protect, the king now slides in and go for the pawn in the back. Your bishop now drops back, the king drops in, and you realize your king is too far from the bishop. And that king that he moved forward will eventually have to come back, but he wasted a move carrying it away from where it ultimately wanted to be. And the king now goes in for the bishop, you see? And then the bishop goes back. The bishop goes back, and then the king goes to b8. And when the king goes to b8, all right, the king goes to d8. There you go. And you notice, if his king was on the d1, the e8 square, the king could not have gotten there. And now we realize why running away his king was so bad. The pawn just pushes past, and that's it. That's all she wrote. That's game. The pawn promotes, he loses the bishop. Oh, that was an illegal move. That was an illegal move. The arbiter didn't stop it, though. The arbiter didn't stop it. That was an illegal move. So I will explain the technicality after that.
Yes, I was going to ask, what was the illegal? Is there an arbiter standing there? It looks like, okay.
That one. So what he did was he pushed the pawn. The game is now over. This is game. The game is over. Can he reach those pawns? He's not going to be able to reach all of them. He's going to get one of the pawn. He should have gone after the pawns. He should have gone after the pawn. But the idea is going to be that he's going to get the 2 pawns over there and then just promote one of his pawns.
So what happens with an uncalled illegal move?
The game continues.
Oh, okay.
The game continues. Yeah, he's going to get Zug Zhuang. What is he doing? You see, what is he doing? If he allows his opponent to exchange these 2 pawns, the game is over. He can't push the pawn because then bishop back check and the pawn breaks through. So what does he do? He has to move the king. You see, he can't, if he pushes the pawn, he's going to get bishop back check. Now the bishop goes down check. Oh, he should have checked him from being in front. Now he gets, one of the pawn is off the board. This game is going to be drawn. He's up the piece and he's drawing the game. Pawn takes. No, it's not drawing this. It's not. Pawn takes. Are we going to see a stalemate? As pawn push the pawn. The king can't move. The king can't move. He has to push the pawn. He has to push the pawn. If he had seen it earlier, he would have seen that it was a stalemate. Take, and now the king move. And he goes after the pawn. If he had seen it earlier, he could have set up that stalemate. Now, what is interesting enough to know is if that was still a rook pawn, this game would still be a draw. And it's a draw because of this technicality of the wrong color square. He's going to resign. He resigned the game.
Okay.
So,
wow. So the difference between resigning and a draw.
So resigning is when a player figure that there's nothing else he can do, and if there's nothing else he can do, and he just surrenders. He waves the flag. Now, let me go back to the technicality that we missed in the game.
Okay.
When his opponent promoted the pawn, he pushed the pawn to the back rank and he hit the clock. Now, technically, in order for you to promote a pawn, when you push the pawn to the back rank, you must exchange it for a piece.
Oh, so he hit the clock before he exchanged?
He hit the clock before exchanging it for a piece, which resulted in an illegal move.
Oh, okay.
All right. So that was an illegal move. And depending, say for example, the opponent was already on an infraction, that could have been the game. You would have lost the game in that situation. All right. So it's important at that aspect that the arbiter is key to what is happening at all times. Is this another game? There's another game going on. Yeah, this seems as if a game where, so black is up a rook, and I guess if he just goes after, he checked. In games like this, you realize that checking only brings the opponent king in. I would have gone more. What just happened? Oh, wait. There are two pieces on the board. I almost missed that. There's a piece on the h7 square. I'm not sure. That looks like a rook on the h7 square. Does he have checkmate in this position? The pawn is there. He's calculating to whether or not he has checkmate. If pawn push, the king comes up. No, that's not checkmate. Ooh. He pawn push. No, wasn't it? That wasn't it. The king gets up. No, he's setting up checkmate for himself. Pawn push wasn't it. Games like this here, adrenaline is running. Does he have pawn push again? Pawn takes, rook over, check. He does the rook over first. He allows rook takes the pawn. And he gave away his rook.
I think he saw that.
He gave away his rook. Oh my gosh, he's going to resign. Yeah. Gave away his rook. I mean, what I saw there in the idea was pawn push to h5, and the pawn can't take because the pawn is pinned. But what he should have done first is to sacrifice the pawn. And when the pawn takes, then he plays rook over check. And he can set up a mating net for his opponent. But yeah, and that's pressure. That's just time pressure. It would be interesting to see how the time had something to do with that mistake and the white side. Oof. Like, sometimes, even though I'm not playing,
right.
Because it's like, especially when you're able to see the clock, you start seeing he didn't resign? The game is going on? The player's still playing. That's one thing I've come to understand with these players, Inez. They don't resign. They don't stop playing. They play right down to the very last one. If they have a piece, they're playing on. But yeah, this is completely winning for black. This is completely winning for black. White is shaking his head, understanding that he just utterly blundered a whole rook, probably in a position that he could have held a draw, rook and pawn in DMZ, but he resigned. So I thought he had resigned before when he put his hand on his head, but he didn't officially resign. And by placing his king down, that's an official resignation. He stopped the clock, and that is game. I think Inez got disconnected. And yeah, that's the end of round
I'm here.
3.
Okay. Yeah, that
That's
was
the
kind
end
of
of round 3 right there.
okay.
Oof.
That was interesting.
So pretty interesting results like to end. And that's where in the opening stage of the game when I said players are just getting into that formation, it do have a lot of
Mhm.
excitement. But when it comes on to the end game where if you could attach um, a heart meter to the players and you see their heart rate in the end game, like
Mhm.
that would be like the elo bar just going up and down, like the
Mhm.
fluctuation of their heart rate to see how intense it is at that moment. We
Mhm.
understand how easy it is to just make a mistake like that.
Right. Right.
And
So it looks like they're doing a review. Like
yeah,
what
and
happened.
players deal with losses in different ways. You might see even the player who is in black here and the blacks and the white side who won and the black side who won the game. The player in black was playing black, and
Mm.
he's dealing with the win in a different way because he's probably just as stunned that his opponent blundered the piece, right? So he's dealing with it in a very. He's trying to compose himself as well to say, "Whew, that just happened." Now I can breathe. And he has to take a few minutes to compose himself before he can even get up from the board as well. You know, um,
Mhm.
the player who blundered and lost is a little bit more. What did just happen? He still has to try and compose himself. Like, what just happened? What just happened?
I'm still trying to figure out what happened because it looked like he had resigned and then they came back to the board. So
Yeah.
I'm
So
trying to
he didn't
figure out.
officially resign, and you officially resign when you stop the clock, shake your opponent hand hard, he
Oh,
topples his
okay.
king. So in
Okay.
toppling his king and stopping the clock, that's an official resignation.
Okay.
All right. So if we go back to look at the board, it seems as if all our results are in and all the boards.
Yes.
So this is showing all the results in, and whew, those end games in the last moment, the last second, like when you have 2 seconds left on the shot clock and you put the ball up in the air, you see whether or not it's going in or it's going
Mhm.
out. Is That's when your breath stop, your heart stop at that point. You want to see the final result and the buzzer go beep, and you look if
Mhm.
it's going in.
Right. Yeah, there's real excitement when one of the things that in putting together the USMCL, one of the biggest walkthrough for me was trying to figure out how do you bring the spectator into the process? How do you bring, and I'm talking about the generic spectator. I'm not talking about a chess enthusiast that's just going to be riveted by every moment, but the general public, because in moving chess towards being more of a sport, because I look at a sport as a game, an organized game that establishes a win loss
Hmm.
and is able to elevate one team or individual from the other, and then bringing the spectators along. To me, that's what a sport is. Otherwise, you're playing a game, you know,
Yeah.
and we can play games all day long. But it being a sport, thereby being a business, how do you bring the spectators in? Because you do need the spectators, because you need those individuals that are buying tickets, that are purchasing merchandise, that become fans, they become followers of the chess athlete. Okay. So how do you bring them into the board? How do you bring them into the space? And it's energy. It's
Entertainment
energy like
value.
what you do, but also how do you make that happen?
Like I said, I mean, with any sport, what drive those sports are basically spectators, and spectators are coming for entertainment value. Are
Right.
they entertained? Are they watching because this is something that interests them? You don't have to be a chess player or a what you call a savvy chess player.
Mhm.
They
Right.
are entertainment value. Because I mean, I grew up. I mean, I used to have to watch cricket. I was never a big lover of cricket, but I found entertainment value in watching 2020 cricket because it was faster, it was exciting, there was six, there was Galdo, and it brought a different sense of entertainment to
Mm-hmm.
what I was watching,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I
Mm-hmm.
mean, once you create that entertainment within the arena, then it creates value for the spectator dollar,
Right.
right?
Right.
And that's really what you get to. So, and that is chess as a sport. Chess as a sport has to be spectator friendly.
And you said it is spectator. I'm
No,
sorry. Did you sneeze? Bless
we
you.
have to create that spectator.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Because generically, it's for the novice or for the non-chess player.
It wasn't really spectator friendly for the non.
Right.
It's hard for you to be watching something if you don't know what is happening,
Right.
right?
And you
It's
don't
great.
understand. And
You're
and
going to
the,
be very. You're also going to feel very foolish just watching and like,
right.
you're going to get bored. You're going to lose interest.
Right.
But if you understand, or even if you have somebody who is sharing that excitement of what is really happening, you're like, oh, that's what really happening.
Right.
Okay, I see that. I see that. You
Yeah.
know. So
And and even deeper is the challenge of the mind, because I'm always going to go back to that game, that game between Washington and Chicago, where in the last seconds, is it Jaden get mixed up with the Jadens and the Jalen's, uh, through that touchdown when Chicago was already celebrating um, a win. That to me, that's like you understand the mind of that person, and the discipline that it took to even think that with 2 seconds that you had a shot of winning the game. And so I think it's the same thing with chess. The more, even for myself, that I look at the moves and look at the competitive spirit, even though it's a quiet competition, there's the mind game going on. What I like about how you present your commentary is that you're not just talking about the pieces, you're talking about the mind game that's happening between, that dance that's happening between the competitors. And I believe that that's how you bring people in to the board.
and that is what is really happening on the board. It's a lot more than just the movements of the pieces, because
Mhm.
somebody else looking in is going to think, oh dear, how could he make such a bad move? You don't
Mhm.
understand the psychological stress that is on that player, the
Right.
mindset of that player that would have caused a move like that to happen. It's not.
Mhm.
That is no indication of the player's strength.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's a lot more, and that's why it could be account of the spectators. The player
Right.
don't feel an additional stress
Right.
under the spotlight from all those players watching. I don't
Right.
want to blunder on
Right.
the international scene.
And
That's
then your attention, now you're focusing on the piece. And see, that's one of the things that I say for chess, that you have to have that element. You have to have the element of the fans around you, because when you
yeah,
look at other sports, those other sports also factor in. Football factors in. They call the
yeah,
fans the 12th man. So it's factored in. Baseball is factored in, the fans. The fans will make a ruckus and interrupt, interrupt the flow. Even in golf, you've got the fans that are walking right along with you. And, even though they want you to be quiet while they're setting up, there's still stuff that happens that's intimidating because of all eyes on you.
All eyes on you. And that's the spectatorship of it, You have to understand that you're a sportsman, you're a player. So you're not in a vacuum anymore.
Right.
You're
not in a little cubby moving your piece, one piece, and now you move a piece, I move a piece, and I've got 20 hours to calculate how
Gone are those days.
No, you've got to move and you've got to go and you've got to be on point, just like every other sport.
Yep. All right, so we're setting up for round 4, Inez. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can pull up the match card for this round.
Okay.
And in doing so, this is round 4, yeah? So the match card is up, and I'm checking to see if the pairings are up. So I'm refreshing and chess results. Yep. So we have the match 4 card.
Okay.
We do have the match 4 card. And we have the number 1 and number 2 seed.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
So that should be Kamara and Winston, huh?
Kamara and Winston. Yep. We have the number
this
1.
Should be good. Camera. We need a camera on that board.
We need a camera on that board, because we want to make sure the game is being like. As a matter of fact, I'm going to refill my coffee to make sure that I don't have to move when this one starts.
And I'm going to do the same, so we'll meet you right back here.
All right.
La vida, neto. Shout out to my compa Rihanna. Vete a lo grande o vete a casa. Let's go big, go home. I put that on my partner. So, vete a lo grande o vete a casa. Let's
go big, go home.
The fans are with me, the enemy coming, I can't protect them. Another one shining, another one diamond. I live the victory, I'm never dying. I've been at the top, made it straight from the bottom. I never gave up, and so no one can stop them. No one can stop them. I picked it up in the water could drop. Never get a check from the blood and the sweat manifests what it means when you gotta be the best. From the red to the set, put the body in the bench. That's muscle what it takes when you want a big flex. Never knew the taste of defeat. I'm the king in the street, know the taste of my feet. Kissing the ring to the beat, yeah, had to go big, now the price ain't changed. Let's go big, go home. I put that on my partner. So, let's go big and go home. I put that on my compass. Go big, go big, go big and go home. Go big, go big, go big and go home. Vete a lo grande o vete a casa. Let's go big and go home. I put that on my compass. Go big, make it hit. Take a W and never let him in. Undercover moves, that's how we get it in. It's a couple views in London, then in France. Yeah, I popped a couple ollies, then I dropped a couple bodies. Blew up, kamikaze, couple oppies couldn't stop me. Big bang, bigger profits, big moves, didn't stop it. Can't lose, not an option. If you cross me, move with caution. Yeah. Vete a lo grande o vete a casa. Let's go big, go home. I put that on my partner. So, vete a lo grande o vete a casa. Let's go big and go home. I put that on my compass. Go big, go big, go big and go home. Go big, go big, go big and go home. Vete a lo grande o vete a casa. Let's go big and go home. I put that on my compass. La mira, neto, neto. Shout out to my compa, Rihanna. Vete a los grandes.
Alright, so round 4 is up. We're off and about in round 4.
So we're ready to go.
Should take a closer look at this board 1 game. I mean, those are the tournament leaders at the moment, and the number 1 and number 2 seed. And I think in the last round we saw where there was a slight inaccuracy played in that was moved early in the opening, where Black won a piece, and it was just an uphill task for White from there. Again, we're seeing a very equal position, and again, you notice the time control is that both players are way ahead and time. So they started out with 15 minutes, and they still have over 50 minutes on the clock. But again, neither player is committed too much to the attack as yet. They just maneuvering their pieces. So you're seeing the experience from both players at this point, right?
Right.
They're just holding their own. They're holding. They're trying to wait from either player. You see almost a symmetrical position on the board.
Yeah.
Where the knights are symmetrical, the queens are symmetrical.
Yeah, it's almost identical. Yeah.
Exactly. So what you have is both players just feeling out each other. Who is going to blunder first? Who's going to make a mistake first? And you see that lift. So the only difference now we're seeing on the board is this bishop back here on f8. White bishop, the dark square bishop is here on e3. So we're seeing where White has a slight advantage in space. And Black immediately says, nope, bam, I'm going to make the first move. d5, hitting the center, right? And that hit on the center now we're going to force for something to happen. Are you going to allow me to march through? Are you going to allow me to break? What are you going to do? I'm aiming back for some of that space. d5. So this is very interesting for both sides.
And you know, they've probably played each other hundreds of times.
There you go.
Right.
And this is where we say, I want you to say this one with my highness, to take is a
mistake.
Is a mistake, exactly. What happens is that you want to keep this tension in the middle of the board. By White taking the pawn, he just gave up the tension in the center. And remember I spoke earlier about White having that slight advantage in space. White just snatch it from out of White's hands.
Right.
So now it's Black who has the advantage in the space because White took. And sometimes when that pressure comes down on you, you're like, what do I do? What do I
Right.
do? You know?
Right.
So very interesting position here from white now. How does black now get improve this light square bishop and bring the rook into the game?
Mhm.
So I think white is going with the idea of a6, b5, bishop to b7, and pointing the bishop to the side. But again, both players are being very cautious of what plans to take moving forward. But it is black with the slight advantage. I'm thinking with the center control, controlling the center in a very slight way. But again, these advantages are so minute, such a
Mhm.
small advantage. It's nothing you can use to call the game. So I'm thinking b5, bishop to b7. And yeah, you get your pieces to the ideal squares. Yeah, then what?
Okay.
Like I said, you have to make in chess, if both players play accurately, then how do you decide who wins the game? The
Right.
game would end in a draw. If both players play precise move at their play completely accurate chess, then who wins the game?
Mhm.
Right? So what we're looking at is black slowly trying to turn this slight advantage into more by completely activating the other pieces. Activate this bishop, activate this rook, connect the rooks, get the bishop to a better square, and then try to make something of the position. So I'm thinking b5, bishop to b7, rook to c8, probably bishop to c5, getting rid of my opponent's strong bishop here, and try to
Okay.
make something of the position. Probably jumping knight in here, you know. I actually
Mhm.
square because there's a saying that goes, with great power comes greater
Great.
responsibility. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so even if you gain an advantage, if you don't use that advantage, then do you have that advantage?
Exactly.
You know?
Well, you do. You just, you know, I was going to say something else, but you just didn't use the advantage that you had.
Yeah. So advantage is a very fickle thing. Oh wait a second. Ah, I think black may have blundered slightly just now by putting the bishop here.
What?
Bishop to e6 was maybe a slight inaccuracy,
Okay.
with white having to just drop the bishop back and putting some pressure on this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you notice, this rook is defending this pawn. But when the bishop come here, it's now interfering with the rook. So if you drop the bishop back, if you find a tempo with this bishop, then you have two attackers on this pawn, which is the knight and this rook. And these are the little advantages you have to look out for. Because
Okay.
these are advantages you don't get them a second time.
Right.
You get it once, you have to make the most of it.
Mm-hmm.
And we see where white is now. Yeah, I'm not liking this idea by white. White is not keeping the tension. White is not keeping the tension. White just created a long-term weakness for himself by pushing the pawn. And you have to keep that tension in the game. You have to maintain that tension. If you can't keep the tension, you're going to give up the advantage. You just allow the knight to jump in. Knight
Mm-hmm.
takes knight, knight back, and now you have a weakness that you are trying to hold on to. So
Right.
black now has a more solid advantage because white created a weakness. So you have to know how to maintain position. Yeah, knight takes, pawn takes, and now the knight goes back to d7, hitting that weakness. And that's an advantage for black. Black is now better in the position. Now white has to be figuring out, how do I now defend this pawn? How do I keep that pawn from falling off the board? You know? So
Right.
black now has a more black advantage, and the leaderboard is now going towards one. And this is Winston. This Winston is the underdog. Like I said, these two players are much closer in ratings. And again, we see the idea, opportunity of en passant. But do we en passant here? If we en passant, queen takes, yeah, I win the pawn. So I'm going to do en passant. I'm going to en passant you and take off the pawn. So we're going to see en passant once more. This is the second time we're seeing en passant on stream. And for those who missed the first time, en passant is when you literally capture a piece without moving to the square the piece is on. In chess, you typically have to always move to the square. When you're capturing a piece, you must always move to the square the piece is on. But in en passant, you move to a square that the piece is actually passing through. Why the term en passant is referred to as is French for in passing. So you typically capture the piece during passing.
So you can move if a piece is on a square, you can move past the piece, through the piece, and take the piece without having to land on that square.
All right, so let me show you for reference. If we wanted to capture this pawn, I would have to move my knight to that square. So anytime you capture a piece, you have to move to the square the piece is on. Now, if you look at this idea, this pawn just jumped 2 squares past the black pawn. You see that?
Yes.
But when the pawn was passing, it passed through this square. So with en passant, you have to do it immediately. So if I didn't en passant right now, I would have lost the opportunity to en passant in the future.
Okay.
So, like I said, the last change made to chess, and it took place over 500 years ago. So this is a significant change to how the game is played. And this pawn was able to capture this pawn, but it didn't move to the square the pawn is on. It moved to a square the pawn is coming from or passing through. Okay. And that's what gives it the name en passant.
Yes.
Which is French for in passing. And again, black is winning. Black just captured a pawn. He has a pawn advantage, the space advantage, the center control converted into a material advantage, and black is now better on the board. The knight takes also gave him a tempo where he's attacking the queen. The queen has to move to a safe square. The queen moves to h5, attacking the knight. The knight moves to the c4 square, attacking the bishop. And we see the story being told where both players are just looking for ideas to attack each other, move after move after move.
Okay.
Right? And that's the story of chess. I'm thinking probably going to see the bishop go into this square. And even though this is what we talk about in compensation, black is up a pawn. But what's the compensation? White has some clear open lines leading to the black king. So these open lines are going to account for something. I want to say, you know what? Yeah, you're up. Yeah, you're better. Yeah, you're up a pawn. But what do I have to show for it? You know what I'm going to show for it? I'm going to start putting my pieces to attack you in squares you didn't even know you had. So I'm going to start attacking. White is probably thinking at this moment, do I give up this pawn? Because right now you're attacking this pawn. Do I want to give up another pawn? Right? You're also attacking my bishop. Do I want to give up my bishop? I would love to play a move like bishop back to c1 to protect the pawn, but I can't because my rook is on the c1 square. So what do I do? We went for the ideal. So this is what we call passive defense versus active defense. So the active defense is like, you know what? You're already winning by a pawn. Take another one. I'm giving you the b2 pawn. Because when you take the b2 pawn, I'm going after your king. I'm going to make moves like, oh, black says, no, not so fast. I want to trade first. I understand I'm a pawn up. I want to get your queens off the board. And if I get your queens off the board, then I will try and win that endgame just being a pawn up. So black is playing safe. And you can imagine, black is like, yeah, I'm winning, but I'm going to trade out these pieces and win this game slowly. I don't want to win too fast. I want to take my time and convert this advantage.
So losing all your pieces is a strategy. It's not crazy. It's a strategy. I
It's
think we're
not
watching the
really
game now. This is
Mhm.
Winston and
Kamar.
Kamara. Yes.
This is Kamar versus Winston.
Yes.
But we see where Winston being up the pawn is being very cautious with the pawn. So Winston could have taken a second pawn, but instead of taking the second pawn, he decided to err on the side of caution. And I would have taken the second pawn in this position, to be honest with you. I would have gone for the second pawn. I would have taken it and then go for the queen exchange. I can't see what my opponent was going to do immediately that would have probably cost me the position. I didn't see a tactical motive, an immediate tactical motive that would have cost me. So I would have gone for the second pawn and
Okay.
then go for the queen exchange. But again, he was being very cautious. He went for the queen exchange immediately, and it was pretty much kind of forced. White was okay with exchanging the queens and saving his pawn. So again, being up just a pawn might not be enough because now the pawns that you're up, there's a disadvantage. One, they are doubled, and two, it's isolated.
Oh, okay.
So we see where black is being very cautious in the position. And sometimes being cautious doesn't put it. Yeah, no, this knight is over here. You remember us talking about knights on the rim? We said they are what?
You said the knights on.
The rim.
Oh, on the rim. Oh, like they're bored and lonely, and it's
The knights on the rim are ugly and
ugly. No, okay, I didn't get that one.
they're ugly and grim.
Ugly and what?
Grim.
Oh, ugly and grim. Okay, I'm gonna write that
Yeah.
down.
Instead of
I
knights on the
remember
rim,
you giving the color commentary that they were bored and they weren't really having fun.
So yeah, it's not having much fun. So we said this knight over here is not having much fun. And the only square it can come back to is here. And which if it does, if the bishop takes, then I mean it's going to be another double pawn, which we might not want because our bishop is looking so good. So in positions like this, I am thinking like this is where players sometimes have difficulty, but I just immediately look and say, where do I improve? Yeah. And we see this rooking movement, which is saying, oh, that's a blunder. That's a blunder. White just blundered. White blunder. Bishop here attacking the rook. If the rook moves, bishop takes, and you're losing this. So the rook has to go back to e1. The rook has to go back to e1.
Okay.
If he doesn't, he's going to play bishop takes, pawn takes, and he's going to lose the rook on c1.
So he's going to lose the rook.
So he has to go back to the e1 square. So rook
gotcha.
Yeah. So you notice your opponent, he just played rook down, and then he had to play back. So he blundered. And that's the part of chess which goes, it's okay to swallow your pride. If you make a bad move, there's nothing wrong with going back and saying, you know what? I admit, I made a bad move. But fine, I'm not going to just sit there and say, oh, I'm going to loop all it. No. You correct it and you move on with life. You know? So white made a bad move. Black found the correct move. White went back and said, okay, continue with life. I think now is getting very, oh my gosh. So yeah. So it's getting very sticky right now because now the kings are going to come in. We see these weaknesses. The weaknesses are there. The pawn structure is very bad for black. Black has just been going about trying to exchange all the pieces. The problem is you're exchanging all the pieces and you're giving yourself a worse pawn structure. Pawn push, pawn push, pawn push. Push this. Don't allow it to connect this pawn. Make that pawn a permanent weakness. Push the pawn, attack the pawn. You see, sometimes you have to cement your opponent's weakness before attacking them. sometimes we get ahead of ourselves and we try to just attack the weakness, and then the weakness is cemented and it's no longer a weakness. So you want to fix the weakness and then attack it. So push the b4 pawn. I think push the b4 pawn, then go after the pawn. You have to sometimes be very meticulous in terms of how you go about attacking point. If you just do the immediate tonight, just bam and attack it immediately, you realize that your opponent gets to prevent it, gets to defend it in such a way that you can't really do much.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to cement the weakness first. You want to make sure that the weakness can't move. And you can't get in reinforcement. So you're locked in the door on the reinforcement, and then you attack the pawn.
Okay.
So what he did was to attack it immediately, and then the reinforcement is going to come in. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And now when he attacks this one, that was his plan. No, he's going to just come here. Oh no, no!
If only they could hear you.
If only they could hear. No, I don't like the move of putting your rook here, because what you do is lock the rook. Now this rook is no longer active. After the pawn push, the bishop comes to life on this pawn.
Okay.
But probably doesn't want to. The king needs to activate the king. It's very. This rook is not doing a lot. This rook is not doing much. It's just like there,
Right.
And I can see, yeah, this knight is coming in. It's coming in to attack the knight and the bishop. The king needs to activate. You need to get the knight. If this king was here, if this king could have gotten here, then this knight is not that good.
Mm-hmm.
But the knight is coming in right here.
Mm-hmm.
And there it's attacking the bishop, it's attacking the pawn. And if it gets either one of those, so, I mean, we have a lot of time on the clock. So both players want to make sure they don't make any major weaknesses now. I like this move for white, for black. Black realizes my opponent is aiming for this square and he can't let him do it. So what he did, he uses rook to cover it. That's very good move. Excellent move by black. You have to see what your opponent is capable of. See what your opponent is threatening. And you have to make moves to prevent them from doing it. And that's just, somebody said, that's the story of chess. That's just how it works. You have to be able to see your opponent's plan and prevent them from doing what they want to do. If you can't do that, then what are you doing? White is going for the breakthrough. White says, well, guess what? If you're preventing my knight, I'm breaking through on the side. White is playing active. White is playing for the win.
Mm-hmm.
Does he take? Does he push past? What does he do? I push past. Do I push past and prevent my opponent? But this is going to be a weakness. How do I defend that afterwards? How do I defend it? If I push past, how do I defend this? This is going to be a really crazy endgame. This endgame is going to go either way. Like this endgame is, we're going to see something happening. He pushed past, but how does he
push past? Yeah.
Pawn? Because now the rook can go after this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Rook to b5. How do you protect this weakness?
Mm-hmm.
There's bishop back. That's a very interesting move. Why not attack my opponent's weakness immediately? I didn't get that move, bishop to c8. I expected the rook to b6 move. That's rook to b3. That was the move I was expecting to be played. Rook to b3, and I just target your weakness immediately. If I get rid of this pawn is weakened, this pawn is weakened, and they will fall. Those pawns will fall off the board. I just have to break the structure. Right? So once I get one of this pawn off, this pawn is what is holding these two pawns together. So I have to get rid of this one and then attack this one, or attack that one. That's the black plan right now. Has
They look like they're concentrating for real.
it's intense.
It looks very intense, almost surgically intense.
Did he move? Did black move? Is white clock running? I'm trying to see the board.
Oh, okay. Okay. Here we go.
Did he? So it is black's turn to move. And black is going to make that move. Rook to b3. That's the move that basically attacks that pawn. And I can't see a way for white to defend it.
Mm-hmm.
I think white sees it. White doesn't want him to play it. He sees it. He's just calculating whether or not it works. He's just calculating. One of the good things about this Inez is that we have this game both live and on the DGT board. We have both visual of this game.
Yes. And I think that really helps in seeing the excitement on the board, the logistics digitally, and the way they come together to really capture what's going on.
Yeah. So
And watch the players too, because right now you see this is intense.
You get to see what these players are going through. And
Mhm.
he's going to play. I know he's going to play. I feel he's going to play the move. It's rook to b3. What does he do? How does he defend against rook to b3?
Mhm.
I can't see it. If he goes rook to b3, how does he defend that pawn?
Mhm.
Does he counterattack? Does he play knight? I can't see it. How does white defend b4? After rook to b3, how does he defend b4? I know he sees it. These players are attacking players. They're going to look for weaknesses. They're going to exploit it. They're going to go after it every chance they get. He sees it. He sees the attention. The focus is on that side of the board. He's going, oh no, he went to the king. He missed it. He missed it. He exchanged the rooks. No, we're going to go back to the live. He missed it, Inez. All right,
Oh,
if we go back over to the live board, let's see exactly what black did in that position. Black in the
okay.
position played. Whew.
There we go.
Yeah, in the position, he played the move king to f7. And that gave up the advantage. And his opponent just immediately went to trade in the rooks.
Mm-hmm.
And then they trade off the pieces. The pieces came off the board. Now, guess what? In this position, the advantage is there. Black is now up the pawn, and black has their pawns on both sides of the board.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see a clear advantage for either player anymore, other from the fact that black is still up a pawn. But with the pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop should have an advantage. The problem is black pawn structure is weaker. Black should have definitely gone with the advantage of getting off that b4 and cementing his victory in this position. Getting off the b4 pawn, playing the rook to c5, c4, and going after the second pawn. That was black's plan.
Mm-hmm.
Black exchanged the pieces and he's trying to king safety. And look at that. Black is now losing a pawn. He lost the pawn on b5. 1914 the king on the pawn. He's losing a pawn. And black may actually go on to lose this game. Black is now losing this game completely because white is now threatening to play knight to the d6 square, forking the bishop and the pawn once more. And once he gets rid of this pawn, the pawn on a6 is now going to promote white win the game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Black had it in his hand.
The plot thickens.
What? Wait a second. He didn't cap the pawn. Oh, he captured. Captured. And now he's going to play knight takes on b7. Yeah, and that's it. That's it. White wins. White wins.
Okay, so the champ won.
White wins. He's going
Okay.
to push the c pawn. Push the c pawn. Yeah. And when the bishop goes back to a6, you then push the b pawn, sacrificing the pawn, and then you get to promote on c8. White wins the game. Woo! Pawn push to b5, sacrifice the pawn, pawn push to c7, and you're promoting on the c. You're promoting. Wait a second. Bishop to d7. Knight back to c and knight back to c5. So bishop now goes to the d7 square, stopping the pawn from promoting. You play knight to c5, attacking the bishop. But does he have king back? He pushes the pawn. Okay, that works as well. That might have been the safer way about it. And then you push a7 away, and you win. The pawn promotes. Black is trying his last chance over here to try and promote a pawn. Pawn takes, you straight off the pawn. The bishop takes, you push a7, and one of your pawn will promote immediately. Yep, and that's it. The king can't enter because the knight and the c7 and the b7 square keeps the king out of the game. And if you go back to the video, yep, both players are still thinking, but yeah, white wins. White wins. One of the pawn now promotes, and that's it. Promote and to the a8 square. No, no, he promoted to a queen. Oh yes, thank you. But wait a second. If black pushes g7, how does he stop this promotion? Oh, queen to a7 to stop the promotion, and queen back to d8 square. He stops the pawn from promoting. Whew, that was close. So the queen goes to a7. He checked. What happened after bishop block? Oh, after bishop block, he still plays queen to c5. He played king over. Oh, how does he stop the pawn? Oh, he still now has to play bishop. Yeah, I didn't like that queen check move. I like queen to a7 and just getting the queen to the g8 square. Now, white still have to be worrying about this pawn being promoted. I tell you, Inez, this is not done yet.
I know. It seemed like it revived. The game revived.
This is not done yet. What is white doing?
I guess Winston said, hold on a minute. There's still some more left.
What is white doing? Is he going to play queen check? Queen here. This is not done yet. It's not over. There are still some check. Yeah, he's going to go queen check. And if the king steps to f7, does he play queen to h7? Or does he play queen check? He does play queen check, forcing the king to step on the pawn. And then he maneuver the knight around. No. Yeah, he plays queen check. And you're forcing the king on the square of the pawn. And now you bring in your knight. You can bring the king over. You can, but like I said, it's still, you can play king to e8. And you're threatening. Yeah, you bring the king to e8. Yeah, I mean, white is choosing the most difficult way to convert this endgame, but still winning for white.
Well, he's still in there, so
He's still winning for
if
white.
it works, it works.
I guess when you want to give the crowd some excitement, you want to give the spectators more excitement.
Exactly, to the last second. It's not over till it's over.
It's not over. It is not over.
Mm-hmm.
And king to e8, you would think is the move you want to play here. And your opponent doesn't get this move here because you still go check. Wait a second. With check, do I get bishop here? And I'm still threatening to promote the pawn. It's not over, Inez. Not.
I see.
It's
I guess
not
that's what happens when the
over.
top players play each other.
Oh, wait. It is, Vern. If you go bishop there and I promote, you can promote with a check, but now I have two queens on the board. But do you get? Oof! I tell you, and now you see why these players are burning time because it's not as clear cut anymore. Like there are some tricks in this.
Mm-hmm.
So you did step the king over, and I'm expecting to see king to h8 because you have to prepare to promote your pawn. And I'm expecting black is going to play this move, king to h8. And this is where, as black, your options are very limited. So you have to make that move that just put the ball back in the court for white and let white wonder, am I throwing this away?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to keep the white time, you have to keep white clock ticking. So your only move here, you have to make a move that says, yes, I want to promote the pawn. What do I do? Oh, you don't get bishop black because queen takes. So why was I looking at bishop black? The pawn doesn't capture backwards. If you bishop block, block, it's going to be queen takes capture. So it doesn't work. You have to go back king under. And now you bring the knight in. Or you play the queen up. You bring, oh, here's the move, Inez. Queen to g6. Queen to g6 is the move. After queen to g6, if you step over, then I play back this remarkable move, king to f7, and I'm threatening to checkmate you. That's the ideal.
Oh, okay.
That's the winning ideal here.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see how it plays out.
Oh, so he's bringing the knight back for reinforcement. The knight also comes back with a tempo, which is fine. You're taking a tempo. You're saying, hey, the bishop has to do something. And in this position, you also have ideas. There's just more moving the knight in again. The bishop can't capture. You're always going to be promoting to a second queen. But I like the simple idea of just playing queen here, queen to g6. And I see this idea for white. The young in the knight, the bishop can't take the knight because you're always going to be promoting to a second queen. And you don't lose with two queens on the board. Yeah, you get two queens on the board and that's all she wrote. So white can't take it. And again, you're just looking to say, hey, if once my knight comes over, my knight comes in, I attack you, I just create a mating square, and that's going to be checkmate. So he's just going to bring in the knight to say, I'm going to bring in the knight and finish off this game. Finish off my opponent. And the bishop can't take the knight. So yeah. May have been the more hard-pounding way to go about executing, but executed nonetheless. And again, the time pressure is now on black to do something. What do I do? What do I do? Do I play this move, pawn push, attacking the queen, set pawn takes, bishop takes? What do I do here? I can't really do much. My opponent is saying my bishop can't capture. What do I do? You know, do I play pawn, bishop back? There's little that black can do here. and black
Mhm.
time is just running out on top of it. So it's
Mhm.
it's a very sticky position for black. I want to see the reaction for the players. Is the camera still on the players?
I think we okay. We don't have that. We just lost that visual.
Very clear what we see happening on the rest of for the rest of the board.
Mhm.
We can call it. White is winning. White is in the driver's seat. White is up on time. Black is under pressure. White is about to promote to a second queen. Everything is playing in White's favor at the moment. Is there any last trick for
Last ditch effort.
is there any final hallelujah? Yes. He's trying to sacrifice the pawns. And I like this small attempt by White. White is trying to give away the pawns, give away everything, and try to go for a stalemate idea. Problem is, this other pawn is on the board. Does he take the knight? No. Does he push the other pawn? What does he do?
Mhm.
His time is ticking. He has to do something. What does he do? And I understand the idea that Black is going for is the stalemate idea. He's trying to stalemate the game.
Mhm.
Maybe playing a move like bishop to h6. So the queen comes back, then bishop back down here. Pawn push. You have to get those pawns into positions where they can't move. If you're going to get the stalemate, you need those pawns to push where they can't move, one, or to get them off the board. This is a time
Mhm.
where giving away your pawns become the right thing to do. But I think Black just threw in the towel and he resigned the game. The game is over. White won.
Oh, okay.
That was an intense clash at the top of the table, I guess, if I say so myself. That was a very
Yeah.
intense match. It was very close.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see that shot. I know that
Yeah, I think
having
we're
a
gonna
little problem on the
to
internet.
see
So yeah.
those last second, last minute of the
Mhm.
players and how the game ends. It's a really
Right.
good shot for the spectators to see.
And to see their interaction from
Yeah.
such an intense competition. That would be great. So, well, we will know. I was going to say we have it on. We'll probably have it on the recording, but if the camera didn't pick it up, well, sometimes the camera's picking it up, but it's not coming through. So hopefully that happens. So we capture that.
Yeah. So those are all the results we have in
Mm-hmm.
for round four. And all the results are in.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Well,
So the
we just want to
results
say
are
we
in
want to
for
give a
round
shout
four.
out to Samuel because I know he has been working these boards and this internet and all of the devices between the phones and the devices that's capturing the games and then connecting the games with ID Chess. So and then making sure that all of the matches are set. So yes, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thumbs up to
So
you.
I'm not sure if the players are now on a break or what the case is, but I'm going to take a break. After all that excitement, I'm going for a break.
Yes, you exude much excitement on this last game. So take a break. I'm going to take a break. We're going to find out where we are, and I think we're going to go for round 5 and
Round
then take
five
an
next. Yeah.
official break. Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. See you soon.
Okay. All right. See you soon.
Chess is a game accessible to anyone, even for those who still can't read and write. But for effective learning, it is important to record and analyze every game played. We are introducing ID Chess, a platform for recognizing games on a real chessboard using artificial intelligence algorithms. ID Chess records the player's moves and saves them in chess notation. You can watch and analyze the games immediately after they have ended. To record games with ID Chess, you only need a mobile phone and a special holder, which is included in the kit. Set up your holder on the table where the chessboard is. Run the application. Attach the phone to the holder according to the user guide. Click the Start Game button. After completing the game, click the Save button. The recording will immediately be available for analysis in ID Chess. With ID Chess, you can share your games with your coach, friends, or family. You can also share your live games wherever you are. Just take ID Chess with you. Now, tournaments can be broadcast for the large audience, and fans can watch the game directly on any device. The application helps both children and adults, beginners as well as professional players, achieve your goals in playing chess. ID Chess digitizes and saves your game. And what you have to do is to concentrate on the most important thing, the right moves. Win with ID Chess.
All right. So we're now into round 5. So we do have the
Okay.
picture for round 5.
Looks like
Yep.
we
And
are ready.
let me
So
just
it
move
looks
it to
like there's 3 more games. He must be still connecting. It doesn't look like anyone started yet.
yeah. I think
Oh, no.
that's the only
Looks like
one game
board.
start.
Yeah, one game has started.
Yeah. Board 5, like first you jump the gun, they just want to start.
You see
So
everyone running back to the table.
board 5 is off the mark and they're going.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an exchange French being played on board 5. Um, say E4, E6, D4, and we see an exchange French, or open French.
Okay. So we have Peter. Let me see if I can grab his information real quick.
And from the camera footage, are other games going on?
I do
See,
not have. I have a. We have
they have multiple
a.
games going as well.
Yeah. Let me see a
So the other
venue.
games are going on now. So the games have
Let's see
started.
which board. No, we don't have the specific board yet.
So we have board 2.
Okay.
So we also have a game going on board 2. Well, again, we have the tournament favorite who is still leading the tournament.
Okay.
And the tournament favorite is now playing against Antique. Oh, that's Sebastian. Sebastian Antique, right? So
Mhm.
let's see. Will it be so in Swiss tournaments like this with 9 rounds, your opponent could actually win the tournament with a round or 2 to spare.
Okay.
So if Kamara keeps winning, if he gets to round 7 with a perfect score of 7 points and his closest opponent is say 5 points,
Hmm.
then he would have won the tournament with 2 rounds to spare. So because at that point he would start playing against persons with much lower, because he would have beaten everybody close to him.
Okay.
So even if someone ended up tying with him, he would have beaten those persons who are able to tie with him.
Okay. Well, if we can get a camera on a table.
And then we have board 1 here. This is our tournament leader, Kamar versus Antique, which is the board we're going to take very close look at, because is Kamar going to do a clean sweep of this event, or is there someone that can slow him down? Is there anyone who can stop him from doing a clean sweep? That's the
Mhm.
question. That's the question, and all the other players' mind as well. Is there anyone who is going to just slow him down? And everybody else in the tournament is hoping for this as well. They're hoping that somebody can just slow him down, like slow him down for me, please.
Hit the brakes.
Five.
Well, I guess the opponent that's closest to him in ratings um, didn't, but I gather from your commentary that he gave him a fight.
Yes, it was a very close game through, because I mean, he was playing against Winston, and I think at some point in the game, Winston was up. He was up positionally. As a matter of fact, Winston went up material wise in the positions. But I mean, again, it came down to the point where You have to be able to hold that composure. This is sports, and this is no longer you being locked in a vacuum, just knowing that it's my move, my opponent move. This is you being able to hold your composure under pressure, and then you have an advantage being able to see that advantage home. I think we had a little phrase for it last time we were here. We said it's more than just getting the bacon. No, you have to be able to take the bacon home.
Yep. It's got to make it home.
That's the make sense. No point in getting the bacon if you can't bring it home.
Or you let someone snatch it from you.
Yep. We're seeing where Kamar is just pressing through and his opponent here. So Kamar is definitely showing that he's a notch above the rest when it comes down to opening prep. His openings have been, he gains that space advantage in his opening. And you see that when he pushes opponent pieces back and back. And it might be something predictive of Kamar's personality, where he gains that early advantage and then he presses opponents to either blunder, make mistakes, and that's how he has been winning his games. He capitalized that way. So if you notice, this knight is now being pressed, and he may have to go back to the b1 square.
Okay, so do you think, well, not so much you think, I gather from your experience, do you see that a player's game matches their personality, or maybe they play out an alter ego on the board?
Well, if your alter ego might be your suppressed personality. But
True.
a player typically will match. If you're going to play at your true strength, you have to play who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Because who you are is always going to be easier to play than somebody else, than something
True.
else. You know,
True.
you're going to find when you play your personality on the board, it makes it a lot easier. It's like reflexive moves. If you're an aggressive player, if you're an aggressive, you play aggressively, right? So it's a chess player typically plays out their personality on the board.
Okay.
And it makes it a lot easier for that player as well when playing to express yourself, because chess is really an expression of art,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's an art form, and you have to be able to express yourself in that art form.
True. Very true.
We're seeing a hit back now from Antic in the center. Antic's like, I'm not going to sit here and just take this line down.
Yeah, you're just not going to beat up on me.
Yeah, you're not going to beat up on me just like that. I'm going to hit back. And we'll typically realize where one player hits the center and the other player controls it and the other player hit back at the center. We're going to see some castling. What we have seen in the past is that persons have buckled under the pressure to take, and you have to be able to bear that tension in the center of the board. There are times when you have to hold that tension, because what we have seen so far, to take is a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you have to be able to hold that tension, make it your own. Don't be afraid. You know, keep
Right.
the tension and wait for that perfect moment
Mm-hmm.
where you can then capitalize on it. In this position, I expect that white would just castle and just get your pieces out. You don't have to take it. Your
Right.
opponent wants you to take it. You don't take it. By taking it, what you're doing is that you're helping your opponent.
Right. It's serving as bait. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have to keep that tension there. Yeah. So castling was played. Castling was played very good. And now you need to get your other pieces up. Do I play my bishop out to pin the knight? Do I,
Right.
how do I get my other pieces out without helping my opponent? Chess is about you want to be you want to be as menacing for your opponent as possible. Sometimes you have players who actually make moves that help their opponent, and a lot of time these moves comes in the form of just premature captures, premature exchanges.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we see where Antic is burning some time. Kamara's also played in a sense that because he's more confident on the board in his positions, he plays a lot faster. His opponent is there trying to figure out what is happening. And in trying to figure out what is happening, you're going to also burn more time. When
Right.
you have more space to play with, your moves become a lot easier to play.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Your moves become a lot more free. You're not struck like, I can't move this, I can't move that. It's like you can just move freely.
Right.
We're seeing that with the black pieces. White is trying to figure out, where do I put this? Where do I put that? How do I not have this stepping on this one too? Your pieces need to develop that sense of harmony where they can freely move and express themselves.
So we have board one here.
Mhm. I'm seeing two candidate moves. I have bishop here, I have rook to e1. My two candidate moves immediately. Do I play bishop here? And if h6, do I take bishop takes? Maybe. But I have to do something. I have to get my pieces out. This knight needs to come out. This bishop needs to come out. My queen would love to be connected to allow my rooks to connect. So there's things that white needs to solve in this position.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's just for about how white will go about solving those little details right now. So we're going to come back to this board. And board two is stepping more along. Where, wait a second, material is equal, but we have an attack. We have an attack. Is this not? Does this work? Oh, my rook is under attack, so I have to be careful. My rook is under attack, so I have to be very careful. I have to be mindful.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be very demure right now because
Okay.
this rook is under attack. This pawn is under attack. So I can't just move anywhere. And if I move my rook, wait a second, this check probably wasn't such a good idea. If I move my rook up, the bishop forks my queen and rook. Oh my gosh.
Mm.
White may have checked himself into a bit of a bother right now. What do I do? Do I give up the pawn? What do I do? Oh, look at this. This is a nice trap. I would play rook to e1. Give up the pawn
Okay.
and c3. When my opponent plays queen takes c3, I then play bishop back to d2, giving up the rook on a1, because if he takes the rook, then I play bishop check, sacrificing the bishop to take back the queen. A very long calculated idea, but he just went with the easier solution of knight check, which I don't think is going to work and tell, because after knight takes, pawn takes, attacking the rook, your rook is still under attack. So if I play bishop takes, if I play bishop takes, you would take the rook. So I play rook over, and I'm still threatening to play bishop takes the rook. And what do? I can't. Oh, no, if I play rook here, you can't play bishop here because I just have queen takes. He went with the immediate bishop takes. I like this move. He left the rook hanging. He just said, hey, I'm attacking. I don't care about the rook. I'm attacking. Bishop, queen takes check. I don't think he's, yeah.
Okay.
And now, I guess probably now he moves the rook, attacking on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he moves this rook.
Mm-hmm.
He lifts the rook. He still wanted to hold on to the pawn. I think I would have given up the pawn here because he can't take. If rook here takes the pawn, rook takes check, and you're getting mated. Where do I move to protect this pawn? You still have to hold on to this pawn. So it probably moves queen here. That's the only move that protects the pawn. He has to move queen here.
Mm-hmm.
I like this position for both black and white. The idea of the king is in the center of the board, but there is so much counterplay going on. The king is playing active role. These pieces need to get back into the action. These pieces on the rim. Remember we talked about those pieces on the rim. What's that about pieces on the rim again, Inez?
They're pretty darn grim.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, so these pieces over here on the rim of the board not looking so pretty at all.
Mm-hmm.
Very ugly and grim.
Mm-hmm.
So now we see the rooks coming into action. I really didn't like this move entirely because it was a very passive defense. And there's nothing protecting it. We may see some tactic coming against this rook in the near future. We could see some tactics coming against this rook. Ideas, queen here, queen here, queen here. See, this is in the idea of what we call progressive chess. I'm seeing my queen from here to end up here in a tactical maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking at. My queen coming right here to put some pressure onto these rooks. So see the bishop coming back. My opponent is probably not going to take this, since taking back is going to just cement this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Does black have rook here? It doesn't take. Does he have rook here? That rook here is looking very menacing because you put in some pressure on the queen and additional pressure onto this pawn here. Yeah, a lot of chess left to be played in this one. A lot of chess. This move here, I guess the idea trying to compromise the pawn structure over here. The problem is it's up against two rooks. And up against two rooks, you really don't want to open lines leading to your king.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer the idea of just getting these two rooks connected, activated, where they can maximize on their potential. This move states that, hey, you're trying to create this kind of imbalance that may not work in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
Take, I didn't like that. Now after rook takes,
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm talking about that line. You see that line there?
Right.
Yeah, that line
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
is not going to be so. So now look at the fastest route for the queen coming in. Queen there is at a tempo because we're attacking the rook. And then the queen could also go back here, then here. And all of a sudden, we have now that attack onto the king, with ideas of the pawn going forward to finish breaking it through. So I typically don't like creating weaknesses around my king, because then those are weaknesses that you are going to have to spend time trying to defend. I prefer to get these rook activated. So we have a clear-cut plan for black, right? Black should probably go with that, and these are all with tempos. So the first move here, we attack the rook. So you have to do something about it. Whether you use your other rook or your queen to defend, then the next move is queen back here, then the queen come here. We're also getting ready so this pawn can start marching down the board. So it's a really sticky situation that white is now creating for himself by creating these additional weaknesses around the king.
Mm-hmm. I think we have board 2.
Board 2. This is
Yeah.
board. Oh,
Yeah, this is board 2 here. Okay, so we have Winston again and Sal.
Yeah. and we're able to see the exact position on the board as well. And
Mhm.
we're getting a visual of the players. And you can see the distress that white has kind of put themselves in by creating the additional weakness. Because here's the other thing in chess. It's a lot easier for you to attack than for you to defend.
Yeah.
When you're defending, if you make a mistake, that's it. It's game over. You're getting checkmated. When you're attacking, if you make a mistake, chances are your attack might just slow down a bit,
Right.
right? So it's a slippery slope that you walk when you find yourself defending. Because when you're defending it, you are the person who is more at risk,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's important for one to understand the dynamics when attacking and when to create weaknesses against their king. White went for an attack, but the attack that White went for only opened lines to his king, right? White is now the one having to try and find moves that is going to keep the position together. So now he doubles the rooks. But again, we talked about getting this queen involved. That's all you need to do. And we see what White plan is. White wants to play a rook here, right? Very good move. If he gets the rook there, it's a very good move. What is it doing? It's putting pressure onto this square. Very good idea. What did Black do? Did Black move? Black hasn't moved yet. So he has to prepare for this move. What does White do in order to prepare for this move? He has to play queen here to counter rook here with bishop with queen here. He has to get a defender onto this square. Must. He have to, and the only way to do it is to go queen to a6 with the idea of going queen to b7.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't get a defender, and oh my gosh, he didn't get the defender there. It's over. It's over. He allowed the rook to get to the b5 square. No way for him to now protect on the d6 square. White is crashing through.
Okay.
You have to see these ideas. You have to ask yourself, what is my opponent doing? How am I going to stop this? And it didn't ask the question, what is my opponent threatening, with the idea of doubling the rooks. He's planning to go to b5. He's attacking the d5 square. And guess what? If I lose this d5 pawn, I may as well resign. What am I going to do?
Mm-hmm.
It's over, Inez. It's over. It's over for Black. And if you look at it, the material is equal.
Yeah.
Up even a point. The material is equal, but Black is finished. That's it. The queen crashes through and is going to get checkmated.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get checkmated. Wow. He's going to get checkmated. Where's the easiest checkmate here? If I do pawn push check, the king steps up, pawn push check, queen to f5 check. The king has to go back, queen to f7 check. I think that's my fastest checkmate.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Black is going for this idea to sacrifice the rook check. Pawn takes, sacrifice the rook check, and try and get a checkmate here. But my checkmate is faster. If I go pawn push check, king back, queen here check, king, doesn't matter where it goes. If he goes this side, I still go queen here check. The king goes back, queen check. Oh, I need to get the other piece in. So maybe I would have to play this in-between move of dropping back my rook to G2 to stop this rook sacrifice check. Because if I allow rook takes check, pawn takes, rook takes check, I'm going to be getting mated as well. So it's going to be a very two-sided position. But can I run? Can I afford to run?
Right.
So black is turn is it to move? It should be, whose turn is it to move here? I assume it's white turn to
I think
move.
it's right. I was just going to say, I think it's white.
But I see the black timer running.
Yeah, so there, white, just moved.
Let me see.
Mhm.
Whose timer is running? So I'm seeing a
I don't
different
see any time running right now. Oh yeah, black.
black time is running. So the position we're seeing now is different from the position currently on the board.
Right. It's actually opposite. So where Winston is sitting, he's behind the white, but on the board, the white is
Yeah.
closer to us.
Yeah, but what happened is that quite a few moves have been made, but the board hasn't been updated with those moves.
Oh, you mean okay? So
So
let
the
me.
position that we're seeing now and the ID chess is not the actual position that is on the board. Yeah. Oh wait, maybe it is. So it's going to go queen down check. And I would have run behind the rook. Remember we said that you have to run towards your pieces. You can't run towards the enemy. He's getting checkmated. He's getting checkmated on the G7 square. The game is over. The game is over. He went for the checkmate. He's getting checkmated on D7 square. So the game progressed where he pushed the pawn. He pushed the pawn, check. Let me see if I can play this out for the viewers. You're seeing my board, right? And I'm not. Why am I not able to make these moves?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see here. Hold on. Gotta exit. Okay. I see your board.
Yep. So he pushed the pawn check, discovery check. The king went down. He went queen check, and instead of going over into the H file, he went to the center of the board, closer towards the enemy pieces, and he's getting checkmated on the D7 square. So black is winning the game. Checkmate is looming on the board. Yep. So that should be over. Is the game over?
You said black is winning?
White is giving checkmate on the board. Black
Oh,
is, yeah, the game is over. He's getting checkmated on the D7 square.
Okay.
Yeah. So he should have run his king to the G7 square. Instead, he ran his king to the E7 square and he got checkmated.
Okay.
And that's all it takes. You have to think about, and he had time on his clock, but again, he probably didn't see the difference, the significant difference in running to either side of the board. But you have to run where your king is going to be safest. So instead of running to D7, instead of running to E7, he should have run to the G7 square. And it would have been different because there's no checkmate on that side of the board. Your rooks would have played an active role in helping to defend your king.
Mm-hmm.
And you still have your counter ideas of sacrificing on the G7 square to create counterplay for your opponent, checkmating or getting a perpetual check. So they are analyzing the game right now, and he's looking at the idea of that checking the king. But I really think that in this position, your opponent should be able to. Is this the queen? Because if he pushes, he can sacrifice the queen by pushing on c2. So I'm not sure what he's doing there. Because if he plays rook down there, he can push the queen, sacrificing on c2. Because if he takes your queen, you take back the rook, check. But again, they're just analyzing right here. But the game is over. White won the game. Black resigned. A very interesting position, and I think we'll learn a lot from these games, going back over the end games that come up from it. And one of the good things is having it captured, where you can play back over it and you can analyze. Sometimes it's good to hear back from these players as well. These very short interviews, being there.
I just was going to say, if we could get a camera over to Winston to get a response in regards to this last game. You know, so I believe Tech will be working on that to get a few comments.
Mhm.
And so, and Joseph too, we'd like to hear what his thoughts are.
And board one game is still going on, Ines.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Kamara is still going on. Kamara's two pass spawns in the center of the board. So
Okay.
Ant is in trouble. I played
Okay.
a very similar end game to this very recently in New Jersey. And I was under time pressure, and my opponent was able, a grandmaster was able to actually find a very creative draw in the position. But again, I had 1 second on the clock to make.
Mm-hmm.
I literally made roughly 1 second on the clock, and I made probably 10 to 15 moves with the 1 second on my clock in
Wow.
in the position. So it was a very interesting position to play. Very similar, but I mean the pawn structure was different. I was up 2 pawns. He had the knight. He got a fortress against me, and it was just very difficult for me to make any kind of improvement. In the
Mm-hmm. To come back from it. So we have Kamara here. So this looks like, I guess, board one.
Yeah, this is Camaro and Antique and board one. And the idea here is very crucial. I mean, with the knight, this is clearly winning for black.
Okay. Looks
Black is
like, did they shake hands? Is it over?
And if the king steps up, he gets knight check. The king have to step back. You play knight in, and you're just crushed coming through with the pawn. And you will promote a pawn, and you will win. What white is looking to set up is some kind of fortress where you can try and stop the pawns from passing through. The problem is the knight is a very difficult piece to lose tempo with.
Mm-hmm. When you say it's difficult to lose tempo with, or once you lose tempo, it's very difficult to manage.
What you're trying to do is that you're trying to make moves that doesn't change the position.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, the knight is such a dynamic piece that every move the knight makes, it completely changes the dynamics of the board.
True.
So
Yeah.
if you notice, this knight is attacking all white squares.
Mm-hmm.
Once that knight moves, it's going to be attacking all black squares. So it completely changes the dynamics of the
Oh,
board
yeah.
every move.
Mm-hmm.
While on the other hand, with the bishop, you can waste tempo with the bishop. You can waste tempi with the bishop where you're making moves that basically doesn't change the position much. And when you're
Right.
trying to make a fortress, you don't want to make too much changes in the position.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is winning for black. Black will press through, get the king in, pawns will march down. And yeah, this is just a clean win for black.
So I'm noticing the circles around the knight. Now that's the first time that I've seen exactly how the knight moves. Knight moves, okay.
Mhm.
How the knight moves on the board. And even though it's going, either up 2 squares across or up 1 square, it's very rectangular.
Yeah.
It actually moves in a circle. Its coverage is a circle.
It looks like a circle, but what we call this is an octagon. So I want you to count the number of
Well,
circles.
yeah, I guess, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there are eight squares that the knight can move to. And the knight is sometimes referred to as the octopus of the chessboard.
Yeah.
And the reason being because it attacked all of these squares, like from its most powerful standpoint, the knight is able to attack a total of 8 squares on the board.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and in other words, the knight then is regarded as the octopus of the chessboard. Now,
Okay.
let's put into question. Let's examine the knight on a different square. I'm going to put the knight onto. Say, for example, my knight was on the side of the board.
Mm-hmm. In
From
the grim space.
Exactly. So I'm going to make a move. Oh, my opponent, they have moved. So in our board, we'll try to examine. Say the knight was on this square. It would only be able to move to 4 squares.
Oh, yes. Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4. So you realize the knight is only half as strong on the side of the board. And we'll even better. Say the knight was on this square in the corner of the board. Then it would only be able to move to how many squares? Just 2 squares, making it only 25% as strong as it actually is. So the knight, exactly. So you realize your pieces are always going to be more powerful as they are towards the center of the board.
I see that.
Yep. So, like I said, black is pressing through, and black should go on to win this game fairly easily, advancing the pawns with the king and the knight coming down the board.
Okay. Well, I think they already won. This one is done. They've reset the board.
They reset the board, so I guess maybe white resigned in the position.
Oh, really?
They're getting ready to start the next round.
Okay.
Let's check if all the results are.
Next round. Okay, I think they were breaking after the 5th round. So
we're still in the 5th round, so apparently not all the results are in.
Okay. I guess that was just a quick game. I'm going to remove that till they get that squared away. Well, maybe we can get a camera to
see if they're in a live game still going on.
Yeah. That and some of the players that are already finished, because we'll be going in for a break after this, an official break. I know we just took a few moments just before this break, but we'll go into our official break after the completion of the 5th round, and then when we come back, we have 4 more rounds until we're done. Wow, a long day. It's been a long day. And the thing is that to have the concentration and to because this started around, well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. And then we had about 3 or 4 hours of just coordinating and putting things together. So that was an experience, but I think we learned a lot. And for the most part, it's come together. So we're able to see some good matches, see the competition, see what's going on in Sierra Leone, and to see what the talent is, what the talent pool is. And I hope Liberia is watching, because I know they've already selected their team. Oh, when we come back from break, I'm going to have that information. So we already have the Liberian team, and next week will be Kenya, and then the following week will be Nigeria. After which we'll have a team of four teams that will make up League Chess Africa, which is that league that will exist within the continent and have the opportunity to compete. And the most valuable player of each of those teams would then make up the global team. So we are excited. Can't wait to get the Cayman Islands involved, Ryan.
Yeah, I do. I mean, our players will definitely have some senior players who would be eager, but like again, it's a mixture of bridging those gaps, having players participate. So even though at the moment the league, it's only accounting for adult male players, as it expands, we'll see how we can graft everybody into the forum, right?
Absolutely. You know, the thing is, when you're building, you know, if you build too wide, you become really less effective, especially when you're building the resources. And that's where we are right now. We're not only just building the infrastructure and the operation and putting the people and the the resources in place. We're actually, of course, there's got to be revenue. As much as we love to be able to pull people in and to give opportunity, it takes really pulling the resources, the revenue, the partnerships. And partnerships aren't made overnight. When you're building an infrastructure such as this, it takes a lot of trust, a lot of working together, and making sure that it's a good fit. Because just because things seem like, okay, this makes sense on paper, but when you begin to walk through it, sometimes it doesn't fit, and it's no one's fault or anyone problematic or anything like that. It's just that the timing of it all has to work, and so that takes time if you really want it to be sustainable.
Yeah.
So that's where we are, but it's coming along nicely. I think that we've made really, really good, solid relationships, and we're moving through it.
Completely agree. All right. So all the results are finished now.
Cool.
So we have a complete scorecard of all the results on the board.
Okay.
And you're right. It's like you say, everything takes time. And kind of like when you're playing a game of chess, you can't develop everything at once. The pieces have to come out one at a time. Knights before bishops,
Mm-hmm. You said knives before bishops.
Knights before bishops.
I gotta write all of this stuff down. Knives before
But
bishops.
you keep writing down these little sayings, Inez, and I tell you, by the time you're finished,
I know.
teaching chess.
Listen, when I first started, I was just so green with the language. And I was always saying, excuse me, pardon me. I know I'm not saying it correctly, but you get what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can tell some of the growth that has happened in the chess world. And I think that's with anything. When you move into an industry, it doesn't matter how much you've done in one industry. When you come into another industry, there's a whole pattern, there's a process, there's a people, there's the hierarchy, there's the language, the verbiage, what's acceptable, what's not, what goes against the grain. And it takes time to learn all of those things. And it's not to say that you have to step in and conform, but as I said, you have to kind of assimilate before you can even make the necessary changes or adjustments that you're looking to find, because you got to know what you're working with.
Yep, completely agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
I think they're waiting. Did you say, I'm not seeing a footage from the live feed now, so I'm thinking the players may be on a short break.
okay.
You have to take these opportunities to take short breaks ourselves.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see what they're saying here.
Be right back.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take it looks like Ryan Albert is on his break. So you take care, Ryan. We'll meet you back here. It'll probably be a good solid 10 minutes, which is a lot of time in real time. So we're going to meet you right back here and finish up the last 4 rounds, after which we will see who the top winners and the top 3 that would then make up Team Sierra Leone that will be entered into League Chess Africa, who is part of the Usmcl Global League. So we're excited. So hang in there. I know it's been kind of long, but we've reached the halfway mark. We reached the halfway mark, and when we come back, we'll have the next 4 rounds, and then you'll be free to roam the cabin. All right, we'll meet you right back here. 10 minutes.
All right, so we're back.
Yes, and again, I apologize for not being on screen. I will diligently work to see what happened to my backdrop. I can't add anything. I can't even blur the background. It's just so. But anyway, I think we've had some great matches. Did you have a good break? I said I wasn't even going to sit down to relax because I probably would go off to sleep. So I'm going to power through. What about you?
Yeah, I had to run outside.
Oh, okay. That was probably good. That's what I should have done. Step outside, go.
So I stepped outside. I was in the parking lot for a bit. Normally do a master class on a Saturday. So one of the other directors who were doing the master class then reached back to me. So we're just having a quick talk outside before coming back in. Yeah, but like you said, we've had some good matches so far. We're seeing the Liberia top three and board, and I feel like I can remember those games, watching those games.
I know it was really, just like these games here. It was really exciting. And these are the top three. This is David Debley, whose rating is 1999. I need to double check this because it said 1999, and then Zana Kennedy, his rating is 1978. But then I looked at Jacob Jalan, and his rating is 1894. So I figured that's not a birth date. So it's 1894. Yeah.
Those are ratings.
Right, but the 1999 and the 1978. So you could double check that just to make sure that I got that correct. Yeah, because I could just be looking at birth dates, but I hope not. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Those are definitely the ratings.
Those are the ratings?
Yep, those are definitely the ratings that you have.
Oh, okay, good. I feel good that I was looking at the right thing. Although I would forgive myself because I've been up for about 15, 20 hours now. So I would forgive myself if it was. But I'm glad that it wasn't. And so these are the finalists.
And you would definitely be forgiven.
Thank you so much. So yeah, these are the finalists that will make up Team Liberia. So everyone there in Sierra Leone, here's your competition, and then again we'll have Kenya and Nigeria. I'm excited to see what the final group will look like. We've got jerseys that will be distributed.
I'm trying to remember the top three, the three photos that we have here. Give me the names again.
David Debley.
Yeah, he finished in third place with a ratings of 1999.
Okay, and then Zana Kennedy. Zena.
Oh, because from the the final standings, final ranking for the players. That was it. So it was David who won.
Right.
And Kennedy finished second.
And Jacob.
And then
Jacob July.
Yeah,
third place.
And there was a tie between Jacob and James.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember.
Yeah, so you have to go over, first of all, subscribe to our channel. We're going to have a lot of great content, a lot of great matches. But if you go to the channel, you'll find the matches there, so you can watch. There was also, after the match, there was also this whole discussion about the illegal move with Georgina, remember? And that was, I saw on a particular group feed, people were breaking out the rules manual and really going through every word to determine what the legalities were behind it. So that was a really active part of the competition.
And this also shows the importance of the arbiter, the knowledge of the arbiter, um, especially when it comes on to time pressure at that point. The arbiter has to make sure that he's able to make the most accurate decision in, and that is fair to both players.
Right.
And in my opinion, the arbiter did make the right decision, because even though the player, Georgina, had made an illegal move, the other context of it was that she had touched the rook. So even though the move she made with the rook was an illegal move, and she had to take back the move, which she would have gotten the time penalty and the warning infraction, she was now forced to move the rook because of the rule in chess that if you touch a piece, you have to move it regardless if it's a bad move. Once you're able to make a legal move with the piece that you touch, then you have to make that legal move. So when the arbiter had pointed out to Georgina that she had to move the rook, that was when Georgina was like, no, but I made an illegal move. We get that. But the rook could still make a legal move. And for the case in question was that the rook was able to block the check, because Georgina was in check at the point when she made the illegal move.
Right.
So
and that was the confusing part for me, which I then understood just before this broadcast, when you explained about the fact that if you move a piece in that case and it can legally move, then you have to move that piece.
The first rule apply, which is touch move.
Right. So after it goes back, because of the penalty, then that first rule applies, the touch rule. Is that correct? The touch
rule move applies.
Okay. So yeah, that makes complete sense. And of course, there were some that said no, there were some that said maybe, and then others that said absolutely, this is what it is. So what about the illegal move you mentioned during the game? It appeared as though even the opponent did not oppose the legal move. Do you think they just didn't know?
I think they knew, but it was in the time scramble. It was a matter of the minds that the player is saying, well, you're going to promote the pawn and I'm going to capture it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But when the player pushed the pawn to the back rank and hit the clock, that position right there is now an illegal position, because you cannot have a pawn and the back rank. You understand?
Right.
So technically, the player's last move, when he hit the clock, your move is completed when you hit the clock.
Right.
When he hit the clock, he had an incomplete move on the board. So he had a pawn on the back rank, which was not promoted to a piece.
Oh, okay.
Right? So his move was incomplete, and that constitutes also as an illegal move. So what I was saying is that, say it was in a case where there was already an illegal move against that player, that move would have then cost the player the game. All right? And when you play against some players who are going to be, they're looking out for these infractions. You do that, you're probably not going to, you get away with it with one player, you might not get away with it with another player.
Right.
All right.
It's just like the penalties on the field, you know?
You might see a player touching the ball, and from an angle, the referee might not see him touching the ball. He might see him using his head to head the ball, and one, it might be a hand from God.
Yeah, that's how it goes. So
you did have that famous rule, which they call it, to this day, they call it the hand of God, right?
The hand,
the hand of God.
Listen, anything that works, as they say, on the field. I also wanted to appreciate the people behind the scenes. I know, if you don't do podcasts and productions such as this, it takes a lot of work. And this is Thomas, along with I guess this is David, and I think that's Melvin there in the pink shirt. Um, and Thomas in the center, who is president of the Liberia Chess Federation. And they just did a wonderful job of keeping everything together and, and keeping everything on point. And we ran into our issues, we're new at this as a team. And I think that's so important because no matter how good you are by yourself, when you pull together with a team, there's that gelling time that the way I do things, the way you do things, the way we do things, it's got to come together and you find your what they call the sweet spot. And so even though sometimes it could be frustrating, I still enjoy the process of getting acclimated to a way of doing things which helps to elevate everyone. And so you can only go but so far alone. And the time that you invest in people and growing people and you in turn growing helps to expedite the process. It doesn't seem like it because you've kind of got to wait on this and depend on that and allow people to explore, their own challenges. But when you think about how much time you spend spinning the wheel and redoing things when you're trying to do it by yourself, and the exertion and the money and the expense, really, when you add it all up, especially when you have good people, to have a team that works together. Yes, it's kind of shifty in the beginning, but once you all come together and it's a well-oiled machine, just like a team, you go far. So I say we definitely appreciate Liberia, and we appreciate. I tell you, this Samuel, he's working. Let me tell you, we need to have a camera on him because trust me when I say that he's been probably up as long as I have, but on the other continent, and just getting the work done. So we thank everyone who is a part of this project. Ryan, I so thank you for lending yourself your time, your expertise. I know a lot of the players have listened to your commentary and feedback and have used that to improve their skill. So yeah, it's great. I'm definitely looking forward. So we're just waiting. I think a few of the guys are Muslim, and this is the first day of Ramadan. So they took some time to break their fast, and we support them. And if I'm reading it correctly, it's is it Ramadan Mubarak? Mubarak? Am I saying that correct? And so we respect and appreciate everyone. And faith is something that we all need. What it is, but faith is something that we all need. So we appreciate that. So hopefully they'll be back shortly. And in the meantime, you've got myself and Ryan.
All right. I was thinking that we could probably play a few of the clips because I actually wanted to jump off to break my fast as well.
You said you wanted to do what now?
I was going to break my fast as well. I actually thought the players were back when I jumped in.
Oh!
You know?
I got you. Not yet. So I think, let me see.
But yeah. I know you tend to play some of our sponsors, especially chess, ID chess video and so forth. And I mean, we don't want to rush the players, but I mean, when they come in, I mean, happy to start back the commentary and round. And we'll be coming in back at round 7.
Round 6. Round six. So we have 6, 7, 8, 9.
So we have 4 more rounds to go. I mean, like I say, depending on how this is going, you may have a clear winner by the time you get to round 7,
Wow.
because we have our standings at the moment. If I just come off ranking cross table, we have Kamara, who is on a perfect score so far with 5 out of 5. And for round 6, we have Kamara, who's going to be playing Beckley.
Okay.
So by the time we get to round 7, it might be a clean sweep between who the clear winner is going to be. But we're not just selecting the winner of the tournament, it's the top 3 who will make up the team for Sierra Leone.
Correct. The top 3.
All right, so we'll await, and I will jump back on as soon as the players are here.
Okay. Sounds great. We'll meet right back here.
All right, you good?
Okay. Okay, so while we're waiting for Ryan, we have Tamara. I guess the top champion now is on board one with Beckley. Okay, and let me bring the board front and center. I love to watch the intensity of the players as they contemplate their moves. Like I said, for myself, I will probably make my way back to the board real soon. But one thing I found is that chess players are serious about their game. And so the focus on chess as a business and playing chess, I don't know if one or the other will win out, but we'll see. So for now, all the boards are in motion. Let's exit the solo layer. And we have the second seed, Gerald Winston, on board two. I'm anxious to see what this team is going to consist of at the end of the day, which by my calculations, about 4 hours. So for us here in the States, Central Time, that'll be about 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock p.m. For Sierra Leone, it might be about midnight. Just in time for Sunday. If you're watching or want to see the boards directly, you can go to ID Chess, or you can stay with us here on YouTube and keep us company.
Is this our board one pairing? No, this is. Is this our board one? All right, so let's take a look at our board one. All right, so and this is round 6. And players are back after a very, I won't say a long rest, but a well-deserved rest. Ines? Nope. So board one, we have Kamar, who is in clear lead at the moment and a perfect score, 5 out of 5, and continue to demonstrate his dominance over the rest of the field. Wait, did he mix trap in the? Oh, so he did. So this is a prime example of what we would consider as an in between. So in this position, he played knight takes knight first. So his opponent captured his bishop.
Mhm.
And in the position, he immediately recaptured the knight. What he could have done in the position is before capturing the knight, plays this very lucrative move up. Queen check first, and then knight takes. The in-between move would have then forced his opponent to step the king here, disconnecting the rook and the king, and then take. So that is what the test would refer to as an in-between move. So he's going to capture the knight, but he would have gotten the check in first. Now, by capturing the knight immediately, his opponent then pushed the pawn, which doesn't allow for him to get that check in. So he missed the opportunity and the in-between move, which would have just locked down his opponent's position permanently. So pawn takes, rook takes, and he's just going off, trading off the position. It's an opposite end game bishop. I definitely wouldn't have gone with trading off at this point.
Right.
If you notice, the white pawns are all on what we refer to as the same color square as the bishop. Now, here's the thing. When the pawns are on the same color square as the bishop, it limits the bishop mobility. Because obviously you can't jump over your own pawns.
Right.
So, exactly. So I think trading off was not the best option for black, for white, sorry. White should have kept the lockdown and the black position.
Okay.
Now black should be going after targeting his opponent's weaknesses, like doubling the rooks, attacking the points. I mean, your opponent can defend, but you're really just trying to tie up. Wait a second. Black just missed a tactic. Oh no, he didn't. So he just played rook takes. Oh, he has a tactic immediately. He's threatening to play bishop here, and that's a skewer, where he attacks the two rooks in that fashion. So white have to be careful to avoid the skewer. What move was it? So, oh, he played pawn push. He got skewered. He played pawn push. Inez, he played pawn push.
I see that.
He pushed the F pawn. He pushed the F pawn. So let's see what he did. Oh no, he missed it. Black missed the skewer. So, and against players like Kamar, you have to take advantage of these opportunities when you get them. You have to take opportunities. And he missed the move bishop to b5.
Was that the follow-up move? Would
Bishop
that
to
be the follow-up
b5,
move?
and bishop to b5 simple skewers the two rooks. So he
Oh, yeah.
exchange. So two rooks would have been in line, and like a kebab, he would just be skewering the two of them. All right, but he missed that. He missed that opportunity, and these are opportunities that don't come every move. When these come, you have to take advantage of them. You snooze, you lose. You know, he played rook up, and that just simple. Oh, guess what? Guess what? I think we may have missed that. I may have missed that. The pawn push came with a discovery attack. The pawn push came with a discovery attack. So if he went bishop here, skewering the rooks, he would have gone bishop takes check first. A different in between move. King take, then rook check, getting out of the skewer. So it wasn't a miss after all. So the idea of rook down, and then pawn push check. The rook went back down, and now he came out of the skewer. So both players are more on the accurate side here. The thing is, it's still an opposite color endgame, and it's going to be hard to really gain an advantage. The biggest advantage for white is that these rooks are not coordinated and probably won't be coordinated anytime soon. So that's white's biggest advantage right now.
Okay.
Those rooks from being coordinated. And that was the point of this lockdown here of the pawn push, forcing the king in the middle and keeping the rooks locked, separated.
Yes.
Pawn push, rook over, and white is going to press, but it's hard. It's going to be hard to see how he will be able to press for an advantage in this, being the opposite color bishop. Notice king up, black is really trying to get these rooks coordinated, but it's going to be very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Rook over, pawn push. It's going to be a very slow maneuvering game. And to be honest, the player who is going to be able to hold there exactly, yeah, this move, I saw this move here. And the idea is to push the pawn to here, locking up the rook. This rook is going to be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
This rook is going to jail. And once this rook gets locked in jail, the king is the other piece that is holding the rook prisoner. So your own king is going to be holding your rook. Yeah, there we go. It's jailed. This rook is jailed.
Mm.
That rook has no coming out. There's no, that rook is not going to see the day of light. And then this rook is just going to be able to come around and activate.
Okay.
So you want to get this rook. I mean, it might be going this way, but you want to get this rook active. But before he can do that, he needs to get the king to protect this weakness. So the king is running over to protect this pawn.
Okay.
And once the king comes over to protect the pawn, the other rook is coming around. But is this king going to make it back in time?
Mm-hmm.
Because this rook the only way for this rook to come back into the game is to go here and to come out. But where is it coming? Even with the white king, the black king getting to this square, is the rook going to get here in time? So we're now on a race. This rook is going to be coming down. Oh no. Yep, he panicked. He pushed the pawn. So we're going to see this happening. The rook coming over, down and over, and then we're going to see this pawn push right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're going to see happening in the push-up. No worries. No take. The rook coming over still. But it still may be draw. It's just hard to win these opposite color endgame bishop. And one of the reasons for it is that notice your bishop will never be able to attack your opponent's pawn. And likewise, your opponent's bishop will never be able to attack your pawn. So it's just really hard. Just don't take.
Mm-hmm.
To take is a mistake. Don't take. Just keep. You need to bring your rook back into the game. Bring your king in. Bring the rook back. Bring your rook back. Don't take. Just hold. Yep. There you go. Just hold. And it's going to be very hard. Push your pawn. Just hold the position. Just don't take anything. That's all you have to do. Just don't take anything. And this is a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Neither player. There you go. This is a draw. If pawn takes, bishop takes, and you hold this for dear life.
Mm-hmm.
You're holding on for life at this point.
So what is the difference in the function of
Bishop takes.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes and give yourself the only chance with any kind of winning chance. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is able to hold. Black should not be able to lose it. Just hold your position.
So when you say the different color,
Yeah, this
bishop
typical game is referred to as opposite color. So if you notice,
opposite color, right?
opposite color endgame bishop, where we have a dark square bishop versus a light square bishop. Neither will ever be able to cross path. And because they can't cross path, it's hard for them to make any kind of progress against the other.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Mm-hmm.
All right. So in this position, the rook just needs to come back around and over. And yeah. So he takes, doesn't really matter. He's going to do, I mean, he could permanently lock the position down playing pawn takes and just let his king up. It depends on what he wants, but he played bishop take, which either way is fine. I mean, he's going to put back his bishop here. There's no way for white to enter the game, and this is just a draw. If we see both players on camera, you might see probably the higher rated player shaking his head saying, oh boy, man, this is a draw. But it's a draw typically when you trade off. When you have this kind of imbalance, you have to try and keep it dynamic. Yep. And here comes the rook coming around. Once you trade off the final rook, that's it. Draw, draw, draw. Absolutely no way in. So even black running this side of the board is just saying, hey, I'm going to push past, but yeah, there's no way you get it in. Yeah, just no way you get it in. Just make moves with your king. Yep. Just move with your king. You can at this point you can just move back and forth, back and forth. There's absolutely no way your opponent is getting it. Not with the king, not with the rook. He's not getting it. Just move back and forth. It doesn't matter what he does with the bishop or anything, he's not getting in. All right? But I mean, we'll see players panic. Like they feel like their opponent is getting in. They panic and they do something out of the norm, and before you know it,
they create an opening.
They create an opening, and your opponent is in it. And once you're in it, then you can win it.
You and your slogans. I guess that's the easiest way to remember things.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that if you think your opponent has a chance of getting in to win, you'll soon see your time slipping. And that's the easiest way to then blunder when your time starts slipping, because now you panic and all these different factors start creeping in, and you realize, yeah, like that. Pushing the pawn, realize that, oh wait, I'm now trying to win. Are you pushing to win? Are you trying to win? What are you doing right now? You know, am I going to play the pawn here? So now a lot of other aspects start creeping in. So, and if black pushes and tries to win in this position, black may end up slipping in this game and cost himself the game. Well, one other thing is that white has tied himself down to this spot. So black was probably the one with the better chance of winning. So probably can now look at moves such as rook here, coming in. The bishop does hold this line, so it's just hard. I can't see any win. And a win will come from the person who actually tries to make a breakthrough. Here we see black is trying to enter into the position, but can he do? Can he enter? Is there a way in?
So what do? You move a piece back and forth? Is that what happens?
And that's pretty much what it happens. Neither player can enter. You have the opposite color square bishop, and the person who overextend themselves, who overpush, puts themselves back at risk for losing a drawn game. And it does happen. It does happen more often than we can imagine. Right? But if you want it to happen, you have to put your opponent under time pressure. I've done it many times, being in drawn position and convince my opponent that I'm winning. You know, you play moves like bishop here, you play your king here, you play your king here, and all of a sudden your opponent says, wait a second, he's coming in. He's entering, he's winning. And they make a move, and before you know it, yeah, that was the opening I was looking for. And you get in, you win. And there are some slippery moves that can happen. You have some ideas where the king steps up and you play some rook and some rook sacrifice, that if the pawn takes, you push and you can get to promote your pawn. So there are some creative ideas that can come from positions like this. But if both players play accurately, then games like this normally result in a draw because of the opposite tempo. But not saying it's always so.
Right.
You know, if chess was like clear cut as that, then all games would just be drawn. But it's sometimes the person who blunders, and sometimes you have to hope that you can get lucky. you can get lucky and your opponent can blunder, and if your opponent blunder, then kudos to you. You know, you get in and you get a win. So let's see. White would have to put that pressure back. And White will not, players like the player using the white pieces won't just accept a draw in a position. He would make moves and put the pressure back onto his opponent. You know? Let your opponent figure out what they want to do. Do we have a live feed of this particular
I
game?
was waiting to see. There was one. If we can get a camera. Okay, and that is okay. Yeah, so we're just waiting to get a camera on that board.
And this is board 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, board 2. This is showing that black is up plus 20. Oof.
Plus, oh, okay, that's Winston. Okay.
Yeah, so this is resignation point. Again, you still have the common factors of stalemate. Like your opponent, say a move like bishop here is played, like bishop to d4. And all of a sudden your opponent captured the rook and you sacrifice your final knight in a move like knight check. And they pawn takes, and all of a sudden you're wait. This is stalemate. So might seem fairy tale, but it does happen.
That's what fairy tales are made of.
All right. So black is maybe white resigned in the position. White just played the move king here. Was it a check? Okay. So white is trying to give, and again, that's exactly what white is playing for. He's down plus 20, and the only chance he have in this is to get a stalemate. And he might just be saying, well, my opponent may stalemate the game. A lot of time on the clock, though, find it very hard for black to stalemate with this time. Probably having a few seconds on the clock, make a move to threaten the mate and realize, oops, it's stalemate. Or your opponent has some fancy check, and force you to capture the rook kind of position.
Okay, so I think we have a visual coming up.
And this would be a Kamar's game. That's board 1.
Yeah, there we go.
And this is board 1?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this was a position that we were looking at. And the visual is a little blurred. Hopefully the...
Yeah, it's a little blurred. It looks like it froze. So, yeah. The visual froze.
One of the things to point out is throughout all the games I've been watching and commentating on, I haven't seen any of these players offer a draw. Like it's a battle to the very end, nails straight to the very end. There's no mutual draw. It's a draw when the two kings are left standing on the board or there's not enough material. But players tend to go to the very end. And I think they understand that it's just a fight to the finish, you know? They're not agreeing to draws. They're fighting to the very end. A lot of high-level chess, you'll see where masters realize they get into positions that are theoretically drawn. They would just offer the draw, save energy. And like I said, look at this. This is the new position on the board. We have lost the footage, but look at this.
Now, I don't know whether it's me, but have they moved the piece? Because it looks pretty...
The piece was sacrificed. He sacrificed the rook. Same idea I was mentioning. He sacrificed the rook. And the intention is to go pawn push, and promote to a queen. But the problem is, here's the problem. There's one downside to it. The rook can cover on the f1 square. But if the rook tries to cover on f1 square, he's going to play this in-between move of bishop to f6. So the rook has to go to the h8 square. If he tries to cover on the f1 square, he's going to play the in-between move of bishop to f6, and you can't stop the pawn from promoting. So rook here is a blunder. He has to play rook here. Oh my gosh, he fell for it. He fell for it. He fell for it. He played the rook to f1, blundered, bishop to f6, blocking out the rook. And now there's absolutely no way for black to stop the pawn from promoting on the f8 square. Now the panic kicks in. He's going to check. He's going to check. He's going to try to get all kind of checks, and probably try to promote his pawn. But it's a bit too late. Once the pawn promotes, it's going to be queen check. It's going to be queen check. And I tell you, now he's trying all those random checks. He's trying the checks, but it's just too late. Rook check on e7, e2. Yeah, that's fine. The king steps away. But your pawn is a bit too late. Once I promote, I cover for your pawn. Yep, I'm going to just step to f3. Yep. And you have no more checks. And I'm just promoting my pawn. He fell for it.
So this is the blunder that went from a draw to now to lose.
Yep. White is now clearly winning. And again, when you're down on time, it's easy for this state of panic to kick in. And you're wondering, it's an interesting idea though, because after I promote, black has to try and push the pawn. He's going to promote. When he promotes, you have to push the pawn. So you have to keep pushing. And it's hard for you to try and promote the pawn, but it is possible. So is there a way to stop this pawn from promoting? Is there a way? Because this is probably going to be draw once more. This is probably going to be draw because I'm going to be threatening to promote the pawn. So how do you stop me from promoting the pawn? How do you stop
the black pawn? How?
How?
I don't see it.
If you queen check, you probably have to say white has to checkmate white is burning. And checkmate is very possible. There could be a combination of moves that leads to checkmate. Check here. It starts with check here. Because of this pawn structure and this active bishop, you could possibly get checkmate. This is what white is now calculating. How do I checkmate my opponent here? If I check here, if they move here, bishop back is checkmate. So where are they going to move? If you move here, I check you once more. I check you here. Wait a second. White is trying to calculate checkmate, but it must start with check to a8. Or does it start with check to c8, where you're forced to go here, then check here. You're forced to go here, then check here. You're forced to go here, then check, and then I checkmate here. There is checkmate on the board. There is checkmate on the board. White can checkmate black. I mean, and it starts with either check here or check here. I'm leaning towards check on c8. Now he checked on a8, which is the step. Wow. Wow. Doesn't he get mated quickly after this? After queen here check, the king is forced to step here and then bishop. No! I'm sorry. No.
What was it?
He just missed mate in 3. This was forced. He just missed the check of queen here checked. I have to show this one. So my pieces aren't moving. Why my pieces aren't moving? You have to click analyze it for my piece to move. My piece is not moving.
It's not moving. Let me check here.
Yeah, he still has mate on the board. He still has mate on the board. With queen check, yeah. The king is forced here. And bishop back check. The king is forced down, and then queen here is checkmate.
It's still not moving?
he missed it when he played. Then bishop back check, bishop here check. You force him into a4, and then you're mating him on b4, and that's it. White checkmate. So I must say that Kamar got lucky in this one. Got very lucky in this one. I think this one was a draw. But again, if you're pushing for a win, it will come. And then queen here is checkmate. That's it. Oh. And that's game. That's checkmate. And we should see, if we had a camera footage of that, we would see the shaking of hands right there on the board.
Yeah. It was there. I think it just lost connection. So maybe we'll grab it before they get up. So from a draw to checkmate.
From a draw to a win to a draw to a win.
From a draw to a win, yeah. Okay.
And that is typically how these games would play out. And this was a position that we're saying that it was drawn from here, and it was a bit further back. Where if you look, and the engine is also showing that the position is drawn. It's showing that because of black pressing with the outside pass pawn. Black has slight advantage, but it's really drawn. Say the only person here with was right here. He had this idea that after the move
I'm trying to mute this so we can hear you.
was he just had to play that rook here, and again, it would have been a drawn position with black having slight advantage. But black went with the wrong option of playing rook to f1. Rook to f1 is just completely losing. Rook to f1 was completely losing. I mean, he probably had to go on with rook here to stop the pawn, sacrificing back for the pawn. But when he went rook to f1, yeah, this was now completely winning for white, because white played the move bishop back, blocking out the rook, and that was all she wrote. The pawn is promoting, and there's no way to stop it. And I think at this point, just after the check, start pushing your pawn to try and get it to promote was the idea. So rook check there, and pushing the pawn. But again, your opponent is promoting, and it's going to be very hard for you to stop this pawn. Very hard to stop the pawn. As a matter of fact, this is just completely losing now for white, for black in the position. Yep. After the queen check, you force the king up, and that was all she wrote.
Game over.
Game over. And that maintains Kamara lead at the tournament with 6 out of 6 now, right?
Right. So I guess one more round, 7 rounds. You were saying that it's a sweep if he cleans up on this 7th round.
Yeah, I'm saying at this point, I mean, he's in sole lead and control of the tournament. After the 7th round, they could easily call the tournament. They could call it after 7 rounds.
For the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd?
For the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. They could call it. At that point, you're just playing for pride. Let me refresh this on the chess result to see. So we're not yet updated on chess results, but we have round 7. Look, waiting on appearance for round 7, but Kamar is in. I said Kamar. Kamar is in perfect score. That's 6 out of 6. And I guess he's trying to do a clean sweep. At this point, what is going to start happening that Kamar parents are going to be a little bit upset because he would have played everybody now at the top. So he's going to start getting paired with players that are significantly below him. So you're going to start getting what we refer to as a little bit of mismatch pairings, where the tournament is coming to a finale, but he's getting much easier round games to play. Because he would have already defeated everybody at the top.
And he's at, so it looks like, I think the league will probably be made up of just around that 18, 19, and maybe 2000.
Yeah, the top rated players will finish towards the top. I mean, he's definitely, Kamara is definitely stamping his class as the best player in the tournament. You know, even in John games, he's showing that. I mean, sometimes just hear Aurora at the board is enough to intimidate your opponent. You're on a winning streak, and your opponent sees that as something to also contend with. Right? And probably Kamara just believe, well, I'm not going to lose. I'm not even going to draw with my opponent. With that mindset, it's very hard to lose. Even in John games, you're going to find a way to win.
Are they discussing this still? Looks like they. Oh, okay. It's up now.
This. All right, so the players just ended the round, so I guess they're going to wait and they're going to do the pairings for the next round.
It'd be nice if we can get a camera on the camera. Get a word from Kamara. Is that something players would feel comfortable doing in the process of their winning streak to even stop and talk about?
I mean, sometimes a player would think that they were winning a game and they would probably try to argue, say, well, I mean, I'm winning, I'm complete. Even the player who lost the game, I said, well, I was winning, you got lucky, it was on time, it was this, if I'd done this. But I mean, it's a part of post-game analysis. All right, and it's part of what helps a player to grow and develop as well. But to do it between your rounds might not necessarily be the best thing for the player who may have just lost the game. You know,
That's true.
It's going to bear on you for the next round. So
yeah, I guess you're trying to get rid of it. You don't want to discuss it. You know.
Yeah. So. But I mean, players are different, and they deal with their losses and wins differently. And for some it might work, for some it don't work. It doesn't work.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just how a player deal with their victories, deal with their ups, and deal with their downs.
It looks like there's a dispute of some sort.
Like I said, it's really post-game analysis. They just analyzing what could have happened, what should have happened, what would have happened. But what we know happened is Kamara won.
So that the end of the story always ends the same, no matter what's in the middle.
So sometimes they say it doesn't matter what could have, should have, would have happened, but what had happened, what definitely happened, you know?
Yeah, well, it looks more like not an argument, but a dispute is what it looks like.
It's really post-game analysis. I've seen post-game analysis get heated, but it's a part of it. It's a part of the territory with chess as well, you know? You have players with really big egos, especially players who figure, hey, I was beating you, I was crushing you. You have players with pride. So players deal with it differently. And every player deal with their own ups and downs differently, different ways.
Oh, okay.
So, like you say, it might look like they're arguing or it's a dispute, but it's really my analyst versus your analyst. And one player saying, "But I would have done this," and the other player saying, "But if you did that, I would have done this." So you'd have still lost the game.
So it really doesn't matter what you do. You were
You know.
still going to lose.
So players analyze, and the way in which they analyze their games afterwards.
Mhm.
But you can't change any of that now. You know, the game is over, the results
Right.
are in, the score sheets are signed, and that's it.
Yeah. You made the moves you made, and that's what
Yep.
it is.
And you'd have one player who said, "Well, if I only had a few more minutes, if I only had a little bit more time." Well, guess what? We both started with the same amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it
So,
looks like he's getting 7 set up. This is round 7 coming up. We're winding around the bend. I tell you, those crows, they kill me. So I thought they only crowed it early in the morning.
oh yeah. Um, the these roosters crow 24/7.
I'm hearing.
All right, so you would think that they only crow in the morning, but they do crow 24/7. It's a
That's what
round clock kind of thing.
that's what TV led us to believe.
That it's only in the morning to wake you up, right?
Yeah. After morning, they're just not seen until the next morning. So, but these guys are busy. Hmm. I have to assume that living there, after a while, you don't even hear them really.
Yeah, it does become white noise afterwards. So it's like if
Yeah.
you didn't mention it,
Uh-huh.
you don't see it. So when visitors come to the island, especially staying for a short period of time,
Uh-huh.
they hear it constantly.
Right.
When you live here, you hear it, but you don't hear it. It's kind of like birds chirping.
Right. Right. Exactly. That's like I had lived, which I really, really loved, where my house was. It was 2 or even 3 trains that used to come through at night. And at first I was like, oh my God, what is this? But after a while of living there, you don't even hear them, and you kind of set your watch by the time they came through because they, Southern Railroad, they came through faithfully and religiously the same time.
Yep.
And then it got to a point where just hearing, the train and the rhythm of it helped you sleep too. So yeah, I can imagine that at first it's very disturbing. And then after a while you don't hear it, and then it's even soothing. So okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like you say, it really just become white noise after. You can especially imagine those persons who live like near to the airports with
Oh
jets
my God, yeah.
constantly. When you're there for a short period, like you hear every single plane that comes in, right? But then
Mhm.
after a while, you just realize it's kind of like where I live. The
Mhm.
every plane passes right over,
Mhm.
over my apartment, So, but after a while, I just don't hear it anymore.
Right.
You hear it, but you don't hear it. So it does
Right.
become a kind of white noise.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's with anything. Let me say most things. Some things it's just not going to work, but most things. I have to imagine that it's the same thing with chess and tournaments. It's like you just know that they are generally a long event and the time. And you know what's funny is that when it used to be, if someone said, okay, it's like 12 hours, I'm at a 12-hour tournament. I'm like, for what? What are you doing at a tournament for 12 hours? But when you see how it's broken down and how the matches are played, it's just like with anything, that the more you're in it, the more you understand it, the more it begins to make sense.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's getting the devices connected. I guess 4 more, 5 more. Ooh, am I seeing it dark outside there? I guess we switched. It started out, it was dark here. I guess what used to be the sun coming through is the night. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? Hold on. No, that's the light. That's not. Because what time is it now? It's about.
It's for me. It's 4 p.m.
Oh, it's 4 p.m. for you? It's 3 for me. And which means that it's about 9 o'clock at night for them. Oh, somebody's getting their eat on.
Right. So, and I can assume that these players would want to wrap up. So I'm checking the. All right. So they now have the test result up to date, and yeah, I mean the nearest person to Kamar right now is Winston. Winston, and he already played Winston. So Winston is on 5 points. Kamar is still on 6 points, and now he's playing Moses. So, like I said, once he plays Moses, then he's going to start getting players that are now further down the line, like 3 points and so forth, because he would have played everybody at the top.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So some of these games should definitely go on a little faster. And I mean, once the games are over, they're able to reset the boards and start. Then the other round should be able to move pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a camera feed of the? It's loading.
Let me check. Here we go. We have.
It's really good to see what the state of the players are, like how are they faring?
Are they
like
holding up?
Yep.
Some are eating. I guess it's probably good to walk around a little bit to. Now
Yeah.
I'm trying to see, is the sun still out? Because I'm seeing light through the window, but I thought I saw it dark because it's about 9 o'clock at night over there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's probably the lighting from the room that would probably.
I'm looking at the window, but I thought I looked at the other window and it was dark. So yeah,
those wall lights seems pretty bright.
Yeah. Well, those things will keep you awake. I tell you that.
Because I think like
light. What? Yeah, that's sun coming through there. Is it actually?
No, it looks. I think it's like a backlight behind it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's like a backlight behind it, so it gives that impression like there's light coming from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at this point it's definitely nighttime.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. Okay, that connection sounds like it went somewhere.
And there goes the light.
Yeah. Okay, let's get another view.
I think when we started, it was in the dark.
Right, that's what I said. We switched. They're
going to be in the dark.
Yes, but you know what? I'm going to be in the dark because after this is done, I'm definitely getting some sleep. So it'll be dark when I get back up. It'll be Sunday. No, I'll probably still get up this evening.
Are we started?
Let me see. Are we moving? Because we don't have all the boards connected, but it looks like
on board one.
It looks like board one is going.
Yep, board one is going, and I think that's the board that a lot of the attention
Let's see. Okay.
It does seem like, oh, and I think we're seeing a Rui Lopez and board one. I think this is the first Rui Lopez I'm seeing. So if I go over,
Mm-hmm.
yep, pretty standard.
Okay. Is that Kamar? I think this is because he's playing Moses. Yeah, I think that's Moses.
Yeah, this is Kamar and Moses. So Kamar is black, Moses is on the white side.
Okay.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that maneuver coming. So knight back, knight forward. Yeah. Again, we see. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Now, can we get something here? Can we get pawn push and then knight to g3? Or we go knight to g3 with the idea of h3. I think I saw this similar idea. He went the other way around. He went h3, and I guess if bishop back to h5 is going to play the knight to g3, putting the bishop again. So that's the idea. And I saw one of the players, I think it was played this very similar idea in one of the previous game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but this time he went knight to e3, which I thought he would have gone the idea of knight here to hit the bishop. But instead he went knight to e3. Is his intention to go to f5? I thought he would have been playing to get rid of this pin, this annoying pin from his knight.
Mm-hmm.
But in other words, he played to e3, which now blocks the bishop. That's an interesting way to continue. It's a very interesting way to continue.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was a great idea. Going here. I like the idea of going here to eventually get there, but I mean, you also hit the bishop, and I would prefer to get rid of this bishop, to get rid of this pin. I mean, you can always push g4, bishop back, knight here, but the bishop just slides back, and you're not getting rid of that bishop. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
bishop goes back, and if you play knight here, you're not getting rid of the bishop
Mm-hmm.
because the bishop can always drop back. He's going with the idea of knight here. I guess he wants to push the pawn. But I think white is playing for a win. White is playing to attack his opponent. So Moses is coming out swinging. Moses has come out swinging. Is he going to play the move? Is he going for the idea of g5, bishop takes, the take? Is that the idea he's going for? Is this his idea?
Mm-hmm.
Pawn push. Seems like a very nice idea. He went f4. Interesting. I think the idea of g5 was just as good. While the knight was here. The problem is that you don't get g5 anymore, because if you do it without the knight there, your opponent can always just push the pawn past.
Mm-hmm.
If you push it past, I get knight back and then pawn push. This is very interesting idea for happening here for white. I think white may have a nice little attack brewing here. But again, how well can I hold that composure to make sure that I can see this attack through?
Right.
Like you say, it's more than just getting the bacon. You have to bring it home. So
Gotta bring it home. It's gotta get across the threshold.
this game is looking to be something very interesting.
Mhm.
Actually, like this attacking idea for white. I would have probably made the move that is a lot more um, meaningful to create that break with the knight and the f6 square by pushing the pawn immediately.
So do you think because he is pretty much 2/3 across the board, so he's already crossed the the, the middle passage.
Mhm.
um, do you find that players with a lower rating, in order to aggressively face that higher rating player, might be, a little more aggressive about coming on the attack?
Yeah, I mean, a player who is you're going to have the lower rated player just going at their opponent because what do you have to lose? That was bishop takes. What
Yeah,
do you have to lose here? It's not much.
true.
I mean, you either play for the win or you don't. So I mean, we're going to say probably queen to g3, but you're going to have the lower rated player playing for the win. But you have to be able to maintain that composure. You have to be able to hold that composure in playing for the win. And I
Mhm.
like this position for white. Queen to g3, rook to d1. I mean, I like this. I like this position. I like this position.
Okay.
White. Bear in mind, white created a light bishop here, and the idea behind it is that you keep the battery along this
Mhm. Can
diagonal.
we hold on that board, camera? Can we hold on that board? Ryan, do you know who? Well, which board is that? Can we identify that board to check it out?
The board that we're seeing here. All right.
Yes,
I have to switch over.
this is a
to-
young lady. So
Oh, we have a female player here. Let me go over. This is that board 5.
yeah, it looks like 5. It's kind of blurry.
So I'm not seeing.
I
Let
hope we
me
don't
see.
lose it. It looks like it's frozen. Just that.
Let me see if the game is live. Let me go to board 5 here and see if that game is live. Board 5.
Okay. Can we pick up that board again? Oh, okay, they're going back to.
So
When
we
we get a
have.
chance, if
So the
we can
player
pick
is
her back
coming
up.
out.
Mhm.
So I think that the female is using white.
Mhm.
Uh, we're on a different board. That's not off of the board. So we had the female player with the white pieces versus her male.
Okay, I think there she is across camera. She's looks like someone setting up there. If we can capture them, if we can capture that game, and we can come back to Kamar because we definitely want to keep up with the number one,
Mhm.
but we want to
When
look at all. Mhm.
So you have to keep an eye out for when the camera is on the board because I don't get to see that when I'm in the room analyzing. So
You said you don't get to see it.
yeah, I don't get to see it. So once I'm on the analyst board, I don't get to see the main feed of the physical board.
Oh, okay, I got you. So do you want to? We can put your board up so as you're analyzing, and then we can keep this picture here.
No,
So,
I just want you to tell me when the camera is moving around, or so you
oh,
can
I
see the date
I
when
got you.
on a physical board, and then I'll come out into the main feed.
I gotcha. Okay. So I know they hear and trying to accommodate, but I know it's very different when you're actually in the space
Yeah. So,
looking.
so this board here that we're looking at, I think the young lady she just lost a pawn. Yeah. So black just played bishop takes. Now if bishop takes back, now she's losing a second pawn on
Oh.
d4 square. So that's 2 pawns down, and sometimes I mean these pawns they do add up. You know.
Mm-hmm.
She played knight takes. That's an interesting move. Playing knight takes first because now again you fall for the in between move. A bishop takes bishop first,
Mm-hmm.
and after you take back, then I take your knight. So she fell for not an in between move by playing knight takes the pawn rather than taking back the bishop. So black is now just up an entire piece. Yep, and yeah, when you're up materially trade. And now we're going to probably see a move like castling and king to safety, and that's it. Yep. And black is just up an entire knight. The knight is undeveloped, but the knight is a knight.
Mm-hmm.
Probably knight now develops, yeah. And yeah, that's a whole piece. That's an entire piece. That's an advantage, a big, massive advantage for black. All right, if we skip back over to board one, position is still, material is still equal, but again, white is the one on the attack.
Okay.
And you will be looking to see where these rooks will need to get active, whether they double along this file and they look for that breakthrough. One interesting way you could do it is if you double the rooks, this is an interesting sacrifice, and you're
Mhm.
going to always be threatening rook takes pawn. So pawn takes, rook down, check. And if you open these lines, like by playing pawn push, pawn takes, pawn push, and you open these lines, that's a mating idea right there.
Mm-hmm.
A cool mating net. So these are all ideas for white. So I think white will have a major advantage in this position. Black will have to look to see how they break through the center to break down this attack.
Mm-hmm.
All right. White king looks exposed, but none of the black pieces are coordinated to attack it. So at the moment, your queen is under attack, but I mean, it's fine. You play your queen here. Again, we're always looking at using the queen right here to create a battery along this line.
Mm-hmm.
So moving your queen, you don't want to lose your queen to the knight, and you don't necessarily want to take because, like I said, that is giving up the tension. Very good. So queen to g3, and you just get these two rooks active. Once these two rooks get into the game, then it's going to be very troublesome for black. As a matter of fact, here's a good winning idea. Put the rook on g1, and you just sacrifice the bishop. Because if the pawn takes, you play queen down, and that's checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great idea for white in this position. So rook over, just rook to g1,
Okay.
and the idea is always going to be to sacrifice. But you can't sacrifice now because the bishop is here. All right, because the queen came here. So you're going to just keep the queen. So you're going to start with ideas like pawn push, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn push, and you're just kicking out, getting rid of the queen so that you can sacrifice and get in. So it just starts out with bringing the rook. And positions like this, you really don't have to rush it because you're the only one with winning chance, with the opportunity to attack. So rook over, rook cliff. Yep, there you go. So the rooks are coming over. And even to make it even stronger, you can lift the rook and swing the other rook in. And this is known as the Alekine's gun.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you look, it's like the rooks are stacking on top of each other. Well, the perfect Alekine gun is actually with the two rooks in front and the queen behind. This
Mm-hmm.
gun is actually showing where it's the rooks behind and the queen in front, which is just as dangerous. So lift the rook, bring the other rook over, and yeah, white just has to play it very slowly. White is probably looking for a mating idea because the bishop is no longer protecting this square. So white might be looking, can I do pawn push? Pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. Is this mate? Oh no, there's this little in-between move of rook down check. So he has to play the move here first. Just play rook to g2. I think Moses can win this game. Kamar's playing remarkably fast. Yeah, he gave up the initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Gave up the initiative. Bishop back gave up the initiative. He should have played rook up. And if you notice how fast Kamara is playing, he's playing really fast. Probably he's going to play the bishop here. I like the idea of him playing rook here. That was a really good move. Kamara is going to come in and try and trade off the pieces, and then probably go to an end game where he has been outplaying his opponent so far. But definitely a missed opportunity getting in the two rooks and continue the attack.
Mhm.
I definitely think that White was winning that position.
So you're saying he missed his opportunity?
Yeah, I mean the game is there's still a lot of game to be played, but he definitely missed that opportunity right there. Lifting the rook, and that point, opportunity come in the form there of time. See, every move you make on the chessboard take time. And if you find yourself losing time to convert these opportunities, it's initiative.
Right.
With initiative, you have two options. You can either use it or you lose it. That's another one.
I wasn't going to say anything.
That's another one. So with your initiative, you have to either use it or you lose it. And what happens is that White just lost the initiative because he
Mhm.
allowed for the bishop to be free, and the rook now took the place of the bishop to defend the g5.
Okay.
So that was lost initiative on the white side. White may still be winning in this position, but his advantage before was more on the overwhelming side.
Mm-hmm.
I can assume that black is going to look to try and trade some of these pieces. Moves like queen here, just trying to trade some of the pieces. Hopes that, I mean, black has little space. And that's where white needs to capitalize. White needs to capitalize on that. My opponent has very little space.
Mm-hmm.
Get these pieces up. These rooks. Everybody must work. You know that song? Work harder. Everybody must, yeah. So these rooks need to do something. This rook
They
especially.
need to get busy.
It. And like I say, you have to be in it to win it. You can't be on the
Yes.
outside looking in. You know?
Yes.
You have to be in it to win it.
Well, maybe he's kind of laying back. He might have a plan here.
You can't
But
procrastinate.
wait a minute. Did somebody just have a this guy here? Who's this in the black shirt? He just kind of rolled past. It looked like maybe he made a wrong move. His response, his reaction was deadly.
Which board is that?
Not this board, but the board. I think that might be. He's got on a black T-shirt, but okay. So, Cameron, what board are we looking at? You're kind of close, so I'm not seeing the board number here.
That was one of the things I like. Thomas used to give us some updates on the board where we're at, so we could definitely switch to that board, especially get a better close up. Because if I know this board number, I could switch to it on my DGT board to see what is really happening there.
Yeah, Cameron, can we get the board number?
You zoom in on the board number, zoom in so we can see. You may be able to see it because you're right there, but we may not be able to see that number.
Okay.
This was it? It was board 2?
Now, this is board 2 here.
That was board, but the board that you said the player went back.
Which was the next board over. So I don't know if it's in order, so it would be board 3. Yeah, camera, to your right. There you go. Okay.
This one right here.
Yeah, this one right here.
So that's board number 3. So I will switch to board 3 to say, oh, that's what I see. I see what happened in there. So there you go. So what happened? You got forked.
Oh yeah, I think Cameron just caught him when he was like, I think he was
got forked. So, but he's down the queen. Where did the queen go? Here's what happened. So if you notice, I always say put your pieces in line with valuable pieces. You may find treasure. So this bishop is in line with this queen. Don't take care of it. Like a magic trick, you might miss it. So this is what happened. Pawn takes, attacking the knight. The knight went back, and this knight jumped in. No, this is the magic trick. So you wave the knight. You watching me?
Yes.
You wave the knight to say, hey, I'm attacking your knight. And white said, I'm going to capture your pawn. But guess what he missed? Remember when this bishop came back?
Oh.
So
Oh,
that's the
yes.
magic trick. So it was the discovery attack that he missed, and he missed the idea of the bishop just opening up the discovery attack onto the queen.
Yes. Yeah. That's
So
that's
that
what that
was
response
he-
was to.
That was what he missed. And
Okay.
bam, there goes the queen. And that will hit you off your chair. That one is like a brick hitting you while you're sitting there playing.
He was having a moment, but that's okay.
That will push you off your chair, I tell you. Bishop. And what I will do, sometimes we're so eager to take that, we sometimes miss that we also have an in-between move. And I'm going with the move bishop, knight takes knight first. Giving my opponent a second chance to blunder, because that's a check. And if they play bishop takes, then I'm taking the queen for free. So that forces them to play pawn takes, and then I play the bishop takes queen. So I'm giving my opponent a chance to further blunder in the position. You know? So, I mean, when I'm winning, I want to win even further.
Right.
So bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes, and notice, and this is where a lot of beginners, a lot of lower rated players fall for the trap. Now, this looks like a free pawn just sitting there, and somebody go, take the pawn, it's free.
Right.
But if you take this pawn, it's a poison pawn.
Right.
And if you take that pawn, you're losing your queen. Because if queen takes, the bishop just slides back, and the queen is now pinned to the king. So black played this very subtle move, which is he just steps his king over to the h8 square. And that's what we call a prophylaxis move. He doesn't want to be greedy, not yet. And this is how a lot of players tend to lose advantage from a completely winning position to just blundering something like their queen. He's going off the pawn, just wants to say, hey, I'll take my time, I'll get it on the next move. No need to rush.
Right.
All right. The knight went in. It's okay. He's forking the rook and the queen. And I mean, it's fine. Now you can play a move even like knight takes, queen takes pawn, the bishop come back. It's fine. He's already up a queen. He can move the queen over, give up the exchange. He takes, the bishop come back, he moved the queen over. He gives up and if you notice, white didn't even take the exchange, which I believe he should have taken the exchange here. He's not really getting much, but taking the exchange would have been at least some form of compensation for the piece. Black is going to save the rook. Yep, attacking the knight, and the rook is going to come in, and it's going to be all she wrote and this square. The rook comes over, and guess what? I don't even have to save this pawn. I can play the move rook over to threaten the mate, and if you play the rook up, I push my pawn, still threatening it. Let's see. He played the move bishop back, and again, black is just being super cautious. I'm definitely going for the mate, and the mate in the position would have just been playing the rook over, and there's no way for your opponent to really stop this idea right here. If they play a move like rook up, you play the pawn push, hitting the rook again. At rook here, you're getting queen takes and queen down mate. But black is being super cautious, defending on the g7 square. But when you defend passively, you can allow your opponent momentum to start running. Problem is, white is down a lot of material. So he brings the rook over, which was the move I intended. I thought he would have played before. He lifts the rook up, and he now gets the pawn push. Yep. and he brings the knight in, and you now lose the pawn because I can now play pawn takes with a check.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. What? There is something here. There is a perpetual draw. There is a draw in this position. Look at this one, Ines. If pawn takes, check, pawn takes, attacking the queen moves. Wait a second. Wait a second. I want to see what just happened in the position. There is a perpetual. There. This is free. The
Mm-hmm.
queen is. Why would he give away the queen? That's not where he moved the queen to. No way. Because the perpetual check is now this. Knight check, knight check, knight check, knight check, and that's a draw. That's a perpetual check. Queen there, and even I don't even have to take this free queen. This is the move. Knight to f7 check. The king is forced to step here, and knight takes rook, double check.
Oh, wow. Yes.
With the bishop and the knight, the king is forced to step back here. And I could draw this game by just doing knight back, knight back, knight back, check. But I don't need to because I'm not winning. Knight takes queen, and I'm completely winning. I'm up a whole knight.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting what happened. He played pawn push, and he lost the knight for free because the pawn is pinned. He missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Completely missed it. He completely missed it. We're seeing some positions that may be a little different because I don't think this pawn is here. And it's showing that this is the position now on the board, but yeah, I think white missed this knight in check and discovery check, the double check. That was something interesting for white to play. But this now black is just completely winning in this position. The position might not be what is immediately reflected on the board, but it's showing that black is up plus 50. Wow. And yeah, some checkmate is coming around on this board. I'm not sure this position is what it is. Well, this is checkmate. So the position just came to this, but okay.
Let me
So
see if we have a view. Okay, here we go.
that's checkmate. Okay. We have a visual.
Mm-hmm.
Visual of the board being reset.
Yeah, we had lost it, but it's back. So it looks like this game is over.
Okay.
This game is complete.
Mm-hmm. All right, and let me see the other results. Is it that our board one is still going on?
Yeah, board one, board two.
This is showing that Moses ran out of time.
Oh, did he? Okay.
And just the same way as his attack, it's showing that his attack also ran out of time. So when you're attacking, like I said, with initiative, if you use, that's initiative for you. You can't lose it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to use your initiative. Here's an interesting move. Play queen here to sacrifice the rook. Because when you sacrifice the rook, you're going to play bishop here, pinning the queen. Very nice tactic. So there's queen here. And what you're threatening is rook takes bishop. Queen takes rook. Bishop to e5, pinning the queen to the king.
Mm-hmm.
Very tactical advantage. There seems to still be movement on the board. So Maybe Moses is playing an increment at the moment.
No, I think this is. Oh, there's still movement on it. Now this is.
This is board 2 that we're now seeing in the frame. Is
Yeah,
that
that's
the
board
we're now
2.
seeing board 2? All right. So with board 2
Yeah, so this
here,
is Winston.
this is Winston and Peter game. We're seeing an equal material. Let's analyze this one. We're seeing an equal material, but it's two knights and a rook versus two rooks and a knight with equal material. And it's very interesting that in this position, black is trying to open the game versus rooks. Now, with two rooks are typically clumsy pieces in a closed position. In an open position, they come to life. Right? But in a closed position, they're typically clumsy. So you try not to open the position when you're playing against them. But here, black is trying to open the position. So this is very interesting to see. And I like this move of knight in. It says no, you can't take because I'm going to play the in-between move to take your knight first. And if you play rook takes, I'm going to play rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes. And how do I enter? Do I enter with knight here? I trade off one of your knights, and it's now going to be my rook versus your knight, which the rook will have an advantage. I just need to find a square I can enter on. Because these are all going to be pawns for the picking if my rook gets around there. It's going to kind of be like a fox in the chicken scoop.
Oh, God. A fox in chicken school.
It's going to be a fox in the chicken scoop if this rook gets around there. Now I can push the pawn past. I definitely want to, I want to push that pawn past. That's what I want to do. I want to start pushing this pawn.
Okay.
So if white can do this, then he's in very good position. I want to push. There you go. F5. And what you're doing is that you're creating more lines for the rooks. You have the rooks, so you want to really be creating open lines. The rooks are going to dominate the knights on an open board. In a closed board, the knights will have a greater advantage. Nope, I'm taking. I'm taking this. Pawn takes pawn. You're in trouble. You're in big trouble, mister. Big trouble. Pawn, he pushed past. He's keeping the position closed. What am I witnessing? He's keeping it closed. Pawn takes. Your opponent will have to play rook takes. Your rook takes. When the knight takes, you jump the knight in, hitting this pawn, threatening the fort, and you're in it. I think Winston just missed a clean win. Winston just missed a clean win with this move of pawn takes. Your opponent can't play knight takes because he just play rook takes the free rook. So they have to play rook takes. And then after rook takes, knight takes, then you play knight here, threatening this pawn and threatening the fork of this pawn. But instead, he closed the position, or rather, he kept the position closed. And this is where you have to understand the dynamics of the board. Now he's in a position playing defense. He has to play his knight now here, trying to hold on to this pawn. I mean, it's still winning. It is still very much winning for white. But again, sometimes you have to make life easier for yourself. Oh my word. He played knight here. He's giving up the pawn. Why is he giving up the pawn? He didn't take the pawn. Now I'm going to play rook takes the pawn. I'm playing rook takes the pawn. Yep. And now I'm getting some stuff off the board because so much happening here on the board now. He didn't take the pawn. Why is he not taking the pawn? The knight is going to come in now. I'm going to defend my pawn. You don't want, you snooze, you lose. You don't take it, you're not getting it anymore. I'm jumping my knight in. I'm holding on to this pawn. I'm holding on for dear life. This is the rodeo. I'm going to play knight here, and I'm going for the next pawn. Your king can't move. Your king is in a position where it cannot move. It can't be a good position.
Mm-hmm.
You know? When
Right.
it can't move, it's just a matter of time before they get a check, and it's checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So the move is knight here, then king here,
Okay.
and then the rook comes over, and I'm threatening to checkmate you down here. That's my plan.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if they're listening.
Well, he's going with the king there immediately. He's going there, king there immediately. Thing is, the knight is going to come here, which is going to stop the mate here momentarily while attacking this pawn. So he will then have to play knight here. The thing, yeah, so he's playing rook there. Well, the rook is coming over. And you see the problem is that he has to probably play knight here first. Knight has to come to g4. If you play rook over immediately, I can take, and after take, I give you this in-between move of knight and e2 check, and I'm getting rid of your pawn and the d4 square. So this is very important, very critical stage in the endgame. And sometimes you miss little small nuances like these in the endgame. So knight to g4 is the move for white.
Knight g4. Okay.
Play the knight here. Rook here looks like it does the same thing, but it's a small inaccuracy because after rook takes back, knight to e2 is a check, and then knight takes on d4 is giving back a lot of counter plays for black.
Mm-hmm.
He plays rook to h2, which is the inaccuracy. Now his opponent just needs to play rook takes rook. And after rook takes, then the knight comes to e2 and picking off this pawn. And it's a different ball game.
Mm-hmm.
Completely different ball game. Come on, let's go. Rook. He played the knight check first. The knight check first. No, if his opponent takes, he takes the rook for free. So he went with the knight check first. And this could be to try and set up his opponent to see where he goes to try and get a fork later. But he's going to go after the pawn. His next move must be rook takes. He has to take the rook now.
Mm-hmm.
That's his only move. He has to take the rook. His time is running up. He has to take the rook. And after rook takes, then he takes this. The problem is, does he have enough? Is it enough? Does he get this pawn? Because this square is going to be held by this knight.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have enough? Maybe he can try to push this pawn. Black is thinking, but black only move in a position. He has to take the rook. There's nothing else he can do at this point. He has to take the rook. Anything else is losing. He has to take the rook, yeah, and then the knight takes. Then when the king takes, And Black's objective is trying to create pass pawn. He just created one here and one here. So he now has two pass pawns and they're connected. And I'll tell you,
Okay.
if those pass pawns get pushy, then Black can create significant counterplay down the board. This pawn he has to worry about. There are a lot of mating patterns in this position. Most famously, you might have an Arabian mate. You may have a hook mate. So there are typically mating patterns with this rook, this king, this knight, this pawn. There are several mating patterns that you will find in this position. So Black still have to be careful. But you know what we say? There's never a mate.
Oh, you said there's never a mate.
With a knight and f8.
With a knife. You said with a knife and a
No, there's never a mate with the knight and f8. So this
a knife and a fate. Oh, right. Okay.
with the knight and f8.
Knight on F8. You know what? I'm gonna make a list of these things so that this way I'll be able to scroll and hit right on time.
So let's see how Black is going to go about this. Does he go immediately for the knight check? He can't. Does he go immediately for the pawn push? He went for king here. Now that's very interesting because with king there, how does he get the pawn? I know the knight and f8 definitely holds this check, but what happened after this and this?
Mm-hmm.
This is tricky.
Oh, okay.
So he brought the rook back. Okay. Hitting the knight. Oh my gosh. He stepped his rook back into a fork. He lost the rook. He lost the rook, lost the pawn, and the game is over. The game is over. This is...
Let's see. Okay, so we don't have a picture of the board.
This is painful.
He said painful.
Knight takes knight. This is painful.
Oh, yeah.
This is painful to watch. Yeah. This is painful. Painful, I tell you. Oh. Woo. Yep. Why isn't Black taking off the pawns?
Yeah.
Oh, the pawn is off the board. Okay. I started wondering, like, what's happening here? No, the pawn is not off the board because the pawn just came back. So again, you have a connected pass pawn. No reason for you to push it. It's connected. It's a long-term advantage. Keep it connected. The only way to lose that pawn is by pushing it. So believe it or not, White has this single. Nope, that doesn't work. Knight takes the pawn. Knight takes knight. King takes, and the king steps back. You're not getting through. He pushed. He didn't take it. He didn't take it. He didn't take it. Why didn't he take it? There are so many ways to win this. The knight is blockading. Yeah. The pawn went on the journey. Yeah, it started moving. The problem with the pawn taking that journey is it's no longer connected. So this pawn lost the protection of these friends down here. So it's like having that one player who tries to win the battle all by himself. And what happened? He gets stopped and then he gets destroyed. So he is like a lone sheep, and the wolf, the big bad wolf, is coming to get him at some point.
Right. And you have no support, so you're going
He
to
has
get
no
8
support.
up.
He lost his support system when he decided to run to try and take on the world by himself.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so he lost that support system, and some tell you some strange things happening on the board at this moment. I wonder what the time is like on the board because we're seeing some strange movements.
You think people are tired?
If they're tired at this point, there could be a lot going on. I mean, like I said, when the time goes down, when time is low, you'll see very strange things happening on the board. And it's no indication of the player's actual strength. It's just how they deal with stress, how they deal with pressure. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You will have, and I mean, you see it even at the highest level of chess. You see GMs use their king to attack their opponent's king at the highest level of chess under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right.
Maybe the game is over. Is there a live feed? No.
I'm trying to see. We don't have a live picture. If we can get a live picture.
So maybe the game is over because after you got the rook fork, I mean, that's normally very hard to come back from in that end game, unless you're just significantly up with that time advantage on the board and you're able to press your opponent. But being in a position like that and losing that kind of advantage is really hard to come back from.
Mm-hmm. So more than likely, you think this game is done?
I feel like the game is done, but I'm going to say we're seeing result, and it was board 2, and it's the only one that's not showing a result for at the moment.
Yeah, so they're probably still at it.
But we're not seeing any movements on the clock.
Right, yeah.
Oh wait, we're seeing the white clock moving now. And I mean, it's white who has the time advantage. So white could probably be trying to figure out what do I do in this position? How do I progress? How do I continue? Do I go for the pawn? Do I try to go for this pawn? Or do I try to go for this pawn? You know? And you have to consider which pawn is more valuable to you at this point.
Right.
And really and truly what you want to do is to clear a path for this pawn. So probably in this position, white's best option is to go for this pawn. Watch this. Is to go for this pawn while protecting this pawn. And when your opponent plays this, protecting his pawn, you then go for this pawn. Right? And when you're protecting this pawn, you then take this pawn, and then you get this pawn, and then you have the pass pawns. So that could have been the option for black in this position, because this pawn is never promoted, because this knight is always going to dance around and just prevent. It's always going to sacrifice itself for this pawn. So what white needs to do is to go for these pawns, get a pass pawn, start pushing, try to promote one of his pawns. So you need to go for this pawn. He needs to go for this pawn, get this one, start pushing that one. Put the pressure back on the black side. So even though white is up 2 pawns at the moment, this pawn becomes very dangerous once this pawn is off the board. And what we're seeing is an example of an active king. The white king is a very active piece in the position. And activity stands for something. This active king means something. So it's going to, I'd love to see a live footage of the players at this point. This would be this, I mean,
yeah,
we're going to have a little time scramble on our hands. Right now, you have enough time to be calculating your moves. And in the end game, this is typically what happened. you are calculating your move. So you're counting. You're counting. I do this, you do this, I do that, you do that. And what we see is that the white king is going in the wrong direction. You have to keep the activity. You have to go for the pawn to give yourself a pass pawn. We're seeing the white king going in the wrong direction. The white king needs to be going off the pawn chain for black.
Mm-hmm.
He has to go after the pawn chain. If he wants to have any chance of winning or drawing this game, he has to go after this pawn chain. Chasing the knight is like a dog chasing a bird. Right?
Yes.
But chasing this knight, you're going to end up astray. You chase that knight, you're going to end up in no man's land.
Mm-hmm.
See, this king is coming from this square where it was super active. Now look where it is.
Right.
Super inactive.
Mm-hmm.
So now he has no choice. He has to come for this pawn. And then the knight comes in. And then the knight comes in. And all of a sudden, the pawn is promoted. Oh my gosh. White has lost activity of the king. If he tries to go for the pawn now, the knight comes in, protects the pawn. The king goes up and attacks the pawn. If the king goes up and attacks the knight, though, if he plays knight here, then the king takes the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is going to come down to a real-time scramble. I'd love to see the footage of the players at this point.
Oh yeah, serious focus and concentration. If we can get a shot, there we go.
It's
I
past.
think we might have some.
It's panic and the word. Like, yeah, that's where we go.
Mm-hmm.
This is when your nerves get better. This is where you sit there and you watch your time runs down to 0. And believe it or not, White could easily watch the clock run down to 0 at this point. Let's watch the clock. Just watch that clock. That clock might hit 0 because you're deeply trying to figure out, how do I progress in this position?
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing a completely different position on the board. And the time, there you go. It climbed, it clocked, it timed, it timed. I told you, I called it, it timed. He can't believe it. He's holding his head. He can't believe it. You get so deep into that, you're completely winning, and you get so caught up in the position that you don't know. You timed. And his opponent is there, same way, just staying focused. And his opponent passed on that to him, that I'm focused on this as well. I'm focused. And it puts his opponent in that state of mind that I'm also laser focused on his position and completely forgetting about the time, while he's laser focused and watching his opponent time running down to 0.
And then he hit the clock. Listen.
And then he just pointed and said, that was my plan. That was the backup plan.
Like, okay, you're done. It's over.
Yep.
So wait a minute, Winston lost that?
I'm sorry?
I said Winston lost that?
Black won on time. And who was using the black pieces? Let me just check.
This is
Black won on time. So Winston lost. Yeah, Peter won.
Yeah.
Whew. But I mean, that was his plan.
Yeah, that was definitely a confidence point when he points to the clock. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, you're out of numbers. Oh, that's terrible.
Peter won on that. So the final standings are in. Yep. Peter won on that board.
Mm-hmm.
And wait a sec. Who won on this board? Board 1. Let me just double check who won on this board. Kamar won. So Kamar, yeah. Yep, Kamar won on that board.
So he's 7
like
and
0. Yeah, Kamar's on a perfect score at 7 out of 7. And like I said, I mean, White had the advantage, massive advantage in this game, and just failed to capitalize on the initiative. And like I said, I mean, with initiative, It's very simple. Either you use it or you lose it. And it's clear that he didn't use the initiative and he lost it. That was
We
it.
lost
That
on
was it.
time.
Lost the initiative.
Mhm.
All right. And a part of it. It's just a part of the game.
Right.
And the status at the moment is that, like I said, Kamara is running through with a perfect score, 7 from 7, and it is where the tournament could simply be called at this point. So arbiters are probably resetting the boards and they're deciding on, do we continue with a complete master of Kamara just dominating this field?
Mm-hmm. And so is Winston still in second? Let's see, this is 6.
We may have a tie because Winston is now tied, by the way. You have several players who would now be tying for second place because a lot of them would be on 5 points now.
Okay.
It's not up to date yet on chess result. Let me double check, refreshing. So it's not quite yet on chess result. But we have Kamara on 7. We have Winston on 5, Peter on 5. Who won between Kaba and Joseph? Kaba and Joseph, it was Joseph. So Joseph is also on 5. So we have 3 players who are on 5.
Let's see.
So we have 1 player on 7, 3 players on 5. And like I said, I called it at the start.
Yes.
Kamara could win the tournament at round 7 with absolutely no one to surpass him. So he won the tournament at round 7. It doesn't matter if he wins, draw, or loses the next 2 games. He's in first place. Yep, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
With 2 rounds to go, he's our tournament winner because he would have beaten the other 2 players who are also, the other 3 players who are also on 5 points. He would have beaten them already, which means even if they win their next 2 games to get to 7 points, he would have had the match instead.
All right. Okay. Well, it looks like they're setting up. Are they setting up for 8?
They're setting up for round 8. All right. So while they're setting up, I'll take another break.
Okay. Meet you right back here.
Chess is a game accessible to anyone, even for those who still can't read and write. But for effective learning, it is important to record and analyze every game played. We are introducing ID Chess, a platform for recognizing games on a real chessboard using artificial intelligence algorithms. ID Chess records the player's moves and saves them in chess notation. You can watch and analyze the games immediately after they have ended. To record games with ID Chess, you only need a mobile phone and a special holder, which is included in the kit. Set up your holder on the table where the chessboard is. Run the application. Attach the phone to the holder according to the user guide. Click the Start Game button. After completing the game, click the Save button. The recording will immediately be available for analysis in ID Chess. With ID Chess, you can share your games with your coach, friends, or family. You can also share your live games wherever you are. Just take ID Chess with you. Now, tournaments can be broadcast for the large audience. and fans can watch the game directly on any device. The application helps both children and adults, beginners as well as professional players, achieve your goals in playing chess. ID Chess digitizes and saves your game. And what you have to do is to concentrate on the most important thing, the right moves. Win with ID Chess.
pieces are moving. We are underway.
Yeah, so this is round 8.
Round 8, yes.
As stated before, we have a clear tournament leader. I'm able to refresh this. Yeah.
And are we seeing names
Oh.
on the board?
Apparently, Peters did not play Kamar. So
Okay.
Peter did not play Kamar. So we have an unrated player. So Peter, who just won against Winston, is an unrated player. I didn't
Oh,
notice.
really?
So this is his matchup against Kamar. Is this going to be one of the David Slay Goliath kind of matchup?
One never knows.
Peter has the white pieces. Let's go back and see what happens. So e4, e5, and f3, bishop c4. We've seen an Italian game.
Okay.
C3, d3.
Mhm.
The intention is so you can drop his bishop back. Okay. So bam, d4. Peter is using the white pieces, and Peter is just going after his opponent. This is pretty standard. For everything here is very accurate so far. Very accurate play by the white side. Castle. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, right here, I'm actually inclined like to do pawn takes. This is the only change I think I would have gone for with Peter. I would have actually gone with pawn takes. And this position is known as the master pawn structure, where you take, looking as if you're doubling your pawns in the middle of the board. But what you're doing is creating a fortress where none of the knights would be able to advance or come closer, take up any space in the center. And you then use the F file as your entry into the black position. So I like pawn takes, but he went with knight with rook takes, which is it's either one of two. Either your pawn takes or your rook takes. I like the idea behind, like I said, pawn takes. Just that the knight now gets this lovely square here and the f4 square. So I was just really trying to deprive my opponent of getting that square. King there. And what he's preparing, he's like, I don't care. I don't care if you get this square. I'm going to use my pawn here to push you away. Well, guess what? You can't, because as soon as you push the pawn to kick the knight, this square now becomes vulnerable. So if you're going to kick that knight, you have to start with first moving your knight to the g1 square. You have to hold this square. But we can't do all of that right now because we still have a knight sitting on the background. So this knight needs to come into the game. We have to get everything rolling. So this knight needs to come into the game. And maybe, and only then, you can think about the idea of dropping your knight to g1 so you can push the g3 pawn. Wait, he said, hey, forget g3. I'm going all the way. g4. I tell you, this Peter guy, unrated, but he means business. Means business. Now, here's the... he's going after his opponent. So the knight goes back, and he's sitting center. This guy is attacking with nothing. He's just attacking with the... just attacking. After his opponent. He's just attacking. You would think that he wants to get this knight into the game. This knight allows this rook into the game. These two pieces are going to have to enter the game. If you're going to attack your opponent, you need to get these two pieces into the game as well.
Right.
You know, you can't attack with half your army. Because when your opponent launches counterattack, you're going to find yourself lacking. And I think the counterattack is coming immediately with moves like bishop takes on g4, pawn takes on g4, knight takes on g4, forking the king on the rook. These counterattacks are coming. Let's see what black did. And black did exactly that. He counterattacked. He sacrificed the bishop. Why? Because you created that opportunity. You created that opportunity when you started attacking without having your pieces completely developed by creating these weaknesses around your king. Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, king over, knight takes. Ooh, this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Knight in check first. Look at that. King over. Does he do it? Does he play knight takes f2 first? Knight h takes f2. A lovely in between. I love it. Knight takes f2 first. Does he do it? Knight takes f2. Attacking the queen first. This rook is still going down. You're still taking this rook. But you play this lovely in-between move of taking the pawn first and the f2 square. Now the queen has to move. Then you play knight takes check. And whatever takes back, then you can always retreat to the knight. You're gaining everything. And you're completely ripping apart every cover from the white king. The white king won't have a shelter anymore. It's kind of like these two knights were big bad wolf, and they came in and they huff and they puff and they blow the entire castle down.
Oh, okay. I love the way you put it. Yes.
Yeah. And the queen now takes. Now we play knight takes check. And the king took the wrong knight. The king took this knight, and now this knight is going to take the bishop. So now he doesn't even have to retreat his knight. Oh, still retreat. I'm taking this bishop. This is a lovely bishop. I'm taking this bishop. And I'm up material because this bishop is what is preventing me from pushing my f-pawn to open up this diagonal. Normally I say you have to put your rooks in line with the king. In this case, the king put himself in line with your rook. So you just need to open the line. So I would have gone knight takes bishop. I mean, queen takes. But whether I step my king over, f5 is coming. I'm opening up the game. And this king is going to wish. And again, we talked about these two pieces. What are they doing? They're not doing anything. They did not join the game.
They're not joining the party.
Not joining the party. And you see the black pieces. Everything is coming into the party. Everything.
Uh-huh.
The king is running for their life. The queen is coming. The king is running. And wait a second. These two pieces are still not joining the party.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like this move. I'm not sure. I like this move. This little move here. I like this move. Queen here.
Yeah.
Attacking your opponent from behind. It's like when you're attacking chess, the pieces are normally coming head on. Imagine when you wake up and you see somebody like just lurking in your closet. Like, what? What did you get here?
That's not good.
Right? That's this queen right here. How did you get in? It wasn't the front door. Where did you get in? Did this queen come to the back door? Where is this queen coming from? So I mean, turn on the C1 squares. That's like, yeah. That's when you know your opponent have made it. When they find themselves in like that. So it's interesting. King over, pawn push. Ah, there you go. It's coming up. Pawn push was a very bad move for white in this position. Why? Because your opponent played king over, and we have to ask ourselves a question. Why? They play king over because they want to push this pawn forward. Why? Because they want to let in the rooks. Why? Because rooks rooks need to be an open file. So by pushing the pawn, what you did was to close the diagonal for your bishop. Your bishop can't attack through its own pawn. So by pushing the pawn here, you're locking out your bishop. And again, these two pieces, you're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
These two pieces need to come into the game. They have, put it this way, there's a saying in chess that goes, Rome is burning. And Rome is burning. Rome is burning right now. And you're not doing anything. You're not adding water to it. I think with moves like this, you're adding gasoline to the fire. So F5, I told you, it's coming. It's coming. And when F5 comes, so does the rook. And when this rook comes, so does this rook. And every single one of black pieces are enjoying taking target practice at the white king.
Mm.
The knight now comes. Finally, the knight jumps into the game, which lets in the rook.
The cavalry shows up.
The rook shows up. But
Mhm.
is it too late? Is it too late? Here comes the attack. Bam, takes. The king moved. I thought the knight came here to take, but it can't. It's too late because if the knight takes, you're going to get queen takes check. And it's better to exchange the pieces because guess what? You're still getting pawn takes. You're losing the knight. The knight came up one move too late. Everything is falling. Everything is falling. Knight is checking. Everything is falling off the board. You see those pieces just falling off? It's game over.
Mm.
The white piece completely got shredded. Well, the position got shredded. Now minus the knight takes. Yeah, it's match set game. Queen takes. Really doesn't matter. I can play queen check. I can promote my pawn. Yeah, it's game over.
So Rome is burning, and
Yep.
Rome is burning.
If you notice, not a single black pawn has moved from the board. Black has every single pawn still on the board. Now, quick question for you, Ines. How many queens you think you're likely to get on the board? What's the maximum number of queens you can have on the board?
I guess 9.
There you go. All
Okay.
8 pawns, all 8 pawns have the potential
Oh,
of
8 plus the queen, yeah.
plus the one you start with. So
Mhm.
it's kind of Black found himself in a position where Black could simply promote every single pawn.
Mm. Yeah, they are marching down.
They are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is just resigned for Peter right now, but I think we have seen it so far that these players don't resign.
They go to the last blood.
They go straight to the last piece.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yep, the pawns are coming. The pawns are coming. We haven't heard that before. The pawns are coming.
You said the fawns.
It's, the pawns are coming.
The pawns.
Pawns are coming.
The pawns are coming. The pawns are coming.
And we see the king jumping into the action as well. But I mean, the king is not really needed. The pawns are coming. And on top of it, we still have an extra rook that we can bring into the game.
Uh-huh.
It's mad set. Oh wait, when did white get a pass pawn here? But is it going anywhere? There goes that. There you go. Those are the pawns. That's. I think that may have lost one of the pawns though. Didn't like this move quite. Yeah, because now we have 2. And the thing is that you can't push this pawn because knight takes. Oh yeah, you can. Pawn push. Yeah. Well, rook over. The idea is that you should have pushed the pawn because if knight takes, then rook check and you take off the knight.
Mm-hmm.
How you coordinate all these pawns push is very important. because now your opponent have one pawn that they can start pushing. I mean, it's not really going to do much, but your pawns, if you notice, they are no longer connected. This is not connected to that, not connected to that, not connected. They're kind of just, everybody is like every pawn for themselves. Run.
Right. Right.
Whoever makes it makes it.
I'll see you at the finish line.
Yeah. That's going to be rook takes knight. That's a free knight. The rook is going to take the knight there, and oh wait, it didn't. Well, the rook went somewhere. I'm not sure why it didn't take.
Yeah.
Again, sometimes when the pieces are moving a little bit fast, we might see a position that might not necessarily be the position that is immediately being reflected. Do we have any cameras on inside? Okay, is this the game?
Let's check here. Well, we're looking at this
Oh,
picture.
yeah, it is the game.
Yeah.
If we can make it a little bigger, we can see what's happening. And I think it looks like,
Come on.
oh, it's board one, yeah.
Yeah, same board.
And I think we have seen Kamara,
He looks very relaxed.
very relaxed. And it is the position. And surprisingly, he moved rook there rather than just taking the free knight. That was a very surprising move. And I understand his position. His opponent can't take the pawn because then he gives rook check. But he's going to do rook check. What is he doing? Kamara's eased up completely off the gas pedal. Completely. No, yes, he's going to take it. And I guess you're going to play rook takes pawn. Or you push the pawn, okay. And then after the knight move, he's going to do knight rook down check. The king can't cross it, and the king also can't go down on the background, so that rook is for free. His only move now is to play knight block, and then if he blocks with the knight, he sacrifices the rook. Rook takes knight, king takes knight, and then just take off the free rook off the board if he blocks with the knight, which seems like his only move to play, but his opponent, he plays the king up, and then his opponent now just take off the rook for free. And he should resign.
And he did.
He did. So, a very interesting way in which he resigned.
Okay.
Very strange how the players would prefer to resign than to offer a draw. So this is board 2. And let me see what the position looks like so I can get a better visual of the position.
Okay.
2, this is Winston and Antic. So the position I'm looking at is move 12, which I doubt it. So that's why I wanted to get a better visual of the position. The ID chessboard is showing move 12. This position is not looking like move 12. We're seeing an endgame on this board. So we don't have the up-to-date moves on this board. Something may have went wrong. And sometimes when take-backs happen, like a legal move or some adjustment, it doesn't quite adjust back to the regular, the position that we are looking at.
Oh, okay.
Right? So if we get a close-up on the board, we can get a better assessment of what is happening on board 2. So we see pawn takes, and we see 2 rooks on the file here. Are there any minor pieces? seems a bit pixelated at the moment. See the two rooks? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's a pawn structure right here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns. 1, 2, 3, 6 pawns. So it's 6 pawns versus 6. So the pawns are equal, but so material is equal. What are we looking for? We're looking for pawn structure. There's a queen side majority for black.
Mm-hmm.
The king side majority. No, wait a second. That's a queen side majority for white versus a king side majority for black. The king just invaded on the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm.
My plan. My king is more active. So these are all the different things I'm looking at now. I'm looking at my active king. The white king is more active. That's one. The rooks are more active. You notice how the two white rooks are connected. So
Yes.
when I play my rook down to the 7th rank, there is a little saying for that one as well. It says rooks on the 7th are in heaven. So
Rooks on the 7 are in heaven.
all right. So that's where the rooks want to be, on the 7th rank. So the rook went down on 7, and immediately black says, no, I can't let you stay down here. Because if you call your friends, it's going to be invasion.
Mm-hmm.
So black says, nope, can't stay here. You have to go. This is pretty much, even with the king side, with the king activity and the pawn structure majority, this should be a draw. This should be a draw. I can't see any clear advantage for either side. So even now, if black was supposed to play rook takes rook, rook takes rook, king to e8, the rook just has to leave the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm.
No clear advantage for either side. Yeah, rook takes rook, and king over to e8. Chasing the rook away. There you go. Now, what does the rook do? Does he remain persistent? Does he stay on the 7th rank? Does he go to the 8-7 square, provoking, trying to push and tweak himself at different weaknesses against his opponent? You see, in this position, black doesn't have to do much. Black just have to hold his ground. Yeah, that's fine. You can stay there. I don't have to do much right now. I can move my rook, side to side. Side to side. You have to show me how you're going to get it. I'm moving my rook side to side.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's when the player push to create any form of weakness in the position that your opponent will then get to invade. So if I don't create any weaknesses, then my opponent won't have any advantage. And right now, there are no weaknesses. If your opponent is trying to beat you, okay, sit tight, lock shop, and say, show me how.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And black is doing exactly that. White is pushing for the win. Just stay calm, play on. That's it. Stay calm and play on.
And play on.
Let your opponent overextend. You see, the thing is the player who is pushing for the win puts a psychological advantage on the other player. He feels compelled to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to keep pushing down those pawns. This player just needs to keep calm and play on. Don't do anything. Hold, hold, hold. Do not do anything reckless.
Mm-hmm.
Just hold your position. Oh dear. And there you go. He did something. He reckless. Reckless. Now here comes the king. He did something. You didn't need to do anything. You're creating a pass pawn against you. King in. Yes, his opponent is now going to do the king in. You see that? You see that rook now on the 7th rank?
Mm-hmm.
It completely controls the 7th rank. The king
Oh,
on the
yeah.
back end will never see the light of day.
Mm-hmm.
He can't come up. And here comes the white king. And the white king is going to come. And it's going to come. And before you know it, how did I get here? How? Pawn takes, and now you gave your opponent a pass pawn. How?
Mm.
Now it's after then you start kicking yourself and say, how did this happen? Your pawns aren't going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
The king is coming in. Here, that pass pawn and the d4 square, and the e5 square is what matters. That's the pass pawn and the e5 square. That pass pawn is going to be the crusher.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the king. The king is still coming in. The king is now coming into d5, kicking the rook. Then the pawn is going to push. And then the king comes in. And the pawn push. And before you know it, the pawn is going to checkmate you. So now we're going to see the king coming in on the d5 square. Did we rotate the camera?
It looks like it was rotated.
Uh-huh. This makes it very difficult for us now.
Yeah.
I just found myself rotating my head. I was like, what?
I know, me too. It's like you're looking at it sideways.
Yeah,
Can we get a rotation back?
So the king is now coming in, and yeah, white is winning this one. And again, black just panicked. Black figured that he needed to do something in the position, and he pushed the f pawn, created the weakness, and his opponent just simply came in, capitalized on it, and got a pass pawn. I think it's frozen, so probably it rotated when they move it or something. But yeah, white is winning this one pretty easily now from here, and that was a fairly equal endgame, fairly equal endgame to completely lost simply because you just not hold it. You watch those movies and you see the enemy charging at you at full speed with spears, swords, everything drawn. And the commander says, hold, and you're like, hold nothing. I'm out of here.
They got spears.
Yeah, they got spears and swords and all kind of things. I'm running.
Exactly.
And that was pretty what just happened. Black saw the pawns coming down and he wet his pants,
Right.
He said, nope, something is happening. Something got to give. And he gave up ground. And sometimes that's all it takes for you to blunder in a very equal position.
Just one bad move. But you know what? That's also in life. One bad move will cost you the game. Okay, well, we're winding down. Are we looking at any other boards? This is the 8th round, so we've got one more round, 9th round. I think we already know who prevails here.
At this moment, it is I mean, Kamara is on a perfect 8 out of 8 at this point, right? So, like I say, the tournament was over at round 7 for Kamara.
Okay.
We're really fighting for 2nd and 3rd place at this point.
Well, so far, I think is there a tie for 3rd place here? The way I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the at the results with Antic and Peter. Well, actually more. Hussein, Abdul. Yeah. So I think there's about 4. If I'm reading it correctly. Okay, I think we have the board back. Okay, so we have the board back for board 2.
The board is back. Okay. Yeah. So again, there goes. The pawn is coming down. It's interesting to see how the rook got out in this position, but yeah, this pawn is just going down for promotion. The no, you can't. Is that there? What does he do after rook check? So he's going to get rook check first. The king has to step all the way across. Or maybe even better, rook check. Rook check on the f2 square. Is it time low? No, there's time on the clock. I mean, a lot of ways to win this. Yeah, yeah. This is win. He's just going to promote the pawn. Just don't step on the pawn. Very good. Yeah, this is over. The pawn is promoting, and as soon as the pawn is promoted, then he can resign. Yeah. So you see the player now shaking his head, realizing he can't really stop the pawn from promoting. He steps the king beside it, he promotes. If you put the rook behind it, he promotes. If you check the king, he just capture your pawn and run towards your rook. So there's no way to stop the pawn from promoting. White wins. And we should see black resigning any minute now.
So hold up. Then there was a little bit of a switch then since the board went down, because I think when the board went down, I think white was marching forward.
Yeah, white is still marching forward. It's black.
I'm sorry, black was. I thought black was okay.
No, it was white who was marching forward. Black was the one who panicked and created the pawn push, which he didn't need to. So black had panicked when white started pushing the pawn, but he had to just hold the position. And if he held the position, it would have been a completely different game. Now, at this point, he's trying to analyze whether or not he could have held this position, but at this point, it is already lost.
Okay. I guess this is the game review. I think, was it board 2? I think board 2 is one that the phone fell. So they only captured it to a certain point. And look here.
All right.
Yeah, that was board two. The phone fell. I guess they were exuberant and enthusiastic and and
And
not
I think I think that's one of the significant difference also with the stand versus the clamps.
yeah. That's what
So
I use the claps because it holds on to the table.
yeah.
Hmm.
So players and chess does get like that. You see things flying left, right, center, and
Hmm.
it does get like that. From time to time, players will get a little bit
Hmm.
overexcited and bored, trying to
Right.
get there and so forth. So it's a part of it.
Hmm.
All right, so I think that was the last game in round eight. The fact that
Yes.
these players are analyzing should mean that there are no other games going on. So they're probably just putting in the results at this point for the final round.
Okay, round 8 and 9 not there. Okay, yeah, we're coming up on the final one. So if you're looking at it, I'm looking at Kamara, Winston, and Sebastian. Although,
Mara, Winston, and no, Sebastian won't. I don't see Sebastian make it. I think it's going to be Kaba. Let me look at what was Kaba's result. That was board three,
board
and
three,
Kaba won. So Kaba should be the one making it. Antique is still on 4 points. Kaba is now on 6 points. So we have 8, 6, 6. So I think that's going to be the three. As a matter of fact, the fact now that you have those three means you could call it 8, 6,
okay,
6. That's first, second, and third.
866.
The next persons are really on 5 points. You have Peter who is still on 5 points. Um, and you have, who is this? What's happening in Moses' game? In Moses' game, I'm not seeing the results for Moses' game.
Mm-hmm.
And in and this board, and board six, what? See, board row nine is in, so I mean that the standings are up. Let me just refresh this. All right, so I'm not seeing the standings, but um, board four, Moses and Brian. If I go back to board eight, what were the standings for Moses and Brian? Moses, where is it? Moses and Brian. This is saying that, is this
Mm-hmm.
Brian? Let me go back again. Look at first, row eight. Moses played Brian Beckley, and Abdul played Joseph. Abdul and Joseph. So this is saying that Joseph is on five. But why am I not seeing? Oh, where's that Brian game? Oh, I see, I see. Moses and Abdul over here. So it's Abdul who is also at five. But like I said, the
Mm-hmm.
standings at the moment is 8, 6, 6. Very hard for anybody to surpass those three players.
Okay.
So at this point, it's just wrapping up for the players. It's probably close to midnight for them now.
Yes.
Can only imagine some of these players, juniors, female players, probably. I mean, they're in a very comfortable space and
Mm-hmm.
they're doing something that they love. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
putting on a show for the audience. Now, if you look through the door, you realize how dark outside there is now. No light coming in.
Well, yeah, that's true. The doors and you don't have all of that glare, so it actually makes for
So
a
it's really
nicer
the inside
aesthetic.
light now that you really see.
Yeah.
So with the room so bright, some of these players will leave and not realizing that it's nighttime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that room is bright. And if you look to the right, I thought, okay, that's lighting. That's that type of long lighting that makes it look like it's a window there. That's what I was thinking. Like, is that the light coming through the window? But no, that's the lighting and maybe the shade or something.
Yeah, it's the decor lighting. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
a very lit room.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think this might be. I don't know. I'm wondering if this is like the little lobby area, or maybe it was the restaurant space because there's a desk in the front. You know, you look the other way.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, on the other side. And it seemed like they were taking food from the back. So it does seem like within a cafe, like where you'd have breakfast in the morning kind of area, you know?
right, right, like continental breakfast where you come
Yeah.
out. And, yeah. Hmm. So, how are you doing? Making it through the whole day? Your throat sounds better.
Uh,
I said your throat sounds better, clearer from this morning. I know you were struggling with
yeah. So
sore throat.
I was going to say on stream what really worked for me. But I was like, wait, that's free promotion. If they decide to pay you sponsorship, then definitely I'll tell you what worked because my throat was really groggy this morning. And you would think that after like live streaming for like over 12 hours, it
Right,
would have gotten worse. But
right.
you heard me quite fine.
Yeah,
It feels
it
good.
sounds clear. Hmm.
It does. Probably afterwards I might not be able to speak, but
You know what? I thought that, but I said I'm not going to say that to put it on you. So, like, let's just go with the fact that it's better. Okay.
it's feeling a lot better now. What would typically happen is that when you wake up tomorrow, you're like, oh,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. It comes back. You think you're all good and ready to go. It's like, no, I don't think so.
Well, look at the bright side. For Liberia, we had to do 2 days. Sierra Leone, we're wrapping up in 1 day. So
Yes,
I mean,
one long
one
day.
long. Well, it's technically it's more than a day because once you go over 12 hours, you completed the day.
Right.
we're
Right. Yeah. So actually, I don't think we started until about 8 o'clock. You know, Central, which I guess is 9 o'clock for you. So yeah, it was like 7:30, something like that. 7:30, 8 o'clock when we started. So that's yeah. So that's a long day, especially setting up at around 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So
yeah.
it's definitely a long day.
Yep.
But I'm sure that the guys learned a lot about the setup and some of the things that you learn to do that cut down on the time and they just certain order that you set up that makes it more effective and to eliminate some of the challenges. But I think it just comes with doing it. I don't know if it's something that, I mean, I guess if you follow certain procedures, yeah, but even with that, you still have to walk through it yourself to find out. So I think they did that.
All right. So here's what's going to happen in our final run. So this is a very interesting finish that we could have, right?
Okay.
More likely, Kamar is going to finish on a perfect score of 9 out of 9. He's playing another unrated player who is on 4 points. Now,
Mhm.
board 2, Winston is playing against Abdul. Board 3, Kaba is playing against Peter. Board 4, Josie.
Okay, you're reading from the results because I know the boards are not set up yet. So you're
Yeah,
reading
so
from
I'm
okay.
reading from the pairings for chess results.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. So let me share that
Okay.
instead. So um, so this is a very interesting lineup that could possible result that could happen. And as we typically go into final rounds, this is what the players will spend a lot of their time doing, trying to calculate just what they need to do to get in. So
Okay.
Kamar is clearly in. He's an 8, and he's playing someone on 4. So he's clearly in, playing another unrated player. It's good. Winston, however, is playing Abdul. If Abdul beats Winston, they are tied for second place. If Peter beats Kaba, they are tied for second place. Now, that's 4 persons tying for second place.
Mm.
If Joseph beats Abdul, turn around come. He's also tied for second place. That's 5 persons tying for second place.
Wow.
So first place is clear.
Mm-hmm.
Second and third, it's a clear battle.
Mm-hmm.
However, if Winston goes in and gets a draw against Abdul, he is definitely in.
Okay.
If Kaba gets a draw, he is definitely in, and that's your top 3. But if he risks it and play for the win and end up losing that game, he might not even get a biscuit. But at this point, the fight for second and third place is real.
Mm-hmm.
Very real.
So
And
they will be battling it out.
so if you look at the cross table ranking,
Mm-hmm.
you will see the tie breaks at the moment. These are the points, and these are the tie breaks over here. And these players with the and 25, they have and 5 points, have very high tie breaks. So if they do win, those tie breaks are going to climb.
Mm-hmm.
So this is very close.
Mm-hmm.
This is very close for second and third place. I was here thinking that the last round match is kind of like, yeah, it's over, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a very intense last round for second
Mm-hmm.
place. And the players know this.
Yeah, I think they will fight down to the wire.
Players know this. So this is going to be really interesting to see.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
I'm running way over time, but I mean, I want to stick out to the very end to see the final round through.
I know. And we thank you. Excellent commentary. If you want to put your boards back up,
Yeah.
that'd be good.
Now,
So we can see what's set up. Okay. Okay, so he said they're getting seated, so I guess they're paired. And okay.
that's 1-8. That's 1-9. All right, so we have a game going on. So this is board 6 in progress, board 5 in progress. So some games have started. Board 1 is in progress, but the games that we are most interested in is board 2, 3, and 4. Board 2, 3, and 4, where all the drama is going to take place.
Okay.
So we see some adjustments of some of the devices. So, but some of the games have started. But board
Mhm.
2 2, 3, and 4. Is where we really want to see what is going to happen. Because, like I tell you, if we end up with that five-way tie
Five-way tie. Oh.
for second and third place, it's going to be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this is something that no arbiter wish for. Arbiters normally like when it's just clean. You have a clear first place, you have a clear second place, you have a clear third place.
Mm-hmm.
Because normally when it's tied, especially when the different tie breaks are equal straight through, it creates a lot more problem for the arbiters in deciding on a tie break system.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Not to mention there's 5 of them.
yeah. And when it's 5 of them, probably you can't even use head to head because most of them would have been each other. So you have to rule out the head to head tie break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are cute stands. You know, tiny tripods. But I wonder if you get sandbags with that work.
That was the thing, they're cute, but I mean, when you think about the phone, the size of the phone pivoting on it, then how does it really stand up?
Yeah, that's why. And I had looked at those myself, but for us here, like I said, we use the clamp to just clamp it onto the table this way. I mean, and the holder that holds the device is so tight that it would be very difficult for the phone to fall out. So it's really just a matter of making sure that the stand remains standing so that it could capture.
So
But hopefully they would have some suction cups on the bottom. So you know how you put the
yeah.
suction on the table, something like that. I could
Oh
see.
my gosh, you just pushed the pawn. This is lost. Queen check. Yeah, this is over. In the opening, queen check. Yep, and the king has to go here. If it goes anywhere else, this is checkmate. If the knight blocks, then it's knight take. So this is over.
Oh man, that's done. Just like that.
Just like that. And that's what happens when you push pawns. You create weaknesses, and your king is stuck in the center of the board. If you
Mm-hmm.
notice, Kamara, he just developed 2 pieces on castle his king. And his opponent just went with attacking pawns and created those weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now he's going to play queen into f7, and he's threatening to play bishop here, checkmate. Well, his best move is to play queen here. Do not play rook here. They might be tempted to put his rook here, but if he puts his rook here, he's going to get checkmated.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to play his queen to f8.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he played his queen to e8, but then he's going to lose the pawn on f6. Wait, his knight is hanging. Hmm. He may have to just save his knight. Wait a second. Why is this looking so tricky? He can't take the pawn because his knight is hanging. Remember, this can be attacked. So he may have to just play a move like knight here. Trade. Your opponent king still can't castle. You trade, and you drop back your bishop here. The pawn is always saying, but typically the stronger player doesn't want to trade off queens, especially when you think that your opponent is going to probably give away the queen for free anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely don't want to trade your queen. And I think that is what the white is now concerned about. Like, oh, there, if I trade my queen, then the game is going to take me a whole lot more moves to win. But you have to look at the long-term advantage. Your opponent king is stuck in the center of the board. They have all these holes in their position. That's fine. Save your piece and trade the queen. Yeah, he's going in still. Queen going to take the queen. And once queen takes, bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes, you're losing this pawn as well after the king goes to e7. You're losing the pawn and f5. And again, being the stronger player, he just figured that he has to beat his opponent right now. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to beat his opponent right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right.
His opponent, being the lower rated player, should just go ahead and take off the queen. Yeah, take off the queen. Bishop takes, knight. Yeah. And pawn takes knight, and now play your king to e7. Just attack the bishop, and you win the pawn. And after that strange opening by black is now better in this position. Simply because white didn't want to, swallow your pride and just come back. You made a mistake. Bishop takes the pawn now. And yeah, black is better. This is wow. I feel like I'm learning something from this. Like, you could play like this. The way in which black came out of this position better is crazy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the pressure is now leaning on Kamar. I know I've won the tournament, but am I going to lose to an unrated
Lose
player?
the last game? Yeah. But is black better because black made it better? Or is it black better because white refused to?
White refused to swallow his pride.
Yeah.
So white could have swallowed his pride and said, "Okay, fine. He's trading off the queens. Let me just move my knight back." But no, he was in. He was all in.
Mm-hmm.
He was all in, and yeah, here comes black.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we talked about those pawns? Here comes the pawns.
Here comes a pawn.
Well, your opponent is threatening to capture this, so don't let them. Just pull it back. It's fine. Don't be afraid to swallow your pride. Just pull back your bishop and say it's okay. Or that. Don't like that, but okay. Your opponent does have knight takes bishop still, and then move the rook, or they could just move the rook. But even though black is better, I find it difficult from what I've seen between Kamara and the other players.
Okay.
He seems to have more confidence in the end game. So even if he does go into the end game with a disadvantage, he presses his opponent to blunder. So he is a type of player that will typically just apply pressure onto his opponents until they blunder.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't move the bishop. Maybe I can move the bishop out. I can move the bishop out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting position. I see. Yeah, keep these pawns coming. You already start pushing them, so keep pushing them. Keep pushing them. H4, G3. Yeah, keep pushing them. Isn't that bishop takes rook? He just hang his rook.
Mm-hmm.
White just hang the rook.
Mm-hmm.
He hang the rook. Guess black is thinking whether or not the rook is worth it. Is he saying, is it a rook or a rookie? Because typically rooks are very powerful. This rook is not looking very powerful at the moment. You might say, well, you know what? I don't want that rook. I'm going to chase it away. And this pawn will come on. Oh no, you put the bishop here. If you're going to not take the rook, then you want to keep the bishop in a position where this pawn can come down as well. You want this pawn pushing. Problem is that this bishop is now blocking this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And here we see where the pawns are now going the wrong way. You allow this opponent to close it. And this is where I say that Kamara has a clear, better understanding of the endgame than his opponents. His endgame play is far superior to his opponents.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so even being down material, he's going to have a superior edge.
Mm-hmm.
His opponent completely just locked the position. Again, if you're attacking, this is the king you're trying to get to, right? And what really going to get the king is not your pawns, it's your rooks. This guy, he's going to strike at the king, and this guy, he's going to come over here and strike at the king. That's how you're going to get to the king. But in order for you to do that, you have to open these lines. You have to, even if it means sacrificing the pawns, you have to open these lines. If you look at what black did, black completely locked the position. There's no way for this to now be open. And if it can't open, then the two rooks are going to be of no use to you.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea in terms of what black was supposed to do is like black missed the mark in terms of opening the position. When he pushed the pawn, he completely closed it down, or rather, his opponent completely shut it down and said, "No attack for you, sir." And with that said, he now has the opportunity to go d4 and now start opening up the position against the black king.
Mm.
All right, so if we come back to that game, we have some results here. Board 8 and 5. The results that the results that we're looking for are board 2, 3, and 4. Those are the critical games that we really want to see some results of. 2, 3, and 4. I'm not seeing any movements on board 2. But again, those are the boards that really going to mean something. Board 3 showing equal value in terms of material count. Everything seems equal. King safety. I would choose black where king safety is concerned until I
Mhm.
realize that, hey, I'm going to start opening up my own king safety. Um, okay, so what if I play my bishop back here, attacking your queen, and then strike back? Well, or move my knight here. Yeah, I like the idea of I like black position until black decides to do this, rather than just pulling your bishop back and putting the queen in front.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not going to give up my dark square bishop, so I'm going to pull my queen around. Your bishop is good. That's an in-between move. That's an interesting. So what if I just play bishop takes, pawn takes? Isn't that material? I think that's winning material.
Mhm.
Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, bishop takes rook, rook takes bishop, and I'm winning material. Unfortunately, not. Steps into undiscovered. I have knight here. That where the knight was coming from? I think so. That's where the knight was coming from.
Mhm.
Yeah. Definitely black just missed winning material. Alright. Board 4. Material again is equal. It looks equal. That's it. Yeah. Knight for bishop. That's the balance.
Mhm.
About king safety. Both kings look reasonably safe. About activity. Um, well, I have a knight on the back rank. You have a knight on the ring. Where can it go? It can go here. So your knight have a better chance at improving than my knight. Where's my knight going? It can only go to the rim of the board. So, okay. You have a lovely bishop. Your bishops are really lovely. It's a fairly equal position. Apart from the bishops, I don't see anything that really jumps out
Mhm.
on either side. The only imbalance is the bishop versus the knight, and pretty much here the position is open. So if you notice, the center of the board is open. So the bishops are going to have a slight advantage versus the two knights.
Okay.
And that's board 4. We have two results on board 5 and board 8. And we go back to board 1. This is the one with Kamar and
Peter.
Peter. And we're still seeing where the material count is still equal. This rook is under attack. You can't play bishop takes because bishop takes yours and he's losing material. So what does he do here? He says, what? Isn't this bishop free? Isn't this rook free? What am I seeing here? Right. So I think again we're missing something.
Mhm.
We're missing something is missing. So we'd have to see this board live to see what's really happening there because I think that's their game as well. That's the live board for them. Could you make that live board a little bigger for us, Ines?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there are no bishops on the board there. So I know something was completely off in that position. Um, so what it looks like, it's it looks like Peter is ahead. I see the active rook. Is the pawn count equal? Some other pieces look really kind of blurry.
Yeah, it is. I think it's the connection, the internet connection.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But that mostly goes off for the pawn. Yep. Yep. Goes off for the pawn. You see, and that's what Kamara has been using to beat these players. It's better endgame knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
He has been using that to really outlast the other players. He's a much more technical player when it comes on to his endgame knowledge. Um, yeah, he takes the pawn, he takes the pawn, he takes that pawn, and if you rook check, then he steps his king up. Is there any draw? Interesting. If he gets the pawn over here and the h2 square, Peter may have a chance. So Kamar takes, Peter takes, Peter's going to take on the c3 square.
Mm-hmm.
I think Peter may have a chance here. Take on the c. Does he take first or play pawn push? No, can't play pawn push first because you take first, yeah? Allow your opponent to then play rook takes e4. Then you play rook c2 check and then you capture on h2. Getting the pass pawn on h3. We see Kamara shaking his head. He sees it. He knows that Peter here has some initiative. But again, he thinks himself superior to the other players. So he knows that he cannot play them in the endgame. What does he do?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. He can't attack the pawn because if he attacks the pawn, he's going to check him and then play rook takes the pawn. So he can't attack the pawn. What does he do? He has to take on e4. Yeah? Then he's going to check him. Rook check on c2. And then he takes off the h2 pawn.
Mm.
He's thinking about it, but there's nothing else. Rook check, take off the h2 pawn. You're giving yourself that connected, you're giving yourself that pass pawn. That pass pawn and wait. You can't do anything else. Your opponent will play rook over and then you play pawn push. You create two backward pawns.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing else to do. You have to rook check. He's using his time. You see what
Okay. I think we lost the inside. If we can get that back.
Lost that?
I said we lost the board.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I know the internet was a little causing a little blur in the visual,
Yeah.
but
I
it's
know
clear here.
Yeah. I know you should be really tired as well. So Let me go back and see if there. So this game, we see this game, and the position has come down to where this pawn is on the board. Now, all of this down here is not actually there because the king is all the way up here, and the rook is supposed to be checking on c2 to take off
Mhm.
this pawn over here. Once you get rid of this pawn is now a pass pawn and only 2 steps away from promoting. So that is where the game is at the moment. Black does have a rook on the board as well. So the game is down to just rook and pawn endgames.
Okay.
All right, so board 3, which is also one of the critical ones, it's showing now that Peter is up +2. Who is it that needed to win on this board again? Let me double check. It was wait a second.
Well,
If
there were
Peter
5 in second place, right?
if Peter wins, Peter is up +2. These are the unrated players we're talking about. These are the unrated players who are putting themselves squarely in the mix. And we
Hmm.
have 2 of them up there. We have Peter and Abdul.
So why would a player remain if they play on this level? Why would they remain unrated?
All right, so getting ratings, first of all, is the opportunity to play enough players. And you have a lot of players who play chess, but they haven't really played tournament level chess. So
Okay.
when they do come out to finally start playing at a tournament level, they realize that they're far more capable than one would have given them credit for.
Okay.
So when you see a player who is unrated, you shouldn't take it as gospel that hey, this player can't play chess. I normally see an unrated player as somebody could possibly have grandmaster strength. Why?
Hmm.
It's just that he hasn't played yet to prove his grandmaster level strength.
Hmm.
Right? And here we now see rook check, and these pawns are going. Rook check, and the pawns are going.
Hmm.
Rook check, king moves, rook protects your pawn, and you're picking up one of these pawns. Yep, there you go.
Right.
These pawns, we talked about it, rooks on the 7th or 11th. And now your opponent's going to go just rook. Well, they rook check and they gave away the rook. Oh my god, you dropped your rook. Oh my god.
We have a visual of the table, but it's so blurred. I don't think you can really make it out.
Why?
It's late. They're tired. Yeah,
Yes,
can't really make
we
it make
definitely
that.
have to blame that one and be late and time. At this point, just rook protects the pawn, and that's it. But then there's this thing for checks. See a check, give a check. There are some players who will see a check, and it's hard for them to help themselves
Hmm.
not to give that check.
Hmm.
Right? And he checked, and whoop, bye bye. There goes the rook. There goes the rook. And his opponent is going after that rook, but now he's giving up this. Yep, that's that. There goes the rook. That's all she wrote.
Hmm.
That's all she wrote. Yeah, so this is good for Kaba. Kaba is saying no draw. Peter had a chance. He threw it away, and that's that. He had a chance and he gave it away. Completely gave it away. Giving up the rook for absolutely nothing, for free. He gave away the rook. So that was Peter Chance. Let's look. So Kaba is definitely in. With a win, Kaba is definitely win. Board 4. Again, this is still showing an equal position between. Ooh, is it Joseph who's on 5? Let me double check this. On board 4, It's
It
Joseph.
looks like Joseph's on 4.
No, Joseph is on 5. With a win, would take him to 6.
Oh, I thought you meant board. Okay, got you.
Yeah, Joseph is on board 4 and he's on 5 points. A
Right.
win will take him to 6. If Kaba wins the game, he's ahead now. That will definitely take Kaba in second place. And if Winston draws or wins his game, then that's the top 3. So Winston board is board number 2, and he's playing Abdul. So let me check back on that board because we might just be able to call it on. Oh, that's the board we're not seeing.
Right.
I think they're keeping that one a secret for the suspense.
Right. Got to keep you tuned in.
You have to keep tuning in if you want to know what's happening there.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's not only blurred, but it is still, I haven't seen movement here. So
I think it's frozen.
yeah. So I'm gonna
Right.
remove it.
I'm going to run to a bathroom break and I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see if we can get a visual. But I don't think so. Okay, so we're winding down. This is the ninth round. And just waiting for board 1. Board 2, I'm not sure who is on board 2 and board 3 and board 4. By the end of the evening, we would have our team Sierra Leone, our top 3 that will participate in the League Chess Africa, which is it's 6 matches between 4 countries. So you definitely want to hit that subscribe button to follow us, like us. There will be great content, and these matches will be under the USMCL, which is the United States Masters Chess League. We have a league here in the States. This is our 2nd season that we're preparing for in April, whereby we will select 6 players. So we hope to have a really good turnout. And we have 2 teams here in the Chicago area, Chicago Kings and the Windy City Hawks. We also have in New York, we have the Harlem Knights and formerly the Majestic Lions. So we're kind of putting in requests from folks as far as name ideas. So if we can repopulate the 2 New York teams, we'd love to have that as a competition. And the individuals that prevail would then be the matchup between the League Chess Africa of the USMC Global and USMCL. So that's going to be exciting. All of that is happening this year. It's all happening this year. So we have a lot going on. Just really great people that are working together to make it happen. And so I'm looking forward to it. How about you, Ryan? Are you laughing at what I'm saying, or is someone telling you? Okay, he might be on the phone because I didn't think what I was saying was that funny.
I didn't realize that I was muted because.
Oh, okay. I was like, okay, wait a minute. Did I say something funny? Okay.
No, I was actually saying I wish I could play on Team New York. I'm one of the New York teams. So, but with USMCL going global, it's just a matter of time before Team Cayman or Team Caribbean will be making it on the stage. So with the with USMCL reaching all the way in Africa, it's just a matter of time before you'll have teams populating from the Caribbean, Team Barbados, Team Cayman, Team Jamaica, Team Trinidad, and all these teams populated. So um, I know my time is coming when I
Yeah.
get to get in on the action rather than just the commentating.
Listen, don't say just commentating, because listen, you need really good commentators. And let me tell you, you have a riveting approach, so you can tell the love and the enjoyment that you have in the game, in the people, especially like you said, the children that you teach. It's so inspiring. And that's what we need. We need the personalities. The sports, a lot of sports are successful not because of the sport itself, but the personalities. And we get drawn into the love of the sport because of the personalities that and the way that they love the sport. And we are able to share in that. So we live vicariously through these individuals. So don't sell yourself short on that. I know you don't, because I know you want to get on the boards and be playing. And so we want to take it a year at a time. So we hope to bring on the Caribbean next year. So this year we're just really creating the blueprint. And once you have the blueprint, then you can bring other people on because you have the blueprint. So that's what we're walking through right now, the blueprint of how do we integrate the process.
Letting those pieces work together. Like you just have to put those pieces, all moving pieces, and put together to make that production.
Okay, so wait a minute. He says the tournament is done. So these boards are.
I guess the results are tabulating, and it's awesome.
Okay, waiting for the final scores now. So let's see how right you are. This is exciting. Drum roll, please.
Yeah, I think it's as it is. Kamar in first, Kaba in second, and Winston in third. I didn't get to see the finals. The final. Well, Winston is a game that we didn't really get to share. So that is
Right.
the surprise matchup. So we definitely know Kamar is in the top three. Kamara wins, and Kaba in the top two, in the top three. So it's just what's happening in the Winston game.
Okay.
So that's the mystery at the moment. What's happening in Winston's game?
So I guess we will be finding that out. Okay, so this is where camera, we definitely want a camera on the inside. If we can get that populated, that would certainly be appreciated. So that we can make the formal announcement here. Well, they can make the formal announcement from Sierra Leone. Okay, so hopefully we can get a visual, guys. Okay, well, this has been exciting. It's been a long day, and it's definitely worth it. I enjoyed myself, and I stayed awake. And I stayed alert. So it's all good.
All right. Yeah. So we're just waiting on that right now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So it's you said Winston, Kaba, and I'm sorry, Kamara, Kaba, and Winston, from what you can tell. So we'll see. We will see. If we can get a picture, guys. I know you're working on it. Boy, so once we're done here, they have to break all of that down. So, ooh. Are you talking to me? Or are you on mute? Or unless you're just on the phone, just so you know, I cannot hear you. Okay, he must be on the phone. So in the meantime, we are waiting patiently. I think we saw some really good games, some great competition. I am so looking forward to the competition between the teams and the countries. So that's Liberia, which we had last week, and this week Sierra Leone. Let's not forget, Kenya is next week, and Nigeria is the following week.
Now,
Yeah.
one of the things you will see also, Inez, is the improvement. So a team like Liberia, who started out first, and when those players go back through and make correction and improvement to their game, and they would have also been watching the Sierra Leone team, and the next week you get to watch Kenya team and Nigeria team. They are going to basically be able to make and start preparing how and what they would play, because they would have seen these teams different openings, their style,
Right,
and end game strength. So when they get to see all of this, that's where the work starts. When they start coming up with their game plan and different strategy, and they're going to fare up against these teams. So for the finals, you're really going to have that A game coming. If you ever see that A game, you're going to see the A plus game.
Yes.
All right.
Can't wait. Yes, absolutely. And I just think that the competition of itself, the opportunity, and like you say, just sharpening their game, and then watching them on the broader scale of tournaments and things that they enter, and know that they were a part of the USMCL, and so these are names that you don't normally hear. They're not in the general public. And so part of the process in between the qualifiers and before the actual matches and during the matches is really setting up a marketing strategy so that we are pressing and pushing the teams, the name, and this way they become commonplace in the chess world.
Yeah.
So, and that's a part of building that framework that creates the just that opportunity. I mean, that's really what it is. It's not any different from anybody else. It's just really, do you have the opportunity? Do you have the sustainable? And I say sustainable because there's a lot of platforms out here. There's a lot of tournaments. There's a lot of things that's going on. What the idea for USMCL is a community of people who love the game of chess, who love life, because we know how impactful chess is in life, and how we're able to bring our skill set together to create something that's bigger than ourselves, but collectively big enough to lift others. I see it as job opportunity. I see it as job creation. I see it as injecting revenue into economies, and especially the communities immediately impacted by chess. And so I just see it as a win-win all the way around. So we just have to do our work, our homework, in order to make it a platform that businesses and other partnerships want to partner with, and we just collectively build.
Yeah. So the feed seems to be completely off. Have they packed up and left?
You said it popped up?
We're not seeing the feed from the venue. I know that the game seems to have finished.
Yeah, that window. Well, Samuel is waiting for the scores. I'm going to let him know to please.
It is showing the board to result now that Abdul. Oh my gosh! Oh wait, no. Winston won. Okay.
Okay. Are you seeing the last? Because I don't know why it's on mine. I'm not seeing it. So maybe if you could just share yours.
No, man, I'm looking at the scorecard.
Oh, okay.
So it's showing Kamar won, Winston won, and Kaba won. So that's the 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay. So Kamara, Winston, and Cobb. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah, well, you called it. Okay, so we're looking at 1920, 1895, 1750 in comparison to 1999, 1978, 1894 in terms of the ratings. So looks like we've got players that are pretty much comparable. So like you say, I think it'll be great matches going on.
Yep.
Great matches going on. Mhm.
So to just add to that, Kaba was actually the 4th seed going in. So the only person who didn't make it into that top 3, which was the number 3 seed, Antic.
Oh, and he played some good games, didn't he?
Played some good games, but sometimes you just
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Antic just missed out by margin, you know?
Yeah.
But that's the final standings, and figure they will be doing the presentation now. Taking some pictures and wrapping up.
Yeah. But you know what? Okay.
As usual,
just-
it's been very good. We spending another entire day with you.
Yes.
It's now 7 o'clock. Now I need to go pick up my son so we can go to the movie. I'm probably going to be sleeping through that movie, but
Yeah, really. You better. I hope it's an action-packed movie, okay? Because otherwise, you're going to be quite comfy, and it'll be a good, nice snooze for you. You earned it. Thank you so much. Well, listen, we just want to close with saying thank you. Please, again, subscribe to our channel. A lot of great content coming your way. Not to mention the competition. And we'd like for you to come along with us as we move through and build. So we appreciate you watching. Look out for next week. We'll have the information about Kenya qualifier, and we'll sit through and watch the competition and ultimately select the 3 players that will represent Kenya for League Chess Africa. So again, good night. Have a great weekend. Good night. Lord have mercy, Ryan. You know I need to now go to sleep. Anyway, thank you so much. Oh, also thank you, ID Chess, for making your platform available. We're working through it, getting the kinks out. It's a wonderful platform. I love the opportunity to play in person and to also digitize the games and get them out on all of the digital platforms. So thank you again, ID Chess, and thank you and good night.
all right.
Take care.
Bye bye.